All right, we're going to get started here. Good morning, I'm Pete Peterson, the very grateful Dean of Pepperdine's Graduate School of Public Policy, and it's wonderful to welcome you here for today's Metro Majority Local America Conference. While based on opposite coasts, the relationship between the Pepperdine School of Public Policy and the Manhattan Institute is longstanding and wide-ranging. From our shared policy interests to a number of friendships between our two institutions, SPP alums who have worked at MI, including a current student who is serving her summer internship with you all, an honorary degree bestowed on MI's former director, Larry Mohn. I'm delighted to welcome you to this conference, a timely series of conversations about local government policymaking. Of course, the foundation for this relationship is our common respect for and work with the late great social scientist James Q. Wilson. In our 25th anniversary of the School of Public Policy, Wilson in many ways can be considered one of the founders of the School of Public Policy, having designed our unique liberal arts curriculum that balances rigorous study of history and political philosophy along with the skills of quantitative policy analysis to prepare leaders and policymakers who can take a more well-rounded view of today's policy challenges. This perspective is one shared with our friends from the Manhattan Institute, the nation's leading local government policy research institution, but one that always balances a sense of place with their policy proposals and research. This, of course, is an important time to be exploring the policies that are made at the local level. Some of you know I didn't take the most direct route to this position as Dean of the School of Public Policy. It's a rather circuitous one that found its origins actually in Manhattan on 9/11. It was 9/11 that fundamentally changed my view of my own career and the world around me. But as a policy crisis, 9/11 shifted many of our intentions and concentrations on public policy at the federal level and international or global level. We all know the stories of people who changed careers, went into the military, got involved in the National Intelligence Service area as a way of responding to that crisis. COVID, in many ways, has fundamentally reoriented America's view of where policy is made. I was on a call several months ago with some friends back east, and as they were asking me how the state was responding to COVID, I had to remind them that it wasn't really so much that I lived in California that was important, but that I lived in Los Angeles County. Americans throughout the country are beginning to realize that much of the policy that is being made that impacts their everyday lives, from whether schools are open or closed, to whether businesses are open or closed, to various restrictions on access to public facilities, these decisions are being made at the local level. People are learning anew that we have actually an office called county supervisor, that we have county and city administrators. And that while so much of our attention from 9/11 and for the following decades has been placed on Washington, D.C. and globally, COVID has fundamentally reoriented Americans' view of where policy is made. This is what makes organizations like the Manhattan Institute so important. But of course, it's not just where policy is being made, but how it is being made. Just yesterday, I spent the entire morning in Palm Springs, a place slightly warmer and sunnier than here, with a group of 35 police officers conducting one of our training seminars for the California Police Chiefs Association around community building and public engagement. And what is evident in speaking with this group of 35 police chiefs from around the state of California is that their jobs are becoming increasingly more difficult as policy decisions and local residents are becoming much more aware of where decisions are being made. In some instances, police officers are being fielded to actually act as security for city council meetings, school board meetings, and county administrative meetings. And so the next step in this series of discussions in understanding that Americans are becoming much more aware of the importance of local level decision making is the question of whether we're going to be able to conduct and form this policy in a way that best engages our residents, but at the same time can do it in a civil and deliberative way. Again, that's what's so important about the work of the Manhattan Institute, and also what's so important about today's conference. As you'll see in the agenda and throughout the day, it is possible to talk about very difficult, polarizing issues, from public safety to education to homelessness to housing, in a way that is civil, deliberative, and informed. And that's why it's really so great to partner with the Manhattan Institute on this important series of conversations at this time in the nation's history. And so without any further ado, to get our agenda started for the day, I welcome up my good friend, the Director of Domestic Policy for the Manhattan Institute, Michael Hendricks.
Thank you so much, Pete. Pete has been a great partner throughout this entire process, as has been Pepperdine. You talked about being civil, deliberative, informed. That's a great description of you and the entire program that Pepperdine has here. They've been a fantastic partner. Again, I'm Michael Hendricks, Senior Fellow and Director of State and Local Policy at Manhattan Institute. This is a big part of our project to reach citizens, local governments, leaders all across the country, and especially here in California. We want to thank not only Pepperdine, but you for being here, and our hundreds who are also watching now on live stream. Thank you so much for being a part of this entire program. And to our supporters, Howard Amundsen, thank you so much for making this gathering possible. National politics, they make headlines. They make headlines all the time these days, sometimes too many headlines. But it's really at the local level where we can make a difference, where a difference happens. And these local areas and the leaders there, they are truly the authors of the American project. And I say American project too, because this is a project that you lead as well here at Pepperdine, the American project. That vision could not be more crucial today. You know, mayors, council members, school board leaders, these are the people who govern where we live, where we work, where we raise kids. And given the pandemic and everything that we've learned, and as Pete laid out, local now matters more than ever. So they may not get all the headlines, but I think it's where the American project is made. I think it's where it matters. So this conference will look at the challenges. We'll also look at solutions to strengthen these local attachments that bind our nation together. We'll discuss what it means to lead local, to serve local, to solve local. And we'll hear from local leaders. We have mayors here, Mayor Johnson from Dallas. Thank you so much for being here. We have Mayor Lincoln from Stockton, Mayor Faulkner from San Diego, former Mayor Will O'Neill from Newport Beach, Mayor Mick Cornett, thank you so much, from Oklahoma City. These are just incredible local leaders, and we have a full lineup with even more. Please look in the agenda in front of you and throughout and online as well to see who not only is going to be speaking here throughout the day, but what our agenda is like. But to kick us off, I could not think of a better thinker to get us started than Ed Glazer, the man who celebrated the triumph of the city. You have to get that book. Celebrated the triumph of the city, but now also fighting for their survival in his new book. And by the way, you haven't gotten his book, haven't read his book, you're in luck. You have a copy of his book. There's a bunch of copies there over in the corner. Please grab one. If you need more, just let me know. But he makes an argument. Please grab a copy. But cities will survive, and they will thrive if they compete. And Ed is going to show us what that means. Ed Glazer is the Fred and Eleanor Glimp Professor of Economics at Harvard University and Chairman of the Econ Department at Harvard, no small matter. Previously Director of the Taubman Center for State and Local Government and Director of the Rappaport Institute for Greater Boston. He's published countless papers on matters of economic growth, law, economics, the cities and growth. He's a PhD from the University of Chicago, also a senior fellow at the Manhattan Institute. And he provides the annual James Q. Wilson Lecture at the Manhattan Institute, of course, where James Q. Wilson has such a legacy here as well at Pepperdine. His new book, Survival of the City, reckons with how cities are changing in the face of existential threats the pandemic only accelerated. Ed and his co-author David Cutler, also from Harvard, argue that city life will survive, but individual cities do face terrible risks. Now, great cities always demand great management. That's also why I'm so glad we have so many of those great managers here. And the current crisis, the COVID crisis, everything that followed with it, exposed fearful gaps in the capacity for good governance, though, in many parts of America. What will distinguish the cities that flourish from the ones that won't? That's going to be the theme of what Ed will be talking about throughout. Please look in front of you. There's little question cards there. Write out your questions. Hand them to Melissa. Where's Melissa? She's right over there. Hand them to Melissa. She'll grab them. And then after Ed's done, he and I will moderate a discussion together with your questions. Without further ado, Ed, thank you so much.
Yeah, I can move, right? You can cover me for the camera. Great. I am thrilled to be here. I'm thrilled to be here at Pepperdine. I'm thrilled to be at another, fantastic Manhattan Institute event. And I'm thrilled to be talking about local America. One of the things that Michael just told you about me is that for 10 years I directed the Taubman Center for State and Local Government. And my job in that role was to remind all of the students at the Harvard Kennedy School, all of whom thought they wanted to be in the State Department, that actually the government that really matters, and actually the government that functions well, are America's state and local governments. That these are the ones that educate our kids and keep us safe from harm and do the things that matter most in our lives. I'm going to talk about basically three things. I'm going to start off with a little bit of perspective on how pandemics have impacted cities in the past. The basic point being that the impact of a natural disaster is always mediated, is always determined by the strength of civil society at the time in which the disaster struck. The second thing I'm going to talk about is whether or not offices, face-to-face contact, and cities themselves, how permanently are they challenged by the double whammy of COVID and Zooming to work. Third thing I'm going to talk about is winners and losers during the past 2 years across cities, and that's what those. Now I'm not going to highlight. You've each got these little handouts with these lists in front of them. This is from the paperback version of the book, which will be coming out in September. And finally, we're going to talk about policies, because really my theme is not in any sense that cities are dead. No, don't look at it yet. Pete, put it down. Put it down, Pete. But in fact, the competition for global talent has just gotten hotter. Zoom does not mean, at least I will argue that Zoom does not mean that face-to-face contact is dead, but it certainly has made it easier to relocate than ever before. And this means, in fact, the competition for global talent is just getting hotter, and that means that cities need to up their game. It's a challenging moment because we are at a very progressive moment where the urge in many places is to try and fix longstanding wrongs by taxing the rich and taxing businesses. But of course, it's never been easier for those businesses and for those rich people to leave. And that's, in fact, the challenge that all cities face. Okay, a little bit of historic perspective. Cities have done amazing things for thousands of years. But there are also demons that come with density. I can think of no better place to make that point than 5th century BC Athens, right? So this is a place which does unbelievable things in drama, in sculpture, in democracy itself, in philosophy, in mathematics. History is literally created there, right? This is where Herodotus and Thucydides actually make history. It's an economic superpower. It's a military conqueror. It's really incredible just how much strength comes from the concentrated genius. I mean, I just have this image of Socrates and Plato bickering on an Athenian street corner. It sort of says what cities can do at their best. But the very strength, the very success of Athens, excites the envy of their land-based military rival, Sparta. Sparta issues a challenge. Pericles, the leader of the Athenian democracy, is no person to back down. And so the Peloponnesian War is on. Now, Pericles has a cunning plan, which is he's going to summon in the Athenians and their Attic allies behind the walls of the city, trusting those walls to keep out the Spartan warriors, the hoplites. and then send out Athens' superior sea fleet to go out and harass the Peloponnesian coastline. Perfectly sound militarily. The problem is that Athens, just like our modern cities, is a node on a global lattice of travel and trade, which makes it a port of entry for goods, for people, for ideas, and for viruses. And something entered into the Athenian port in 430 that ended up devastating the city. We're not exactly sure what the disease is, but Thucydides was there. He describes a city that has gone, amok, where people live only for the present because they do not expect to see tomorrow. Maybe 1/4 of the population dies over a 2-year period. That's a death rate, order of magnitude 100 times higher than COVID-19, right? And so it's just a very, very, catastrophic event. Now, it's not curtains for Athens. It soldiers on in the war for another quarter century before finally losing, but it shrinks from being perhaps the New York of the Eastern Mediterranean to maybe being the Philadelphia to maybe being the New Haven, right? That's a Harvard thing that so even, flash forward, I tell the story in the second chapter of the book of 3 more classical plagues. The Antonine Plague, which hits Rome at its strongest, this moment when Edward Gibbon says is sort of the most felicitous time in the history of mankind, right? Does nothing. I mean, kills a huge number of people, but like the good emperors charge on and it's all perfectly solid. The Cyprian Plague hits 100 years later, a little bit more chaotic, Rome starting to be in trouble, and the plague then compounds the difficulty. The most catastrophic one, and I don't have time to go through the story here, is the plague that hits Constantinople in 541 CE, which is just a devastating event, arguably leads Europe into 8 centuries of chaos, rural poverty, and death. Now, for most of the past 600 years, our cities have been more resilient to plague. And I think the best place to see this is in 19th century America. And this is really the point of the 3rd chapter of the book, where we tell the story of this moment, and it's really a local moment. Okay? It's a moment in which you have massive deaths from that early era of globalization. First, yellow fever, mosquito-borne illness, emerges out of Africa, gets carried across the Atlantic, probably in the early 18th century, then ravages the cities of the eastern seaboard in the late 18th and early 19th centuries. Then, of course, you have cholera, emerges in a particularly virulent form in 1817 in the Ganges Delta, gets carried along with the British Army, gets carried along with the Tsar's army, makes its way to New York in 1831. These diseases are devastating, again, roughly order of magnitude 100 to 200 times deadlier than COVID-19 at various points in time. No, 10 to 20 times deadlier, sorry, than COVID-19. What happens is that cities and towns rally. They rally to build infrastructure that ends up making them far more resilient. Okay? And in some sense, this is the moment in which governments stop being simply agents of death. Because that's pretty much what governments did prior to 1790, is they killed people, right? Now, we may be charmed by Frederick the Great having letters back and forth with Voltaire. We may be very happy when they're killing our enemies for us, but they're basically in the death business. Then suddenly, local governments got into the life business. And it was because people, citizens, like Mayor Stephen Allen of New York, who was sort of an organizer, a friend of aqueducts. He puts together the urban alliance that builds the Croton aqueduct system. Dr. Stephen Smith, a pioneering urban doctor, figures out the sort of way that cholera is being spread, and then gets in New York. John Snow is the person who actually figures out that cholera is waterborne in London in the 1854 cholera outbreak. But Smith actually creates a political alliance that builds the Metropolitan Board of Health, and what they do is they make sure that all these tenement owners who basically didn't want to pay for access to the clean water, right? They start doing inspections and they start fining the tenement owners who don't connect, which reminds you that in many cases you need not just infrastructure, but you need incentives on top of that infrastructure. You don't just want a road, you want a road that is priced right, in terms of getting proper usage. And this is the moment in which local governments start doing this amazing thing. And you see the death rates just plummeting over the 19th century. And you go from cities being killing fields to places in which cities are actually often healthier than the non-urban areas, right? And in some sense, for almost 100 years, since the influenza pandemic of 1918, 1919, we forgot that urban density could enable spreads of diseases. We pretty much forgot the risk of pandemic more generally. And then all of a sudden, COVID-19 struck. And our world changed. And in some sense, it was much less It was much less devastating, perhaps, because we had Zoom, but it was also weirder because we had Zoom. Okay? It was just a very strange set of events. People went home for long periods of time. They didn't do that in 1918, 1919. They actually needed to work, and they went to work even if they were going to get sick. Now, this shift to a Zoom life, right, which still continues, and no part of what I'm saying suggests that I don't think hybrid has a future, and I don't think there aren't business conferences that won't be eliminated because of this. But how big a transformative effect will being remote have? Now, if you just look at the current data, it looks pretty big, okay? So I'll just give you two sets of data on current vacancies of offices. One is the Castle Back to Work Barometer. So the Castle operates the entry technologies for a bunch of fancy office buildings throughout the US. So what they see is basically the key fob entries, and they can tell you what occupancy is relative to the pre-pandemic. Across 10 cities, they're showing about 42% occupancy relative to pre-pandemic. So that's a 58% decline. There's variation, okay? Unsurprisingly, Dallas is at 50%, right? So Dallas is doing better in terms of people being at work. And San Francisco, which is always the nadir of these things, that's at 32%, okay? But it's a 32 to 50% range between those two, with the other cities in the middle. That data is biased towards knowledge workers, who are the ones who did the most of this stuff remotely. If you go to Google Workplace visits, which is perhaps certainly less biased, still probably somewhat biased. The US as a whole, we're down 22% in terms of workplace visits relative to pre-pandemic. So that's a lot different than a 50% decline. It's still pretty significant. There's still range across cities. Now, Dallas, that US as a whole is not just urban, that's everything. So Dallas across, I grabbed a bunch of cities. Dallas is the second lowest decline at 27%. Houston is 24%. So now, then you've also got 3 cities at 30%, so that's San Diego, Los Angeles, and Cook County, Chicago. These are all county-based data. And then you've got New York, which is 38% down, and again, San Francisco, which totally leads the pack, 49% reduction. Okay, in Google Work visits in San Francisco, really off the charts in terms of people stopping to go. Now, what does that mean for the world going forward? What does that mean for cities going forward? Will our cities have acres of empty skyscraper space for decades afterwards? I think there are many reasons why that's unlikely. But let's sort of acknowledge what we know so far about the facts of working remotely. So most of the studies that we have suggest that short-term productivity for many jobs, does not go down if you're remote. So data on computer programmers from Microsoft, for example, finds that they can program just as fast when they're apart. Data on call center workers, and we had an old study by the great Nick Bloom of Stanford documenting this, and there's new work by Natalia Emanuel and Emma Harrington showing the same thing. The call center workers, you send them home, they're making just as many calls. And if anything, they're making slightly more calls. So sort of static productivity stays kind of constant. We saw this, in fact, in productivity numbers. I think the question for many of us is, what do we think this means for more dynamic effects? So face-to-face learning is not just about getting a job done now. It's about building skills that last for the long run. Right? It's what the great English economist was talking about, Alfred Marshall was talking about when he wrote that in dense clusters, the mysteries of the trade become no mystery but are, as it were, in the air. Right? And I think all of you, if you're honest, can think of many times in your life when just being around someone who was a mentor, who was a role model, who was something in your life. Maybe it was because they screwed up, but you learned something from that. You became better, you became more productive. We're sort of, it's one of our greatest talents as a species is our ability to borrow knowledge from people around us, to be intellectual magpies. And you lose most of that when you're not in the same room. Now, the same call center worker studies that show flat productivity also shows that when you go remote, and this is pre-pandemic, this is not a particular pandemic thing. When you go remote, your probability of being promoted drops by over 50%, okay? 50%. And what does being promoted as a call center worker mean? You get to handle the really difficult calls. Doesn't that sound fun? But your wage does go up. Now, how would you learn how to handle those calls if you were all by yourself in your home? How would your boss know that you were good at handling these things, right? Being there is an opportunity to learn. I'm going to read you something from an abstract. This, again, the same people who found that in the short run, Microsoft's workers were just as productive. This is a Microsoft team, and I'll just read you from the abstract. Our results show that firm-wide remote work caused the collaboration network of workers to become more static and siloed, with fewer bridges between disparate parts. Furthermore, there was a decrease in synchronous communication and an increase in asynchronous communication. Together, these effects may make it harder for employees to acquire and share new information across the network. So it's a view that sort of the learning, the teaching nature of this job has gone down. Third fact, new hires. The work of Jose Ramon Morales Aria and, let me get the names right, Jose Ramon Morales Aria and Carlos Dabuin, looked at new hires and employment for jobs that could be done remotely and jobs that had to be done live. When the pandemic starts, both employment and new hires in jobs that had to be done live collapse. And then they come back up, both together. For the remotable jobs, employment, steady. New hires collapse and stays down for 18 months. Okay? So even though these programmers seem to be doing reasonably well in terms of their short-term productivity, right? New hires for programmers, or rather new ads on Burning Glass Technologies aggregator for programmers, drops by 42% between the start of 2020 and the end of 2020. They're just not onboarding new workers because they can't teach them the culture, because they can't build the sort of soft skills that go with working as a team. It just doesn't work. Fourth fact about the Learning Channel. We have now, and I understand that a school is not the same thing as a company, but they're not totally different, right? They have some things in common. We now have a long literature on remote schooling, and it's somewhere between being dismal and completely counterproductive, okay? It's about as useless a thing as you could possibly get, particularly with younger kids, right? And even with, our first-year graduate students last year, right? So these are smart, motivated people. It was a really, really difficult thing to get any traction going. It was a really difficult thing to build the sort of learning machine that you hope patterns. And because this sort of learning aspect is so important in economies that are built on information, that will serve as a pullback to offices, a pullback to face-to-face contact, a pullback to cities. Three other things that are important in terms of thinking about the future of remote work. First of all, when you have a decline in demand for office space, right, which I'm not doubting that this is one, right, the thing that first adjusts, or the thing that should adjust, is the price, right? And the price of these office buildings, the rents that they charge, should decline to a point in which they're filled again. Now, that may not be possible in markets that started essentially too close to the bone with office rents, like the Clevelands, the Detroits, the Buffaloes. Those may drop to a point in which they really do have vacancies. But if you're starting at $100 a square foot, or 80, or 60, fine, drop 20%. Okay? You'll get a whole bunch of businesses that used to be priced out in 2019 and will come back in. You'll have a younger, scrappier city, a younger, scrappier space, and that's not all bad. Okay? Second point, if you really imagine a world where, that is, really fully remote, this is a really awful world in terms of, American equality, right? During May 2020, at the apex of remote work, 68.9% of Americans with advanced degrees were working remotely. Let me just get the number. 5.2% of high school dropouts were working remotely. 15.3% of Americans with high school degrees and no college were working remotely. This was a very elite phenomenon. And if it's a world in which elites just go home, it means all of the urban service economy, the 32 million Americans before COVID, the 1/5 of the American labor force that worked in leisure, hospitality, and retail trade, they're just screwed, right? Those jobs depend upon people coming in. Last point about, before I go to winners and losers, last point about cities, face-to-face contact, and so forth. The other thing that's really important in terms of driving urban space has nothing to do with productivity, just has to do with fun. We're a social species that likes being around other people. And, I had plenty of 60-year-old colleagues who said, this remote work is fine. I don't really need to come in anymore. I didn't have a single 23-year-old student who said, what I really want to do is hang out in my dark studio apartment and just dial it in. I want to be around other people who are 23. I want to be around, I want to be living a real life. And that really is an important draw for our cities. I mean, the ability of cities to attract and retain talent is about as central a role as you can. And the role of cities as places of pleasure as well as productivity is really central. Okay, so I've tried to argue that the demand for face-to-face contact, the demand for cities, even the demand for offices shouldn't be thought to disappear. That doesn't mean that Zoom is irrelevant. Okay, so while I cannot see, just have in mind a startup with 15 really smart people who are doing an amazing product, right? Really excited about it. I think there's no chance that they will all say, oh, we're just going to go to our disparate houses in Orange County and some other place and only collect electronically. Okay, that's not what's going to happen. But they may well say, oh, we're tired of paying Silicon Valley rents and we don't want to pay taxes, and so we're going to relocate to Austin. We're going to relocate to Vail because we like skiing. We're going to relocate to Honolulu because we like surfing. That is an eminent possibility because they can connect with their venture capitalists over Zoom. They don't need the same location. And so for that reason, right, it feels to me like we're almost replaying the 1970s. The 1970s was this perfect storm where an increased ability to leave cities, container ships, highways, suburbs, all made it possible for both firms and wealthier individuals to just decamp. That heightened mobility collided with these progressive dreams, which saw true inequities that existed in our cities and wanted to do something about it. But they did so in a way that was putting the burden on the most mobile parts of their tax base. And so that tax base disappeared, and you faced a sort of very existential threat in the 1970s. I want to make sure that doesn't happen now. Okay, who have been the winners and losers? Now you're allowed to look at the paper, okay? Pete, go ahead. So they're ranked top to bottom. What I did for this, it's kind of I have 4 measures of urban success. Price growth, so this is real price growth, measured by the Federal Housing Finance Agency repeat sales indices. Weekly wage growth, employment growth, and the percent change in housing permits. I then take each of these measures, and you can see each one on their own, and to form an index, I divide each change by the overall standard deviation, how variable this thing is overall, to create something that's called a z-score, and then I just average across. And so it's ranked from top to bottom. So you can see the winner on this is Austin. And so my publisher, who chose the photo on the book, which is also Austin, gets a lot of kudos for sort of choosing that 18 months before this data came out. Amazing price growth, amazing wage growth, amazing employment growth, and amazing permits growth. Now should turn it over maybe? Well, Austin's the top. So if you should have Austin top, Phoenix is next. One thing that I would caution you about is this combination of 40% real price growth and a 47% permitting growth. That is awfully reminiscent of 2005 to me, 2006. And I would be a little bit worried about that, particularly in Sunbelt places, and this is not California, sadly, Sunbelt places where it's really easy to build. Right? Phoenix permitted the same number of homes that they did in last year as they did in 2005. Right? There's a lot of desert there. There's no meaningful barriers to building. And when Los Angelinos move out to Phoenix, they say, oh boy, it's really cheap here. I'm sure I should be paying a lot more for this house. And so the house goes up. But that doesn't recognize the tyranny that supply ultimately holds in controlling prices in an unconstrained market. Sunbelt dominates this list. This is basically the same story that we've seen in the US for the last 70 years because of both relatively pro-business policies, because of relatively pro-housing policies. And let's face it, Americans just like warmer winters. For all these reasons, the Sun Belt has done relatively well. There are some non-Sun Belt places. There's a bunch of really nice places in the West, like Salt Lake City, Denver. Then there are a couple of sort of old industrial cities, Indianapolis and Columbus, Ohio. These are very well-run places. Columbus is best seen as being the northernmost Sun Belt city rather than the southernmost Frost Belt city. And then finally, the total outlier here, Philadelphia. Philadelphia does not belong where it is. Philadelphia is where it is because of a crazy thing in its tax code that if you got in your permit, right, in 2021, right before in December, you didn't have to actually build anything. You would get this huge tax benefit. So all these developers rushed, and you can see it's all based on a 142% increase in housing permits, which is all a bunch of guys taking advantage of this. The Texas cities ended up being slightly lower on this list, not because they're not doing quite well, but because their housing markets are just saner, right? So you had a lot of permitting beforehand, so it couldn't go up by that much. And Texas cities tend to be smart enough to realize that if you have an unlimited amount of supply outside of Houston of housing, your prices shouldn't go up by that much. Go to the next slide. These are the ones that are not doing as well. Skilled places are towards the top. Less skilled places are towards the bottom. New York looks at the bottom of this list. New Orleans is the one place that did worst. In general, wage growth is associated with skills. Employment growth is associated with warmth in these areas. Other thing to notice, and again, this highlights the thing that I got most wrong about what would happen in the economy during COVID, what is the combination of robust wage growth with striking employment declines. So I thought what would happen from COVID would be a real drop in demand for urban service workers because people wouldn't want to go out to get a latte. I thought maybe there'd be some shock to the number of workers willing to do this stuff, but no, what really has driven this is the Great Resignation, is in fact that people aren't willing to go out and work on these things. And so it's been much more of a labor supply shock than a labor demand shock, which is where you get that telltale combination of employment going down and wages going way up. Okay, now 3 things, and I'll just say in terms of, we've got to be, if cities want to compete, they're going to need to be smarter. They can't just tax their way out of it. In the book, I talk about 4 areas. One of which is, I think, the most obvious, which is crime. That somehow or other America got itself, or some branch of America got itself into a deluded view that the right thing to do about crime was just to shut down the police. That's just nuts, okay? And as much as I may be an aficionado of policing reform, and certainly sentencing reform, right? I tell the story in the book about Ida Balaciotes and the fight to get 3 strikes and you're out, which was based on her daughter, who was horribly slaughtered by a repeat sexual predator who should never have been on the streets. Right? But the system should be able to lock up Diane Balaciotes' killer for life, but not lock up every 3-term drug dealer. Right? You should be able to figure out some sensible combination that actually punishes the people who should be punished and not others. I'm actually hopeful about being able to, if you spend a little more on crime, of actually able to deal with both objectives in policing, which is treating every resident with respect and reducing crime. You just need to measure, right? It's Drucker's old mantra, what gets measured gets managed. You just need to measure citizen respect just as we measure crime. Citizen enjoyment, citizen pleasure with the police. Housing supply, I've talked about housing supply a lot. In my life, I think the answer is fairly simple economically, but just murder politically, which is we just need to permit more housing, right? We got lots of land in this country, and we got lots of land in most of our cities. We've just got to permit more housing. That's what delivers the answer to this. The harder one, and I will just end with this, is education is absolutely central. And I spent 10 years on the advisory panel of the Gates Foundation, its domestic branch, thinking about education reform. And there were so many moments of hopefulness and so many moments of sort of thinking that we have some kind of an answer. And we just have made very little progress with in the past 20 years, 2 big national things, No Child Left Behind and the Race to the Top program, right? Both of which were well thought out, were clever, neither of which moved the needle in a really major way. I'm very skeptical actually about anything that the feds can do that will shape local school districts. I think basically this is a local matter. But I still think we have an obligation to do more for our kids, particularly for our high poverty kids. I like the idea of doing more things that are experimental, particularly vocational training, that wraps around existing schools, that leaves the existing school as in the ownership of localities, but then funds things that are competitively provided. And the great thing about vocational training as opposed to traditional K through 12 is you can pay for performance because you know whether or not someone's learned how to become a plumber or a programmer at the point of delivery. So we can have lots of people compete to do this, private sector, unions, any other group who wants to be in it, but you pay for performance. And with that, I'll end it up. But thank you all for being here, and it's great to be part of this conversation with you.
All right, so now comes Q&A. So I'm going to moderate this session. Please look for Melissa, Noah. If you have questions, write them down on the card, hand them in, and they'll get them up to me. But just one question to start off. Is remote work really bad for cities, or is it just bad for downtowns? And that what you're actually going to get is more mixed use, more 24/7 downtowns, the sort of outer neighborhoods become more lively. Is that altogether bad?
It's not altogether bad. And look, I think by and large, remote work is a blessing. I think by and large, things that increase people's opportunity sets are actually good things. So I don't think of this as some sort of great curse, although I will say, if I have to take another administrative meeting via Zoom, I may shoot myself. But but basically, this is a positive thing. And I think you're right. But let's just highlight what you were saying. Okay, to have more mixed use downtown, you need to have the permitting freedom to do it, right? And this is an era in which both because we need to sort of restart various forms of the urban entertainment economy, and because we need to reuse or these buildings, we need to make sure that we have permitting that's permissive enough to actually enable the changes that cities need to make.
Have cities always been, haven't they always been population sinks? One of the questions here is kids in cities. What makes cities a family-friendly city? Is that going to be a challenge kind of going forward? We're seeing a lot of household formation over the past year or so. What will make places, what will make cities today places where people want to live and raise a family?
So there are two things, one of which is, neither of which is sort of, unsolvable. There are two things that traditionally make cities, tough for kids. One of which is the school systems. And this is entirely, America's own decision. We've decided to tie the quality of education to where you live, and we created a system where lots of parents decided to leave cities. Lots of wealthier parents decided to leave cities in the 1960s and 1970s, partially because they were able to afford a car during those years. But this is not natural, right? There's no sense in which any Frenchmen thought they needed to leave Paris to get better schools for their kids. No Englishman ever thought he had to vacate London to get better school for their kids. This is an American thing that we've designed, and we can change. And you could change, oddly, if you wanted to move to sort of a dirigiste French model, which says it's 4 o'clock on a Thursday afternoon and I know what every third grader in America is being taught. I'm not in favor of that model, but you could go in that model, which would create uniformity of some form. Or you could move towards a more market-oriented model. It says it doesn't matter where you live. You have access to a vibrant competition among charter schools that actually enables you to get the same school anywhere. Either of those models would work.
So does remote work, one of the other questions is, does remote work make state and local taxes more important or less important? Similar question, another one was on amenities. So if you look at reasons why people are moving, they're moving for perhaps more policy-oriented reasons, rather than just, New York is a gusher of cash and there's a bunch of good jobs in San Francisco.
We haven't seen the data, but I would be shocked if you didn't have, more sensitivity to wasteful taxes. I mean, I think it's always important in terms of state and local taxes to keep in mind that, like, if the state and local taxes are paying for stuff that people value, they're not going to necessarily scare people off, especially if they're, administered in a relatively fair fashion. The problem is if we decide we're going to run a local safety net where we massively take from rich people and give to poor people, not every rich person thinks they want to necessarily do that when there are options that have, let's say, state bans on income taxes. So I think it does become more important, but it shouldn't necessarily lead us to think that we want to shrink every aspect of local government. We just want to make sure that we're getting value for our dollar.
So speaking of dollars and cents, we have a very strong Towns-esque question here. It's from Chuck Marone, so this makes sense. So a lot of financialization and debt, he says, helped get a lot of office space built. To what extent does it now impair the price corrections that need to happen? There's a lot at stake.
Oh, you want to be in the weeds on this? Okay, let's do it. Okay, now I can't tell you the full quantitative number on this, but one of the things that we've been watching is, Michael, I know you're fully aware of this, is there's been a shock to ground floor retail that long predates this pandemic, right? And there have been now empty storefronts in the Upper East Side of Manhattan for many, many years. Economics says that shouldn't happen. Economics says that those rents should come down and that those spaces should get occupied. What's holding it back? Now, one hypothesis is that what's holding it back is the nature of the debt covenants. So many of these debt covenants mean that you're actually not allowed to cut your rents, okay, which naturally would explain why these things are sitting open for a long time. So I think we need to think whether or not there are other elements of the debt contracts for, let's say, larger forms of commercial space that will also impede the working of the price mechanism. Just as we worried during the Great Recession about various aspects of the debt covenants on the residential mortgages and how they could be making it difficult for that market to sort itself out. But it's a great question.
So there's two questions on smaller cities and rural areas. Is there an opportunity now to better connect thriving cities with their rural areas or other small cities around them? Is remote work part of that? How do you do that? Any thoughts? So for sure, I mean, remote work makes it easier to dial in from a distant area. It doesn't mean that it's going to be exactly the same. I think when I think about which low density areas are going to benefit from this stuff, remember that remote work, remember that fact about who worked remotely in May 2020, right? It's skilled people, which means that remote places that are attractive to skilled people are very likely to benefit from this. And when you go down, I just gave you the 50 largest metropolitan areas. When you go down to the littler areas, the places that really did well during the last 2 years, there were places that were college towns. There were places that had attracted skilled people for decades before this. They had amenities that skilled people want. They were basically nice places. This doesn't mean that a low-density part of America that is not particularly attractive, that has no amenities for skilled people, will not necessarily benefit for this. And I see very little of this which is likely to benefit the Rust Belt cities, which have had problems for decades either. So you said, going to housing, there's a question on a quote that you had. You said there's plenty of land. What does that mean in California? What's the California context for plenty of land, wildfire risk? What should building look like here in California?
That's a great question. I think the fact, and I'm not sure if it's still true, but the fact and I wasn't building up all the infrastructure that you needed, but just as a sheer accounting sense, you could put the whole world on 10th acre lots in the state of Texas, right? Just in terms of just the adding up of just how big America is. So this is a question in California, right, about how compact. Now, first of all, like, look out there. There's a lot of empty stuff, right? We look around. There's a lot of empty stuff everywhere. The question is, what does it mean to permit more stuff in California? And I think the right answer is probably not to sort of, have things further and further out in the exurbs, but to allow more intense building in LA County, in Orange County, in places that are, central, but where zoning has made it very difficult to add space. And again, I'm not arguing for that anyone should live in a denser area than they want to have. I think that one of the greatnesses about America is we have lots of different ways in which you can live, lots of different communities, lots of different cities, lots of different structures, right? Many people may want to live in a place with 2 acres, but I'm a little bit less confident that they have a right to impose that all their neighbors have to have 2 acre lots as well. And that's sort of at least the way that I've always viewed a lot of local zoning is it's a taking of private freedom from individual landowners and making it impossible for them to do with their land what they would choose to do with it.
So you said that there's a lot of land out here. The California Coastal Commission would have something to say about developing that land. So that leads to one of the other questions, which is how should city leaders react to bad state policy that restricts their ability to compete in the areas that you've highlighted?
Right. So California is just in its own world in terms of the land use planning. I mean, it's sort of just amazing. I mean, from the Friends of Mammoth case on down, which requires sort of every large local project to go through an environmental impact review, and it's an environmental impact review that's completely slanted, right? That takes only into account what happens in the very hyper-local environment and doesn't incorporate at all the fact that building in California is just intrinsically green because this is a very mild climate, and so that means you need much less, heating in winter and much less air conditioning in the summer. And when you don't build in California, you build somewhere else. You build outside of Las Vegas. You build in Texas. You build in a place that is intrinsically less green, not because of anything about California's policies, but just because it's a heck of a lot more humid in July in Texas than it's going to be in San Francisco. And so, in terms of fixing California, I don't know, Michael. I mean, look, we see these things.
We have a panel right after this where we
see these things come through. Look, every time I'm always on the YIMBY side on this, and every time we see something that comes out of the state legislature that's sort of vaguely in favor of easier permitting for somebody, I cheer. But this is small potatoes, right?
Okay,
so it's hard to imagine that it's going to make a huge difference, but I'm certainly still rooting for it.
There's a related question. I just happen to really like this subject matter. Does rent control ever make sense? I thought I'd ask an economist this.
Okay, the only times in which I think you can make a case for it was during World War II itself. Okay, where there are sort of morale issues with people seeming to get excessive profits out of wartime shortages. Now, that by doing this, you're still screwing up the housing market, but it may make sense to do this for psychological reasons that are completely unrelated to actually helping the housing market function. If you're not in a situation in which you're asking Americans to sacrifice an enormous amount to fight for freedom across the oceans, then it doesn't make sense, right? And it doesn't make sense for many, many reasons. It doesn't make sense because it screws up the incentive to supply more housing. It creates the incentive to take housing off the housing market, off the rental market, and put it into the ownership market. It doesn't make sense because it means that owners don't have an incentive to maintain their housing. And the work of David Otter and Parag Pathak in Cambridge shows not only does your own apartment diminish if you're under rent control, but your neighbor's apartments get crappier too because nobody wants to maintain a house that's next to a crappy other house. It screws up who lives in the houses. One of my favorite quotes on this is from Nat Sherman, the famous tobacconist to the world, who, when in a quote that's cited in The Streets Were Paved with Gold, which is about New York in the 1970s, he says, yeah, I have this, dirt cheap apartment overlooking Central Park West, but it's fair because I use it so rarely. It's fair because I use it so rarely, which means that he's getting almost no value out of this. Well, the problem is there are people who would pay 5 times as much as he would to get this thing, and because of rent control, they're not getting it. And this quite wealthy person gets this extra little vacation pied-à-terre, right, instead of it going to the people who value it most. So no, I think it's. I think it is clearly, about as unwise a policy as we can have. I will just end by quoting the words of Assar Lindbeck, a distinguished Swedish social democratic economist who declared that short of bombing, we know of no faster way to destroy a city than rent control.
The socialist economist, Swedish.
He's on the margin.
Democrat.
You wouldn't want to,
Okay. All right. So, but by the way, I love all these different questions, a variety of topics, and that you can tackle all this huge variety. Here's another quick shift. Disasters impact in the degree of, like, how do they affect the strength of civil societies? You brought that up. What role do local leaders play in fostering local strength, local civil society?
Absolutely. It's on you. Absolutely, local leaders have a huge role to play in this. I mean, good mayors know their people, make their people feel that they're respected, make change feel comfortable, right? So I was a big fan of Mayor Menino, who was a 5-term mayor in Boston, and he knew more than half of the city personally. He knew them. He spoke every time words came out of his mouth. You knew that he was a real Bostonian, right? I mean, you couldn't understand it half the time, but like it was fantastic. And so that credibility meant he could push for an innovation district, which then built towers for tech companies or new entrepreneurs for Boston. And everyone believed that he was doing that for them. Right? Whereas I promise you, if Michael Bloomberg was doing this in New York, everyone would think the fix is in for his tech company buddies. Right? It's all about sort of having that credibility and building that sense of connection so the community trusts you. That is a huge part of local leadership. I would say also one other thing on local leadership, which is sort of my mantra on this, which is that most of the time, capacity is much more important than policy. And this is something that takes a while for people who come from the ivory tower to figure out. That you come in with some brilliant policy idea that you've shown up, and the mayor basically has 3 people who will do what the mayor wants them to do, and he's not going to waste those 3 people's time on your idea. He's got his own stuff to do. And those limitations on what, just the ability to make changes are just really, really important. And it's really important always to pay attention to that.
What have you observed in capacity building in local government? So you're coming in as a mayor, you're trying to get a handle on the issues, you made promises in the campaign trail, and you have your office to deliver on that, but then there's also an entire staff as well, there are professional agencies. What have you observed as lessons learned of how mayors can lead well?
Every place is different, and usually there needs to be some pocket within the city where you can actually find highly skilled workers who will actually do what you say, as opposed to the parts of Boston City Hall that would not turn on their desktop for the first 10 years desktop were around. And it was only when smartphones had the pictures of their grandkids on them that they would be induced to switch over to use their kids. But there are still pockets of City Hall which were willing to do what the mayor said, and you build up those parts, and you have you find your people. I think it's just as interesting though to ask, where does talent come from outside of City Hall? Right? Where do you get aides to help? And often it has to do with a very mayoral specific thing. So I remember doing an event with Mayor Walsh in Boston just as he was beginning his tenure. And it was a sort of town hall, and the people who really staffed this in a functional way were his guys from the trade unions, his guys who were building union guys. And they were stand-up guys, and they showed up at 6 o'clock, and they made sure the thing happened. And they were great. They were absolutely fantastic. And very different model, Columbus, Ohio. I said northernmost Sunbelt town, very pro-business town, partially because the Columbus Partnership for more than 20 years has stepped up, right, and has provided, business leaders have provided state capacity to mount bids for things, state capacity to rethink downtown. And it's the business community coming together that has provided an enormous amount of strength for that administration that they wouldn't have in-house. And so that's another model, right? There are lots of different ways in which a local leader can gather talent from outside. The key, of course, is the local leader still has to maintain some control over it, but that's why you're here, right? That's why that's why you got your job, so you're presumably good at that. But figuring out how to get more people than the people who are your direct reports to actually do what you want is sort of a critical thing.
Final question on talent. What does it mean for leaders today to attract talent into their communities in an age of remote work, but more than just the top-tier talent that's maybe mobile, but just really inclusively building it within the communities? What does it mean for talent for the future? The cities.
This is such the important question, and I always say that the most important form of economic development, the basic line is what you want to do is attract and retain talent, and then get out of its way, right? It's also most of the time how you build a great university department as well. And that does mean your schools, right, end up being really important because your schools are going to turn out talent, and they're also going to attract talented parents if they're stronger. But it's also about attracting talent that's not connected to the schools, which is about having amenities that are fun. It's about unleashing the entrepreneurs who can make cities more entertaining. And one of the things that upsets me most about entrepreneurship in this country is the fact that we regulate the entrepreneurship of the poor so much more than we regulate the entrepreneurship of the rich. Right? That in fact, if you want to start your internet phenomenon in your Harvard College dorm, you can have 20 years of influencing the world before any regulator knows you exist. If you want to start a grocery store that sells milk products 2 miles away, you have 15 permits before you can sell a single thing. Okay? That's just appalling. And it's those grocery stores, it's those real world entrepreneurs that actually make the city fun. Right? And they're the ones where it's really important to have things like one-stop permitting or other things that actually just make it easier for ordinary people to start the businesses that bring joy to ordinary urbanites. And that is part of economic development strategy. Because if your city isn't fun, it's not going to win.
And you bring joy to us ordinary urbanites too, Ed. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Mike.
Really appreciate it. Thank you. Thank you. Well, now we're going to switch to the next part of our program. If I could ask Mayors O'Neill, Lincoln, and Faulkner to come on up, we'll start our next panel. Our next panel is on what it takes to lead locally today. I'll sit over here. Oh, that's perfect. Thank you.
Come on.
And I think it's really important to take what Ed's discussed and now make it practical and discuss what it does mean to, given the context of where we are, given the history that Ed's given the challenges that we have, to discuss how we implement that and the lessons learned. But the lessons learned, we've been building them for many years, and we have just an incredible lineup here of experience. Starting off to my left, former San Diego mayor and Pepperdine professor, Kevin Faulkner. Thank you so much for joining.
Good to be here. Thank you.
You grew up just north of here, right?
Right up the coast, Oxnard.
Yeah. You were businessman, San Diego council member, assumed office 2014, reelected. That's right. And really known for his creative solutions to pressing problems. And now, of course, a visiting professor of community leadership and government innovation. Is that it? Yep. Next to him, Stockton Mayor Kevin Lincoln. It's good to have you here. Elected in 2020, he's a former Marine and pastor. I have that right? 2 kids?
2 kids.
2 kids?
2 teenagers.
2 teenagers.
15 and 16.
There is a difference.
2 kids, but 3 pillars as mayor, right? You have housing and homelessness, economic opportunity, and digital democracy.
Yep.
Yeah, it's incredible. And then former mayor and current Newport Beach council member Will O'Neill. Will is a partner at a local law firm. In 2020, he became the youngest person to be mayor of Newport Beach and led throughout COVID. It's quite an experience, wasn't it?
Oh, yes.
All right, so we'll talk about what it means to be a mayor today. It's not just about the job, of course, but what the job means to their neighbors, what folks look for in the local leaders today, what it means to lead locally when everything seems national today, too. Mayor Lincoln, I actually want to start with you. Why did you run for mayor?
Wow, that's a big open-ended question. I didn't take a traditional route to become a mayor, meaning that I didn't have any prior civic service, local government, city council. What I saw after serving our community for the 7 years previously was that there was a need for leadership, there was a need for transparency, and to increase trust, because the city of Stockton has experienced so much trauma for a couple of decades from their leadership positions. So what I felt, there was a culmination of experience, life experience, that I had to give back. Now, my initial thought was to run for mayor in 2024 because we had a very popular incumbent mayor. I understood the odds, the numbers, but just by chance, I had a conversation with a friend of mine, and we started the conversation about becoming mayor. And that was in October of 2019, and decided to announce my candidacy in November 2019, and it was a full year of campaigning. Nobody knew that COVID was going to hit at that time either. And so But if you ask me if I would do it all over again, I would say yes, because I believe this is the right season for our city, and I have the right type of leadership style that our city needs right now.
So I want to come back to your experiences now as mayor. So you've run and won. So I want to come back to you, Mayor Faulconer. I actually want to come to you too on the question that's the theme of our panel. What does it take to lead locally today? This isn't your first rodeo. You were a council member in San Diego. You won a special election for mayor, then got reelected. And not to make this too political, but you were reelected as a Republican.
Not to make this too political in politics.
But I know that's always a great start. But you were reelected as a Republican in a blue city, getting bluer. What did you learn that it takes to lead locally today, given all that?
And it's something that I've believed for a long time, particularly, and Ed was talking about a lot of the similarities in mayor. And I think that one of the things in all of our cities, I think the one thing that really is a truism when you're talking about the executive and being mayor is, boy, you better be able to connect with people. And it's not about Republican, Democrat, or Independent. Is this man or woman going to be able to get some stuff done? Do I believe in them? Are they talking about the right things that we should be doing? I think when you can do that, you can win. In San Diego, Republican registration is 24%. And so to win, you have to get Republicans, yes, but you also have to connect with everybody across the political spectrum. And I think that those mayors, those leaders that can do that are, not only can win, but I think are going to be better to effectively actually govern, because then you have to build those coalitions of support. You have to help lead people to see what we are going to do, the policies that you want to initiate, whether it was infrastructure, whether it was the reforms and changes that we made, because it's not easy. All of us as mayors have to deal with city councils, right? Love those city council members. I was one.
That's right.
It's much better to be mayor, by the way. But you have to be able to connect in that. And so I think the more you talk in terms of results, the more you talk about in terms of what you want to be doing from a vision standpoint that brings people together, then I think you're going to be able to be successful. Because anybody, in any mayor, you can get up and you can demagogue things all day long, but then you're not going to get very much done. And I think at the end of the day, most folks who run for office is because they actually want to get results. They actually want to make their city a little bit better.
If I could piggyback
Yes,
on
please.
what Mayor Faulconer was saying. What I found when I was running for office, and even now being in office 18 months, is it only becomes partisan when you make it partisan, right? During my campaign, when I was running for office, nobody knew that I was Republican, because I was going places that your traditional Republican wouldn't go. I was engaging in spaces, coalitions, and having conversations that one party or the other wouldn't participate in those conversations. But the key was focusing on the fundamental needs of the community. That was it. So when those interactions took place, the community knew that, you know what, this person has my best interest at heart, right? There's already walls and barriers there between local government and the constituents, but I think I could begin to trust again, or I want to trust, and maybe this might be that bridge to help me take the next step.
Does that resonate with you? Does that sound?
It does, and when I was running, I talked a lot, as Kevin knows, about One San Diego, about bringing our city together after a very difficult time when the former mayor resigned, and I meant it. And so you better have an administration that reflects that. Appreciate what Ed was talking about in terms of getting talent and a diversity of talent, because again, particularly and I don't care what size city you have the privilege to lead, people are going to be looking for that. They're going to be looking for people that are part of that they know and that they trust.
Councilmember O'Neill, I want to get to you too. You, because of how Newport Beach works, you picked the short straw for mayor in 2020. This wasn't a bad thing, but you did have to lead through the pandemic. So we're talking about what it means to run locally today, be a mayor locally today. What did it mean to lead locally during a pandemic today?
Yeah, so in Newport Beach, we rotate our mayor amongst the council members. And so because of the way it fell, I actually kind of had a choice between being mayor in 2019 and being mayor in 2020. And I let it be known that I'd rather be the mayor in 2020, which was an interesting choice looking back on it. But it was interesting because, look, I have an abiding faith that we're placed in positions at a certain time based on time and talent that we have. But you don't need to have that faith to really recognize that you can choose a position, you can hold the position, but you don't get to choose the circumstances in which you actually do hold that position. And so you needed to have actually worked hard to develop a certain set of skills and relationships in order to be able to lead no matter what the situation is. And in Newport Beach, we actually had our year start off with the worst tragedy that's ever happened in our city when we lost 9 members of our community in a helicopter crash. Most people internationally remember that as the day that Kobe Bryant died with his daughter. For Newport Beach, we remember that day as losing fathers and husbands, moms and wives, daughters and sisters. That was a day where we lost a lot of our community. And so for us, that's how it started. And when you're mayor, you don't get to sit back and just kind of let everyone else speak. You need to get out and actually try to channel some of the pain that your community is feeling. And so empathy and the ability to get out and speak and be credible when you do matters quite a bit. And then, of course, COVID hit. COVID is one of those moments where if you lacked humility as a leader, you were in a lot of trouble. Because you did not, I don't know of any epidemiologist in the nation who was a mayor at that moment. And you needed to be able to look at people and say, I don't know, but let's go find out. And we were really fortunate in Newport Beach to have a local hospital called Hoag that is a nationally renowned hospital, but not just that, they have an incredible epidemiology department. And so for us, trying to determine what is our messaging going to be, one of the things we needed to figure out really quickly was who are we going to amplify? Because I guarantee you we weren't going to amplify our own messages because that's not our specialty. And that's that humility aspect of it. So we said, look, the CDC is going to get politicized because it's associated with Donald Trump. The California Department of Public Health is going to get politicized because it's associated with Gavin Newsom. And I didn't know if I could trust the Orange County Health Department at that moment, but I knew we could trust Hoag, and I knew that if you were going to talk about someone's health, the first person they were going to trust is their doctor. And so we spent a lot of time emphasizing messages coming from actual doctors, which is an amazing concept during COVID, but that was the thing. And look, Newport is an older, definitely more affluent community, and we ended up weathering COVID in a way that, by demographics, was pretty remarkable. And that's because of a number of different instances. But let's not forget, I mean, that was the same year we also ended up seeing George Floyd murdered, and we had police protests. And in Newport Beach, we've never had a police protest, ever. And we had 5 in a day. Now, I will say a lot of people were coming up to our police officers and saying, we're not protesting you specifically, we're protesting the other officers in these other bad cities. But still, I mean, that's one of those times. And then, of course, and then you get curveballs. Like, we had people show up to our beaches because they were wide open, and we knew it was an airborne virus that the best place you could be is outside. And so we had about 40,000 people go to our beaches, which just point out real quickly, I'm sure Mayor Faulkner knows his numbers too. 4th of July, Newport gets about 120,000 people on our beaches. So 45,000 was nothing. But it made international news because people were on a beach. And so because of that, Governor Gavin Newsom decided to specifically close our beach. And I ended up going on national news to fight to get them open, which happened. But I mean, look, when you're talking about the leadership you need during really trying times, I mean, nuance helps. Not trying to go.
This also goes to the point that you can come into office with a set of priorities and an agenda.
Yeah.
And then curveballs come your way, right? I mean, I'm sure you've all experienced variations of that.
And what it takes to run for office and win an election is completely different from what it takes to actually effectively govern.
Expand on that.
Yeah.
Yeah. What does that
And so
look
what I
like?
mean by that is it's very tempting when you run for office to try to overpromise, because that likability factor, you want votes. But I come from school of thought is underpromise, overdeliver, right? And so, because what people will receive what is real. They'll know, they know what's real. And so for me, it was about, okay, just simplifying what's important to the people and what will translate when I begin to govern, right? And so that's what it was for me. It was focused on those issues of homelessness, of public health, focused on public safety. But the most important thing to the community that was the glue to it all was that public service and transparency, because I didn't want the public to feel like when I took office, it was a bait and switch. It was, you got me into office, and now it's about my personal agenda. There's a fine line when it comes to policy and implementation of policy as it relates to your local government and being effective for the sustainable future. When you get into office, oftentimes you can look at, okay, what's next for me? And the policies that I implement right now or that I back may better position me for a future opportunity. But when you truly understand your local constituency and your makeup, you should be focusing on what is going to benefit your community for the foreseeable future. If you take care of the people and what matters to them most and what's important to them, they're going to take care of you. And I learned that through my business experience in the corporate sector. You know, you want there's two types of customers. There's your internal customers and there's your external customers. You want your internal customers, your employees, to be your net promoter, right? Because they're the ones that are going to, in turn, increase your customer base and make sure that your external customers have a very high level of customer satisfaction. So for me, my internal customers, as mayor in our setup in local government on our dais, my internal customers are my council members, and our external customers are our constituents, right? We have to be working together collaboratively, hand in hand, so that we can make sure that our community benefits not only now, but for the foreseeable future.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and actually, I mean, Mayor Lincoln has probably a better perspective than a lot of other people on exactly what you're talking about in terms of running and leadership style, because, I mean, your campaign was nationally watched because of who you were running against. And it reminded me, I mean, when LBJ was president, he went back and met the Pope, and the Pope actually gave LBJ a 14th century painting, and LBJ gave the Pope a 12-inch bust of himself. And it's kind of funny because you have this moment of humility. I mean, it's just ridiculous. But the thing was, you ran entirely focused on your city, and you were running against someone who had become a national figure. And you came in with that credibility. You came in with that humility that I think has served you darn well for the last couple of years. Because I mean, I've been watching you, and I think it's very impressive.
That sounds like a great ringing praise here. That's amazing. Mayor Faulconer, I saw you nodding your head when we mentioned curveballs. I wonder if you have some thoughts on that. Also on the customer service aspect. You mentioned customers. I feel like this was a big part of your administration.
The curveballs have become part of the job. I don't think you realize that until you actually get elected and you see that. I mean, I remember when I ran for my first term, and I'm talking about infrastructure, what I wanted to do and pave the roads, 1,000 miles of streets, what I wanted to do with policing. By the time that I left office, homelessness when I ran for office was an issue. My last 3 years in office, I spent more time on the issue of homelessness than any other issue. I was proud of what we were able to do. We became the only big city in California where we actually reduced homelessness by double digits. But when I look back at what we faced back in my first term, where we had a hepatitis A outbreak in San Diego County, and it hit us particularly hard in the urban center of San Diego. And it was at that time that I said, look, I was tired of arguing, is it the county's responsibility for health and human services and homelessness? Is it the city's responsibility? I'm like, look, I'm mayor. These are my streets. I'm going to be held accountable for it, whether I'm responsible or not. So we better darn well do something different. And it was at that time that we took some pretty aggressive action, set up a series of bridge shelters. I picked the locations myself, by the way, because guess what? Everybody wants more homeless services. They just don't want it here. They just don't want it there. But I made a deal with the community, and I said, it's going to be cleaner and safer in this neighborhood with this shelter than before it was there. And if that's not the case, you know who to blame, because I'm the guy picking the locations. But I felt so strongly about that we created a whole new division of neighborhood policing and health and human services to make sure that we followed up with what you said we're going to talk about. And so from like I said, an issue that was there, but to one that particularly in California is at the very, very top because of what's going wrong in our state. I think it goes to show what mayors can do on the local level. The state of California absolutely should be taking a larger role, a leadership role in homelessness. It isn't doing it. It'll write a check, but it's not doing the types of interventions that I think all of us want to see. So as mayors, I think you have the ability to step in and say, we have to solve this problem at the local level. You cannot wait for somebody else to come in and solve it for you, because that's not going to happen. And so then you better be able to rely on common sense, on what you think you should be doing, with the goal of, hey, we're going to help people get off the street. And we're going to say it's not acceptable for you to die on our streets doing heroin and methamphetamine, or to put up a tent in front of somebody's house or from somebody's business. That's what we changed in San Diego. And I think that goes to show that you can do that. If, again, you build coalitions, you bring people together. But I think most importantly, when you're mayor, you have the ability to act. You have the ability to act and make a difference. And at the end of the day, I think that's the opportunity for all of us and all of our fellow mayors that are here there. It's about action. Boy, I can't tell you how many folks, and even some of my fellow mayors will come out and we'll study this or we'll study that. Boy, you can do that forever. But if you use your common sense, I think then people get it. And you know, just one more point on a different topic, is Ed was talking about the defund the police movement. I mean, I vividly remember getting woken up in my house one night. Somebody was out in a bullhorn, defund the police, defund the police. I'm like, you know, I've had some interesting folks out in front of my house, and that's part of the job. But then it got louder and louder. I had hundreds of people for 10 days in a row yelling and screaming, defund the police. I'm like, I think police are kind of important. I think it's kind of important that when you call 911, you have the best trained men and women out there that are going to come and respond to it. And to do that, that costs dollars. And so yes on police reform, which we took some pretty aggressive action. Yes on community policing. Yes on the highest policing standards. But no, we're not going to defund our police department. And sometimes as mayor, you have to be able to step forward and say, it doesn't matter what the kind of the flavor folks are talking about on some of this stuff. That's the wrong thing to do. And when I saw some of my colleagues up and down California kind of came out knee-jerk and said, yes, we're going to cut our police budget. I'm not going to name the cities because then I get in trouble. But they all came out and they defunded their police budget. Guess what they're all doing now? They can't run fast enough to put money back in their police departments. And so I think, again, you have the opportunity as leaders that to put in some common sense, but to stand up for some of those common sense. It's not partisan, but if you get people to lead, when you do that, I think you're going to be more effective, and at the end of the day, get the results that I think all of us want.
Mayor Lincoln, that kind of common sense approach, I know this is a big part of your campaign and homelessness as well. What have you found is top of mind for your constituents, for your neighbors today? Is it homelessness? How do you hear them talking about these issues when you try to translate that into policy?
You know, as I just heard Mayor Faulconer just talk about, homelessness and public safety, one of the things that came to the top of my mind right now was the fact that the national narrative doesn't always translate locally, okay? When we talk about defund the police, one thing that I found was your community wants you to be a voice for them, right? They want their elected representative to be a voice for them. But at the same time, you have to have the courage and the will to be that voice, even though it's not popular. Mm-hmm. And what's popular is what's being driven on the national scale. That's popular. But what's important to communicate is the local issues. So with Stockton, homelessness, is still top public safety, specifically as it relates to now. Recruitment and retention of our officers as well. They went through 2 years. It was probably the most 2-3 years, this past 2-3 years, probably the most difficult time to be a public safety, to be a law enforcement officer, right? And so now there's this gap, that's coming into play with the Great Resignation, and there's this issue now of recruiting and retention. So how do we do that? How do we become more innovative in our approach, leverage technology? How do we attract the next generation to want to step into this field? And so there's a whole, this is very complex issues. We can't necessarily, get into the weeds, but these are the things that we're looking at. These are things that we're focused on. when it comes to solutions and policies, I think we've heard a common theme of humility. Part of being humble is being able to reach out, benchmark, have conversations with other officials that are doing things in certain spaces, right? Early on, I reached out to Mayor Faulkner in his last year in office while I was campaigning because I wanted to understand what was working. I wanted to understand what steps or what can we adopt and to help take steps to mitigate this more pressing humanitarian health issue and crisis of homelessness. That's exactly what I did. And so we identified several solutions. Now, again, that's the difference of what it takes to campaign and message is different from what it takes to effectively govern. But because we didn't overpromise, because we were focused on the root cause and focused on real solutions that would work, now the city, 18 months into it, is in a place where we're going to be standing up bridge shelter, right? Where the city of Stockton, we're not necessarily the human services aspect like the county is, but we're utilizing some of the funding that we have to roll out and implement crisis intervention programs that focus on behavioral health challenges, mental health, substance use that are impacting this space of homelessness. So we're doing what we can do right now to address it at the root cause so that we can begin to mitigate it moving forward.
This is great. I hear you trading best practices, like mayors talking with each other. That sounds great. I also hear you talking about keeping relentlessly focused on local issues, because I can imagine, as mayor, you're going out to talk in neighborhoods. Maybe they want to talk about homelessness. Maybe they also want your response to some national issues, whatever's on cable news that night. Is that a tension as well?
I mean, I find the media wants your response on national stuff all the time. Like you have reporters that'll say, "What do you think about what just happened, at the White House?" But when you're out in the grocery store or the gas station, brother, what's up with my street? You told me that was going to get paved 6 months ago. So I think that your constituent standpoint are always going to want you to focus on local issues, and that's a good thing. I mean, obviously that's why we ran for the job that we did, and I think sometimes there's a proclivity for so many folks to want to jump in and and trade off on the story of the day from the national news, but I've always found that it doesn't really serve you very well in the job that you were elected to do. Other folks can disagree with that, I suppose, but I think what your constituents want is, hey, is our city safe? Are our streets, is our parks doing okay? How about our cops? How about our police response times? The hyper-local issues, and I think the effective mayors are the ones that really focus on that. The mayors that don't, you could literally spend a bunch of your time doing cable TV shows or whatever it is. It doesn't really help you at the end of the day.
I see you nodding over there. What was your experience like? Now, you had to be on cable TV at some moments when the entire nation's focused on what's happening on your beaches. But at the end of the day, the public health crisis is for some families, a very personal kind of crisis. They're looking to you for leadership. But I also imagine you still had to focus on the day-to-day of governing and keeping focused on your priorities. What was that like?
Oh, yeah, there's no question. So Ed, you quoted Menino. I actually, in preparing for this, I went back to a quote that I actually hold up from him from time to time, which is, "Tell me Monday about a pothole on your street and it'll be filled by Friday, or I'd know why not. A politician can expect no higher praise than he kept his promises. In the grand scheme of things, perhaps filling a pothole doesn't matter, but to the citizen who nearly lost a tire in that pothole, it says, you matter." That's what happens when you are staying focused on what is affecting your community. It just does. And look, when you are the mayor of Newport Beach, when you're the mayor of Stockton, when you're the mayor of San Diego, yeah, you can go on cable, you can go on a whole bunch of things if you want to. But the truth is that people pay a lot of attention to what you're doing in the city and not quite as much what you're doing outside the city. And if you spend too much time outside that city, they notice because they forget, it appears like you're forgetting what you're doing. And look, in Newport Beach, same thing, public safety, homelessness, And I think that what we see when we see cities failing, they typically are forgetting their first principles in particular. For me, my sense is for cities, the first principles tends to be public safety, public infrastructure, and clean water, clean sewers. When you aren't doing any of those things properly because you're diverting your attention to secondary and tertiary ideas, and look, I left really important stuff off there. I left parks off there. Parks are great. I left libraries off. They're amazing. But if you're funding a lot of other things to the detriment of those first things, and also to the points that I heard earlier, especially on public safety, if you're not recruiting the best officers you can find, if you're not retaining the best officers you can find, and if you're not training the best officers you can find, you'll find that the morale of your police department goes down, and at the same time, the quality of your police department goes down. And if you enter into that cycle of degradation, you are going to have major problems, and we've seen that over and over and over again. And you see it in large part because of the leadership at the city council levels. Because if the majority of your council bought into the idea of defunding the police, and since Kevin didn't name the cities, I will. No, I'm just kidding. But if
They're large and they're right close to us.
No, look, I mean, Los Angeles bought into it, Oakland bought into it, San Francisco bought into it. If your council bought into that, you are seeing a cycle right now of really difficult police officers leaving in large groups, retiring in large groups, and the recruitment is really hard. And that's the cycle that you enter into when you forget your first principles.
But let me just, and just to jump in on that, because I stole this line because I happen to believe it's from our former police chief, who I appointed my very first day in office, the first female police chief in the history of San Diego, Shirley Zimmerman, and she said, best practices today are not going to be best practices 5 years from now. And so how do you know which practices that you need to adopt and to change, right? That's what governance comes all about, and the give and take. And I remember my very first year, because we had some problems with some very few officers, which is one of the reasons I brought in new police leadership. One of the things that we said, we invited folks to come and do an audit of us. We were the first big city to adopt body-worn cameras for all of our officers. Now they're ubiquitous, right? Everybody does. But at the very beginning, that was quite a, can you imagine the pushback that you had from some of your officers? I don't want Big Brother looking out after me while I'm doing my job every single day. And now I will tell you, body-worn cameras are a tremendous tool for both the officers and the community, because it helps tell the truth and what's going on out there. Those are now best practices. Every police department now wears body-worn cameras. Wasn't the case, not too many years ago. So I think part of our job is to always, and why I think these conferences are so important when you talk and you share information and data. Yes, what is happening in Stockton? What are you doing? What's going on in Newport Beach? What are your best practices? Because it constantly changes. And I think the good leaders can help decide what you need to change, what you need to adopt, but you're never certain that it's the right path, right? I wasn't certain at the beginning that body-worn cameras were going to actually really work, but they did. But part of what leadership is taking risks and to say, okay, I think this is the right thing to do. And if you approach it, I believe, from that angle, you're going to be much better suited in the long run.
I want to stick with you on some of those nuts and bolts. And by the way, please do think of questions, write them down on the note cards, and my colleagues and the staff here will get them to me. But on the nuts and bolts, we were talking about parks, we were talking about potholes. In fact, if I remember correctly, you first got involved in politics because of parks.
I did.
You're passionate about parks.
Yeah.
I also seem to recall that you had an app where somebody who is in San Diego could say, I have a pothole right here, and somebody would come out and fix it.
Yep.
Talk to us about that kind of nuts and bolts part of governing, of creating sometimes digital solutions, sometimes not, to deliver things that people really kind of care about in nuts and bolts level.
Great question. It's about service. That's what Kevin was talking about. How do you, should you call up and report a pothole and then nobody gets back to you? And how long does it take? So we all use our cell phones now, right? So we created the Get It Done app. So you can go in, punch in what you're on, and you're going to get a message back from the city that says, we received your thing, right? And we're going to tell you when we expect to have it filled, and we're going to send you a note that says it was filled. Can you imagine how popular that was the first week when that came out? Crash data, everything coming, so lesson. But so and what we quickly found is people want to interact with the city, if you give them the opportunity to do that. So I think, I created a whole new department as part of our bureaucracy. I felt so strongly about this. I created the Department of Performance and Analytics. Wow, what an interesting concept. Let's see how we're doing in performing and analyzing this and report back to what we're doing so people can interact with city government. How can you get that one-stop permit that Ed was talking about? I mean, how can you do all of these things? But when you connect more with your citizens, they're going to trust the city more, or they're going to want to engage the city more if they know what is happening. So it really, I think, it really becomes a transparency. I don't think we have it perfected yet in San Diego and a lot of cities, but I think that's the future, is to have that, using that technology for more citizen involvement and engagement, and reporting back on where your dollars are being spent, how we are spending them, and how things are working or not working. And they will let you know.
Mayor Lincoln, you have digital democracy as one of your pillars. Wonder what your response is to Mayor Faulconer and your own vision, too, for what that means.
Yeah. There was something that was mentioned earlier. I had a thought, and I just slipped my mind right now. I'm sorry.
It happens, brother.
Yeah. But, I was looking at digital democracy in the city of Stockton. Specifically, we understand early on that 36% of Stocktonians did not have access to internet, and 8% didn't have a device, a computer or a tablet. And so what we've been able to do just more recently is we've been able to roll out a digital equity program that are going to help bridge that divide a little bit, because we know when we get people connected, when we get them access, it creates opportunity. Because the thought that I had was, this is about empowering people, not enabling them. All right, that's the lens that they want to look at things through. Hand up, not necessarily a handout, right? And so when we empower people with some of the basic fundamental needs that they need to live their life in the 21st century, then we know we're going to have better health outcomes, and there's going to be better economic opportunity and mobility throughout our community, and that's what it's all about.
Mm-hmm. I see you nodding your head. What if you have any thoughts too on delivering nuts and bolts results locally?
Yeah, I mean, in large part, city's function is to facilitate. And so what we need to do is we need to be able to provide that core infrastructure and the ability for people to have access as much as possible to the services that they would expect without thinking about us very often. I mean, it goes back to kind of an old George Will quote, where George Will, who loved baseball, by the way, and his baseball writings actually, I think, are some of my favorite writings out there. He was talking about the difference between a mediocre infielder and a top-of-the-line umpire, which is the infielder, his mediocrity is on display throughout the game, but an umpire strives for unnoticed excellence. Oftentimes, that's what mayors and city council members are actually trying to do. We have to be out in front because that's just sort of the nature of the beast. But the truth is, if we can do things and we can do our jobs responsibly and well, it's very rare that people actually think of us. And that's what we try to go for, which is the unnoticed excellence.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. There's so much good conversation here, but also so many good questions. It's amazing when you get a lot of really smart people in a room. There's some great questions. So I'm just going to go to questions early, if that sounds good. All right. So speaking of Zoom, should government agencies continue to allow public comment through Zoom? Should we participate in person? I'm actually going to add an addendum to that, too. There have been articles, I think the Atlantic just had one, Jerusalem Damsis, on the role of citizen voice in governance, and saying some of that's good. That's been part of reforms for the past couple generations. More people can participate in public hearings, but also that has stymied housing development. It maybe was too much. So what do you think about Zoom, and then what do you think about the role of citizen voice in governing? Is there a balance that we need to affect? Mayor Faulconer, maybe you have
I think
some
you
ideas.
just hit the right word, balance. What is that right balance? I don't know. I guess it's in the eye of the beholder. But I do think Zoom allows for folks to participate that maybe normally couldn't. However, I do think there is no substitute for personal interaction. And I'm glad Ed was talking about that earlier. There's no substitute for personal interaction for the constituents with their elected officials. I saw a lot of cities kind of hiding behind that for the last several months. We're not going to allow any public participation. There's no substitute to having a crowd of folks telling you what's going on, real time, all of that. And so I think, yes, you can do some of the things remote. And I think Ed covered it very, very well. But at the end of the day, I think people expect and deserve face-to-face opportunities to hear their voices, to have that give and take, and some of that is awfully difficult, if not impossible, to do over Zoom.
Any other thoughts? Because I also have another governance-related question too. So, as mayor, how do you determine the quote-unquote right action as opposed to a knee-jerk reaction? And how do you pivot when it becomes clear that you may have taken the wrong action?
I think if you've taken the wrong action, you've got to say that. Listen, I missed the mark. I made the wrong call. This was the wrong action, but here's what we're going to do moving forward. This is how we're going to course correct. Somebody said people would rather follow a leader who is always real than one that's always right. And that's what it's about. Is when you've made the wrong call, just being able to humble yourself and communicate to that, express that to the public.
You can't be afraid of being wrong, because the people who were afraid of being wrong were the folks who were so indecisive, especially over the last couple of years. But the problem is indecision is a decision unto itself. And you have to recognize that. You're always making a decision without knowing the full weight of the impact. You're always making decisions that you don't understand how you're going to affect individuals. I mean, this sort of gets back actually to the principle of subsidiarity, which is you're trying really hard to make sure that decisions are being made at the lowest common level possible. Oftentimes that just means letting individuals make the decisions for themselves. And then when it gets to us at the city level, I mean, we're going to be impacting our city, but we won't be, for the most part, impacting cities outside of us. And then you start getting up into what Ed was referencing in California, as California has gone off the reservation on this, and they're taking decisions out of the hands of city leaders over and over and over again in ways that violate that principle of subsidiarity. So for us, we really need to be cautious in trying to make decisions, but you can't allow yourself to just sit back and say, I think Mayor Faulkner, you said earlier, you can study things forever, but you're never going to make a decision. Well, you have to make a decision. But to Mayor Lincoln's point, boy, if you're wrong, fix it. That you don't just stand back on it and say, well, I made the decision, let's move on. You have to analyze whether the decision was right or wrong on an ongoing basis. And if it's wrong, fix it. And that's why you should be letting the power stay as much as possible with the city leaders, because we meet, I don't know we met every 2 weeks. We meet every 2 weeks. We can fix things pretty darn quickly. But you need to be able to, again, coming back all the way around to humility, you got to be able to say that you were wrong. And we are. We're human. It's fallibility.
So there have been a couple of questions on the state and local relationship. I feel like housing's a big one. Housing's been a big topic also for the role of citizen voice. How do you approach the housing questions, and as some call it, a crisis today?
Well, that relationship with the state is absolutely broken when it comes to housing in California. We could have a panel, and you'll get me going here in a second, because I saw firsthand how many good projects that were going to provide good quality housing for families and folks get stopped for all of the wrong reasons. CEQA, California Environmental Quality Act, is used as a weapon from folks that either don't want to have any development, right, NIMBYs, and it's also used by folks that say, we want only union-only construction, as an example. And there's all kinds of other things that go into that. It is used as a weapon to stop what needs to happen in California. And so the very state legislatures that will now come to cities and say, we have a number that you have to build to, right? Your RENA numbers. You have to get X amount of new housing, or you're going to get penalized from the state. But yet the state will not change the CEQA rules and regulations that sometimes will prevent a project from being developed from 3 to 5 years, right? It is someone who'll go in and file a lawsuit. They know it's not going to win. They'll go on appeal, to the appeals court, and you could have desperately needed affordable housing that is not getting built for all of the wrong reasons. So your question was, what is that role and what is that disconnect? Well, if you have folks that are up there screaming, we need more affordability in California for housing, you're right. Of course we do. You better make it easier for us to actually construct that housing. Because if you don't, it's going to take cities entirely too long to actually get through that process. So one of the things that I did when I was leaving office my last year and a half, I said, okay, you have to do environmental impact report. I did an EIR citywide in San Diego, and we called it Complete Communities. And I said, here's where we want the growth and development. The council was involved in the community, and here's where we don't. But if we say we want the density near our transit lines, which we should to make it more attractive and all of that, then it shouldn't take forever to actually build that. So we did a citywide environmental impact report that said, here's where you can now build by right and get that permit and to do that. But it shouldn't have had to take a year and a half and close to 2 years to do that. Until we change, and this is obviously a very California-specific issue, but it's a huge issue. Until we change that, we're not going to provide the affordable housing. We're not going to provide the ability for our kids to stay in California. We're not going to provide the ability for companies to locate here and to attract talent until we're able to provide that new housing. So you got me started. We need to do it.
Yeah.
I have to echo that. It is driving us insane right now because you have Housing and Community Development Department pushing down the RENA number that Mayor Faulconer just referenced. In Newport, we've got 45,000 housing units, and they've told us we need to build 4,800 more in the next 8 years. But 2/3 of our city is covered by the California Coastal Commission. In order to permit housing in our city, you have to deal with California Coastal Commission. You've got to work through the parks lands. You've got to deal with the FAA because we have an airport next to us. You have to deal with Caltrans on a bunch of different issues. You have to go through the most ridiculous hurdles that will cause your permitting to take time, energy, and way more money because of it. And so if you are a property rights council member and looking at this and saying, look, we've permitted a significant number of housing in Newport over the last 10 years, but getting no credit toward that on the RENA cycle of things. So you are basically being put in this rock right here where Housing and Community Development Department, and by the way, our Attorney General has said he's going to enforce and sue cities over this. But then on the hard place over here, a lot of agencies saying, yeah, don't build there. It is a staggering disconnect. And it is a broken system in Sacramento that is causing the broken 100%. System between us. And there is no leadership or will in Sacramento to fix those problems right now. And that is going to have major impacts on the local community development ability.
And this affects market rate and capital A affordable housing, hundreds of thousands per unit, decades sometimes to get something built. Mayor Lincoln, there's a question we have on the homelessness issue. Mayor Faulconer mentioned what he had done on homelessness. What have you learned along the way on homelessness? What works, what doesn't? What questions do you still have that you're seeking to answer?
Well, one of the things I learned regarding homelessness along the way is that we haven't done a good enough job of speaking directly to some of the root causes and the issues of homelessness, and that is the behavioral health aspect of things, mental health and substance use disorder. Many of our unsheltered population are dealing with those, right? But then there are those as well that are genuine tough times. We're not having a big enough conversation about the youth and foster kids that have aged, out of the foster care system that are going into homelessness, right? And so those are some things that I've learned, some things that we're focusing on locally as a community in addressing the root cause.
Mm-hmm. Do you find that there's, do you feel we oversimplify the homelessness discussion? It seems like there's a spectrum of reasons why somebody could be homeless. Plus there's also chronic homeless versus somebody who's cycling in and out. It seems like if you're spending a lot of time in your community, you're seeing that variety. Is that right?
Very complex.
Yeah.
Very complex. Listen, we're never going to completely eradicate homelessness, right? It's not going to happen. But there are things that we can do to mitigate it, right? To help people to take the next step towards healing in their life. We have to remember that every single one of these people who are unsheltered, they each have a story, and each one of their stories is just as important as the next. And so a big part of it is understanding the local impacts, and then having the will to make the right policy decisions that will help in those areas.
There's a great question here in education, and I'll just mention, this is part of our Metropolitan Majority project, and part of what we've done through that project is do polling to listen to what people are actually concerned about. And last year in August, we heard really that cost, crime, and classroom issues were top of mind for constituents, even more than COVID. And this was right before the inflation discussion really took off, cost, crime, classroom issues. So this one is on, we've talked about crime, we've talked about cost issues. This one is on education. How should a mayor navigate education policy or academic curriculum disagreements and this whole issue that really has come up in the past couple of years with their local school districts?
So within the city of Stockton is supported by 5 different school districts. The city does not have jurisdiction over our local school districts. But what we do have is we share a vested interest. That's the future of our community, and those are our students. So when I think about that, it's like, okay, how can we work together? How can we collaborate to have better outcomes within our education system? And so what I did over this past year was I reached out to our largest school district, one of the largest ones in the nation, Stockton Unified School District. And we began to have the conversation of what would it look like to enter into a memorandum of understanding where we can leverage some of our facilities, city facilities, in your family, resources, and you have the connection, with the students and the families to help create better outcomes throughout our community so that we can invest and improve the literacy rate. We can meet some of the food insecurity needs. We can provide some of those basic essentials that we know are needed so that our students can succeed, because our future is the future of Stockton is dependent on the success of these young people, whether they enter off into a 4-year university, higher education, or they enter a trade. We need to be intentional across the board about positioning them for those opportunities.
Anyone have other? Yeah.
Yeah, I think mayors in particular need to be willing to stand up and be a buffer between the power, for example, of teachers' unions in California, between them and good policy coming out of some of the school boards. You need to be willing to actually stand in between them, because you need to be willing to fight for your kids and your community. In Orange County, for example, we've got 3.2 million people that live there. It's bigger than 22 states. I mean, California is massive. And so we have an Orange County Board of Education that had 5 members on it that went to battle to try to get schools back open much faster than they were being opened in California. California was the last state by far to get their kids back in classrooms. And the Orange County Board of Education went to battle on that. And in Newport Mesa Unified School District, they were trying really hard to get schools back in too, but they just couldn't, because the orders that were coming out of the public health departments were keeping them closed. So as mayor, what you need to do is you need to be willing to go in and just fight for the families, fight for the kids, fight to get them back open, and take the slings and arrows, because if you're willing to take those arrows instead of your local school board members, they're going to be willing to go fight a little bit harder to do that too. And so sometimes you do have to kind of get out of your own arena, because you're still fighting for the families in your community. And boy, if you look back and all the studies that we've seen, all of them, the Board of Education was exactly right to go fight to get the kids back open, or I'm sorry, the kids back in schools. And so, it's all local.
I think as mayors too, you need to go into those spaces as well, right? You need to go to the schools. You need to engage in those conversations, introduce those students to their local, their local government, provide those opportunities to connect, as well.
I mean, Mayor Falkland, this reminds me, you were talking about how you could have turf battles over, well, is this Caltrans property? Is this, some other entity's property? And you just say, no, I'm going to lead, step up, and provide some leadership here. Is it something similar for education, where even if it's not entirely within your wheelhouse, sometimes there's a scope for you to stand up?
Yeah, I think there can be, and that goes back to what is the role of a mayor. Even use the bully pulpit when you can to talk, even if it's not necessarily under your jurisdiction. I mean, I would do that. I mean, all the time when we were talking about homeless issues, there would be Caltrans property. I didn't care. I'd send my folks in there, and what are you going to do about it? It's probably not what you're supposed to say, but that's what we did. But I will tell you, just back on what Kevin was just saying about like being. In San Diego, our own school board too doesn't fall under the jurisdiction of the mayor. Some cities, their school boards do. A lot of them aren't. But I'm a dad. I had 2 kids. My daughter was a senior in high school. She should have been in the classroom that whole second half of that semester. Absolutely should have been in the classroom. I saw it firsthand, right? And so yes, I tried to give voice to what was going on and everything else. And I will tell you, Ed only mentioned this a little bit in your studies, I believe, what you said about, and I really want to learn more about this, about the distance learning. Are you really learning through that? I will tell you what I observed, and God bless our teachers, by the way, that were put in an extraordinary, difficult situation. So many teachers knew and wanted to be in the classroom, right? They wanted to interact with their kids. They wanted, because you know when somebody's doing good and when they're not doing good. They know when somebody needs a little bit of extra help. Can't figure that out on a computer screen, right? And so I think that's back to some of the common sense stuff that comes in that hey, you know what, this isn't quite working. And yeah, it's not under my jurisdiction, but like I said, I'm a father too. And we need to be doing some different stuff here, guys. And I think the more that you can give voice to things like that, no matter what position you're in, but particularly I think when you have the opportunity serving as mayor, you need to take that opportunity. You need to use it. And because there are real world consequences, and it's tough because people didn't know what was right or wrong at the beginning. But boy, certainly towards the end, everybody knew kids ought to be in school. Not everybody, all sane, rational people. How's that? No, they knew that our kids needed to be back in school. And so I think it's more, it's pretty damn important that you stand up and talk about that.
Well, we have another question on governance. I'll stick with you for this one, at least with the initial response. Others can weigh in. But this is on talent. So we've been talking about talent within broader economies. We also kind of brought up talent within City Hall and different agencies. I was talking with some folks in another city recently, and they were saying, look, our planning department, they're just overwhelmed right now, but they're getting private sector offers where they can make so much more money, they're going to work less, and so we just can't compete for talent. But I remember, you had sort of an in-house team, if I remember correctly. It was almost like your in-house McKinsey consultants. They didn't have fancy pedigrees, but these people, they knew government really, really well. And you can send them in to fix problems.
Yeah, that was part of it.
How did you tackle talent?
That was part of the performance and analytics. Again, you got to measure it and you got to respond to it. I would tell you, that is an issue that is affecting every city right now. You need to get good women and men that want to be a part of government and give them the tools, the training, and the salary to be successful. We compete. I mean, we do with the private sector. Not necessarily every facet, but in a lot of it. Kevin was talking about the recruitment and retention of police officers. That's real because you'll have officers that will leave to go to other agencies if you're not competitive. And so I found it was one of those things towards the end that I was, spent more and more time on with our Civil Service Commission, how long it took to get somebody in the door, right? Like I knew we had a vacancy. I knew we had smart people that we wanted to hire, but it took all this time and effort to go. They're like, just let me hire them. Just let me get people going and serving. And so I think there were some structural impediments that face government that don't face the private sector, particularly when it comes to civil service, that I think we need to be smarter and faster about getting good men and women in. And then I think for all of us, that one of the toughest things is to be competitive financially. I don't know that I have a magic answer to that, but boy, it is tough, and you have to pay attention to that because good people, there's a lot of people in city government that love doing their job because they love knowing that they're making a difference in their town, right? They do it. They do it, but they're not going to do it for free. and so, it's that balance of motivation and others that, we're going to constantly struggle with. And I think it's probably more pronounced now as we're on the other side of what we've been going through.
Any other response to the talent question?
Yeah, I mean, one of the things you also have to analyze is what your budget can handle, right? I mean, a lot of cities are still underwater big time on their unfunded pension liabilities, and so you need to make sure that you're not adding to that deficit at the same time you're chasing current talent, because then eventually you're going to be forcing a future council into making bad decisions. But one of the things that I've found in Newport, at least, is we get our community engaged to make sure that we're retaining good people. So, for example, in 2020, around the time we were having the protests, we had a guy who went to his neighbor, who is the president of our school board, and said, hey, I want to run a half-page ad with a very simple message that just says, to our Newport Beach Police Department, we love and support you. And she came to me and said, hey, he wants to know, can you get some names to sign on to this? And I said, you're going to have to tell me when to stop. And eventually they told me to stop, and they ran the ad. You know what complaint we got from people in our community? That their names weren't on there. And he eventually ran a full-page ad with more names on it. And you don't think that that was in our police briefing room for years? Everyone saw that. there were other agencies reaching out to our officers saying, this is fake, isn't it? And they said, no, it was real. If you can get a community that will rally around, especially your public safety, now they have to earn it, but if they've earned it and you can convince members of your community to express their appreciation, your retention problems go down significantly, and that stuff matters.
Yes.
What they said.
I love that.
No, culture is very important. And what I mean by that is, when I think about the city of Stockton, people wanting to come and work for the city, whether it's city attorney's office, public works, law enforcement, what are they viewing as the culture of the city? What's their first impression of the city? Is this a place that they want to come and be? Is this a team that they want to be a part of? Is this a place where they feel like they're going to be part of something that's bigger than they are? So to me, culture is very, very, very important.
Well said, well said. So quickly, just going down the line here, starting with you, Will, when you talk to other mayors or other council members and they ask you for advice, what is top of mind for you? And I'll ask each of you this question as well. What do you tell them on what it takes to be in that kind of a role?
Well, it's priorities. It's first principles. It's understanding basic philosophy. So I actually do encourage people to actually read the Declaration of Independence and the Constitution, for example. I think that those documents resonate because natural law and first principles come from there. But trying to understand what your role is to make sure that you have that nuance of saying city government is a totally different leadership style than federal government or state government. And so making sure that you understand those things. But right now, you have to be incredibly accessible, over the top accessible. And you have got to understand social media. Because if you can't amplify your message about what is going on inside your city and why you're making the decisions you are, credibility goes out the door. So that is something that, look, being the youngest mayor in our city's history probably helped the cause in terms of being able to talk to people through social media. I understood it better than most of our council. But now it's an unforgivable sin for a city council member or a mayor not to try to articulate positions in a nuanced and thoughtful way through social media and try to explain to people why things are happening in their city.
Mayor Lincoln.
If you're looking to run for office, no matter what level it is, it's not about you. Connect with people where they are. Those are two very, very important things to do. Meet people where they are, whether it's social media, it's out in public. You have to be willing to sacrifice as well. You have to have the courage and the will to make the right decision, not necessarily the popular decision, and you got to be willing to live with the outcome of that.
I would, if I was talking to my fellow colleagues or future colleagues, make a decision, communicate the principles and reasons behind that decision, and act. Act. One of the things I think that people are so desperate for is forward momentum, movement, and not the constant back and forth. I think all of us have talked about, you're never quite sure that your decisions are going to be right, but if you communicate what you're trying to do for your city and you actually act, and I think those mayors are going to be in a much better place. The flip side, and I said this earlier, if you do a committee on this, if you study that, you're not going to get stuff done. Life is short. Act.
And with that, thank you. Please give our panel a round of applause.
Hey, guys.
Yes, please. So now we're transitioning to lunch. There's lunch lined up right outside. To everybody watching the live stream, I apologize. It's very good. But please come back here, 12:30 p.m. Pacific time, back here sharp for the mayor of Dallas, Eric Johnson, in a sit-down conversation with Dean Peterson from Pepperdine. Please join us for the food, and thank you again so much.
I have a great, oh,
Hot mic.
no more joking around. Oh,
Yes,
boy.
yes, yes. All right, folks, we're going to get started here with our afternoon part of the program. I see people have found the desserts that we have over here to my left. And we welcome back you all here to Via Graziadio in the Executive Center here on the campus of Pepperdine's Graduate School of Public Policy. We welcome back our live stream viewers. I'm Pete Peterson, again, the very grateful dean of the Graduate Policy School here at Pepperdine. And again, just so delighted to be partnering with the Manhattan Institute on these important series of conversations. Really appreciated Professor Glazer's setup, setting the foundation for these conversations, and then followed by a great panel of mayors. And we are now going to enter into the afternoon part of the agenda with two lecture conversations, the first of which begins with my friend, the mayor, the 60th mayor for the city of Dallas, Eric Johnson. Eric was elected to the mayoralty in June of 2019. Prior to becoming mayor, Eric served as a member of the Texas House of Representatives for 9 years, from April 2010 to June of 2019. He is a native of West Dallas, a graduate of Harvard, Princeton, and Penn, which I understand are very good schools back east.
All right.
Previously a practicing lawyer, he is married to his wife, Nikki, and 3 kids. And if you don't follow him on Twitter, you really should. It is not only a great way of learning about Eric, but also learning about your great city, which we've heard referenced in Professor Glazer's remarks, and we'll get into a little bit more here. But please join me in welcoming Mayor Johnson. Mayor, I thought where we'd start is just a little bit of your background. I like the way one of the last panel began with, why did you run for mayor? Obviously, you had served at the state level for 9 years. What was the decision to move from the state level into running for mayor of your hometown?
I hope you don't mind if I just say first how grateful I am to have been invited. So thanks to the Manhattan Institute and thanks to Pepperdine and the School of Public Policy. You're doing a great job as the dean of the school. So thank you for allowing me to be a part of this. I get asked that question, obviously, a lot. Anyone who's ever run for office and held office has answered that question a bunch. I'll try to be real quick about it because I think there's so much with a room like this to talk about the challenges we're all facing trying to run these cities and trying to be competitive. But I guess if I had to sum up the reason, it's because federal government getting essentially nothing done, state government getting slightly more done, local government getting the most done. And if you're attracted to these types of, if you're attracted to this vocation, this of public service, then you're probably as jazzed as I am about the idea of actually solving problems. And you gravitate towards the roles you can play where you actually can see the results of what you're working on. I couldn't imagine, honestly, being in Congress and working on something or claiming to care about something for 25 years and never seeing one bit of progress. I can't even wrap my head around that. State government is better, but local government is best if what you want to do is think of something one morning while you're driving into work, or if you're mayor, maybe you have a detail that drives you around, so you're thinking about this in your car, and then you run it past a few folks that you trust, and you get sort of that first check that you run to make sure, am I crazy? Am I missing something very obvious? And once it passes that threshold, it's up to you as to how talented and skilled of a leader you are to translating that idea that you just had in the car into actual policy that's affecting millions of people in a matter, in some cases, of weeks. It's weeks, it's months, it's stuff you can measure, it's stuff you can talk about one day and be cutting the ribbon on within a year, or launching an initiative that where people's lives are being affected with a very short period of time. That was very attractive. The person who preceded me in the office had termed out. It was a big old field of folks running, none of whom had really the kind of experience I thought that I was going to be able to bring to the table. So I won't tell the lie that a lot of politicians tell and say, there was a draft Eric Johnson movement. I decided that I wanted to put the work that I was putting into being a state legislator into being the mayor of my hometown. So I was the 9th filer of 9, ran while I was in the legislature serving in our session, and obviously it turned out okay. I won, and I've been in the job about 3 years now. So that's the answer. That's the story.
One of the things you touched on, and we heard in this morning's conversations, was this importance of local government, and especially those serving in local government, that there's a real sense of place, right? Certainly when we think about even statewide offices, if not federal and national offices, there can be a slight disconnection from the place where you grew up, right? And I just wonder, as you thought about running for office, obviously you were representing that district or that region in the state, but to serve in an executive capacity in an area region in which you grew up, what was that like, and how does that affect your perspective, how you see the city in which you grew up? How does it impact the way that you view public policy and your own leadership?
That question actually is going to allow me to talk about two things. I actually made a note when Professor Glazer was talking. Professor Glazer, thank you so much for your presentation this morning. I actually wanted a format like this so that I didn't feel like I was wedded to some remarks I'd prepared back in Dallas to just say to you guys. I wanted to be able to respond in real time to whatever Professor Glazer said this morning. So your question about that sense of place, and you referred to me as an executive, allows me to speak to two things that I think are really not well understood about state and local government, and that I think we need to do something about, because it makes a difference. I'll tell you what those two things are. So I made a note of this. First of all, I don't think people understand how widely variant city governments really are in terms of how they're set up. I think everyone just assumes they know what a mayor is, but you really have, you handing someone a business card that says mayor on it, you have no idea what that person's actual responsibilities are. You'd have to really dig into their charter and into the state laws and find out whether or not, I guess the biggest, split is the council manager forms of government versus the mayor council forms of government. I'm in a council manager form of government. So I'm not even in the bucket of mayors that people, if they're being really technical about this, and the technical stuff actually matters, and I'll get into that in a minute.
Yep.
I'm not even really in the executive bucket, right? At best, I'm an executive chairman. For folks who are from the business world, you understand that concept. But truly, I'm the chairman of the board of directors of the Corporation of Dallas. Dallas is a corporation. Its residents are its shareholders. We've got a board of directors, which are my elected council members, and I'm the chairman of that board. And that's really how the city is set up to run. And how successful you are at mayor, I think, depends on how well you wield the power of that chairmanship and how closely you can make it resemble an executive chairmanship. But make no mistake, you are not the CEO. The CEO is the city manager. And that carries with it its own, we could talk about that a long time.
Right. Yep.
But I won't go into that today. But on the other side of the ledger, you got these mayor council forms of government, and really there's where it gets real interesting between, who is truly strong, what's the strongest of the strong versus medium versus weak. And so it's fascinating to see the mayors in this room and talk to different mayors about what they are able to do. As far as the connection to place, to bring this together, another point that I wanted to address from Professor Glazer's talk this morning. He produced this great list, and I was looking at the list, and it reminded me of something that I deal with every day, it seems, as mayor of Dallas, which is the media and academics love to talk about metros. They love metros. They love talking about metro areas. Mayors don't think about metros. We don't live in the world of metros. We live in the world of a city limits, an incorporated town.
Yeah.
And we have zero jurisdiction outside of those lines. We derive zero tax revenue outside of those lines. We have zero public safety powers and control outside of those lines. And so what is lost when we leave the discussion at the level of a metro, I am not the mayor of the DFW Metro. That's not a thing.
Yeah.
I'm the mayor of the Dallas part of when you look at that line, it says Dallas, Fort Worth, Arlington Metro. Yeah. And we are in a competition within that metro for all the things that Professor Glazer was talking about this morning. And in a lot of ways, that competition is more cutthroat than the one we're in with all of you California mayors as a Texas mayor. Like, people talk about all the businesses we're trying to lure from California. We've had a fair amount of success doing that. We have. But when I say we've had a fair amount of success doing it, when you start to look below the surface, you see, well, is Dallas really attracting those companies, or is it Frisco, Plano, McKinney,
Right.
Westlake, Southlake, our suburbs? Those little towns when I was growing up were nothing. They were just basically bedroom communities. A lot of it was farmland. Now they are legitimate economic competitors of ours, and we are having to compete with them along all the bases that Professor Glazer talked about, and with varying degrees of success. And that is a real misunderstanding that I think people, we need to dig in a little more on that, because that is really where I'm being graded. That's really how I've chosen to really focus my energy. I want to make sure that we are getting our fair share of the economic activity, the housing starts, the jobs, the corporate relocations, the tax base, because it really does matter where those assets are located.
Well, you've taken away what my next question was
no.
going to be. No, that's good. That's all good, because I think that is, a very interesting part of the conversation as we talk about cities. We do evaluate, and many times in public policy research, regions, and obviously Dallas-Fort Worth, DFW, is seen as such an expansive and growing region. But for someone who's leading a city, you're to be clear about where your interests are, and I think and the fact that there's competition within that region, I think is also an important thing to consider. Now, related to that, and again, back to this difference in moving from.
But before you go ahead, I'll tell you, and it's pretty fierce. The competition is pretty fierce. And I'll tell you, it's interesting because for folks who aren't from one of the metros you're talking about, if you're from outside of a metro, the cities around Dallas are marketing to these California firms, basically come to Dallas. They're using the attraction of Dallas and the allure of Dallas, and then they're really they're sort of convincing folks to think of their communities as like a neighborhood of Dallas. You're choosing the Plano neighborhood or McKinney.
Right.
They're not neighborhoods of Dallas.
Right.
They're wholly separate municipalities, and it has an impact on our ability to deliver services within our city limits. It has an impact on the schools. It has an impact on everything. It's a real issue, but at the core of it is really marketing their cities, sort of drafting off of Dallas's allure, the Cowboys and everything else, but the Cowboys aren't even in Dallas, which we'll talk about maybe another time. But go ahead.
That is a whole other.
That's a whole other deal.
I don't know if folks have followed that, but if you followed his Twitter feed, you would know.
But it is fierce competition.
Well, and I want to get into that for a second, right? Because on two dimensions. One is moving from a state representative, which is essentially best case intentions, is a deliberative, collaborative body. Certainly you have Democrats and Republicans, but you don't have as much regional competition among representatives, to an executive, albeit chairperson of a city, where you really move into intense competition, as you're describing there, at the same time looking to engage companies and other opportunities for economic development outside of the region. And in that, I don't think most people think that all the competition is happening in the private sector. But there really is a place for competition and a competitive spirit in the public sector as well. And so first, did you know there was going to be this level of competition? I take you to be someone who's not afraid of competition. You seek it, you like it. But how does that energize you, feed into how you lead the fact that you're not just leading Dallas, it's Dallas against the FW and the Irvings and the Planos and the rest of them.
Not only did I know that there was going to be this competition, but I knew that to embrace this mentality was going to be a repudiation of the administrations before me from the past 20 years or so. There had been an increased effort over 20 or so years to shift the focus to a more regional focus because the region is growing so fast. We actually changed our Chamber of Commerce in Dallas from the Dallas Chamber of Commerce to the Dallas Regional Chamber. It became all about talking about the airports, which we have these amazing airports. I mean, DFW is the second busiest airport in the world. Love Field's a great airport as well. We've got the two of the three largest airlines in the world are headquartered in Dallas and Fort Worth. Americans in Fort Worth, Southwest is in Dallas. So there became to be this big regional focus, and the business community loved it because the business community doesn't have taxing issues. They're trying to sell products and services to customers. So AT&T, which is headquartered in Dallas, is not really concerned with whether or not you were on the Richardson city limits side of the street or the Dallas side of the street when they're selling you broadband or a cell phone or anything else. But it makes a big difference to the mayor of Dallas, what side of the street someone is on. Yep. So I knew that I was actually potentially, and to a certain degree did, put myself at odds with the previous administration's focus and what the business community was talking about. It was a kind of a kumbaya regional thing that was just starting to really take root in Dallas, and it has taken root. And I've said, and I think I've done a pretty good job of explaining to people, because my background is actually in public finance. Yeah. I'm a public finance attorney. Yeah. I understand the concept of taxes, and I understand where the revenue comes from to run city government. And I was trying to explain to people at first with a little bit of, I think, confusion, and I think people really get it. At the end of the day, if you've chosen to be in Dallas, but you aren't a Dallas first person when it comes to tax base and creating assets within your city limits, then you are your own reason why your tax rate continues to go up every year. Because it's just a two variable equation. It's base times rate. And if the base is dwindling and we still have to provide the same basic infrastructure to people regardless, then rate is going up. You're taxing yourself out of your own city if you don't attract people to within the city limits. And they're like, oh, I see, yeah. And so that's really, it's been a real change, but it required having to kind of stand up and raise the flag and say, we got to do something different here.
Yeah. I want to go into focus a little bit more on Dallas itself and just the incredible growth that you've been experiencing. I just say as a sidebar, a lot of people may not know that on the California state flag, the red star in the upper left-hand corner is actually the Lone Star of Texas. And it's because we both came into the Union precipitated by the Mexican-American War. And whenever I speak with business audiences, it feels like the California bear is walking towards the Lone Star of Texas. And that is happening over and over again. And so maybe just as a first just question on this, you represented the region from 2010, obviously 2019, obviously moved into mayor. Just describe a little bit, as someone who grew up in the area, how much Dallas itself, and then maybe the region, although certainly, as you rightly argued, not as important to the work that you're doing, but what's it like to grow up in a region, since we don't have many of those in California right now, that's exploding?
Okay, so definitely don't want to create the impression that what happens to the region isn't important. It is important, but it can't be at the expense of your core. So here's the situation we find ourselves in. Dallas is the 9th largest city in the U.S. It's sandwiched between San Diego, Mayor Faulkner, and San Jose. And that 8, 9, 10 slot has been that way since I was in high school. I mean, that really hasn't changed in a long time. Like, none of us can San Jose can't quite catch us. We can't quite catch San Diego. Now, the metro that professors love to talk about is the 4th largest metro in the country behind the New York Metro, the LA Metro, and the Chicago Metro, and we are the fastest growing of those, predicted to pass the Chicago Metro within the next 10 to 20 years, however long it takes, depends on who's doing the estimating. So the Metro is growing like crazy. The city is also growing, but not at the same rate as the smaller cities in the Metro. So of the top 10 cities in the US over the past 10 years, we got the census back, only 2 cities actually outgrew Dallas in terms of the rate of growth over that period. And it was Phoenix and San Antonio, I believe. So Dallas is growing fast, but not as fast as the Planos, McKinneys, Friscos, our northern suburbs and our western suburbs. So what it feels like on the ground is it's a lot of influx of folks from the coast who are bringing they're bringing some of their politics with them, which is causing some people a great joy and some people a little consternation, as you would imagine. They're bringing their perspective on the housing market from where they came from, which is causing upward pressure on our housing market because they see a 2,500, 3,000 square foot house, and they're like, that's a $2 million house. And Texans are looking around going, well, that was a $750,000 house, we thought. But yeah, sure, $2 million. Yes, you were correct, California. And so it's putting pressure on our housing market because people are willing to pay more for the housing. And so it's, the things that you talked about, Professor Glazer, this morning about, if a smart city is going to look at, their crime, they're going to look at their housing supply, and they're going to look at, quality of life issues, education, stuff like that. Well, I can take education off of my ledger because I'm legally not allowed to really meddle with it. We have independent school districts with superintendents and their own boards of directors. Right. We care a lot about that. It's important to us, but that's over there. The crime issue, would love to talk about at length at some point, maybe today. But that housing issue, that's right in the mayor's wheelhouse. That's right in the city's wheelhouse. And we see we're hearing and seeing a lot more talk about the need to generate more housing, particularly more affordable housing. So when you talk about, we need to permit more, one of the things I thought about, and I said I wanted to sort of have that conversation with you about was, permit what, though? That's the question. We have a broken permitting system, in my opinion, in that we don't permit fast enough, and we've made it too hard to permit anything. I mean, even like, a pool renovation or a bathroom renovation or a pool.
Granny flat or something.
Those things are not going fast enough. But the question really that we're dealing with, even more than how to do permitting better and faster, is what are we trying to build? Are we trying to build more affordable housing? What does that mean? Like, what is affordable housing? Workforce housing, affordable housing, mixed use versus single family, that's always a hot debate. And we're even in the weeds now on how to regulate STR, short-term rentals, and what that's doing to the housing market. So we're still trying to really wrestle at the local level with, how to generate more housing and what kind. But it is definitely, I think, I would agree, it's in the top 2 or 3 issues that we need to contend with at the city. But so the growth is really putting pressure on the housing market. It's putting pressure on the infrastructure, which was already aging and needs more investment. And it highlights some of the disparities at a city like Dallas, which is maybe I don't know, maybe different than West Coast cities in that we have this history of Jim Crow and segregation and, the legacy of that is forget, critical race theory and talking about, that we can see it in the infrastructure. Like, we can see like where they chose to build sidewalks or not.
Yep.
We can see it in terms of, you know, which areas after a heavy rain flood and which ones don't. We can see it in which ones have, believe it or not, you know, paved alleys that look like a nice small street really versus just a dirt alley. You know, and what a coincidence. It's always in the same areas where you see all of those infrastructure lacks.
Yeah.
It's always in the areas that are predominantly African American and now increasingly Latino. And so the growth is starting to stress all of these things. But you know, it's a challenge that we have to deal with head on at city government. We can't duck it. We can't punt it for 25 years like they do in Washington. So we're tackling it head on, and I'm happy to talk sometime about what we're doing.
Yeah, I want to get to that in a second and pull apart a couple individual policy issues. But one other theme I think that we're drawing from the morning, I'm sure is going to play out in the afternoon, is how COVID has changed the game as it relates to local government leadership. Not only the policies that have gotten put on your plate, but also how the public views local government. As I mentioned just in my introductory remarks, I think we're seeing an awakening in some ways, which has some positive and negative aspects to it as far as people becoming newly aware of the policy-making levers at the local level. I think you've been mayor only during COVID.
Essentially, I had you know, some months there before.
Yeah, so not probably the best way to ask a comparison question, but what has it been like first in your campaign? And we were talking before just about what Mayor Falconer said about curveballs. I mean, this is the greatest curveball
Ultimate
of all
curveball.
time. Talk about what it's been like to lead a major city during the COVID era.
Gosh, we were just talking about this, Professor, weren't we? About this pandemic has brought leaders of all types of organizations of any size and any, you know, real significance in this country to their knees. I mean, I'm sure you've all read the articles. Half of you in here are mayors yourselves. The rate of pre-announced early retirements for mayors and not seeking re-election and things like that, highest we've ever seen. I mean, mayors throwing in the towel left and right. In Texas, we're setting some record right now for superintendents who are very well, maybe it's that way in California too, but in Texas, that's one of your higher paying public sector jobs along with the city manager. I mean, these major school district superintendents are pulling in $500,000, $750,000, running these large urban school districts. They're throwing in the towel left and right. I mean, like just a rush of Texas major school district superintendents throwing in the towel. Harvard president announces yesterday, throwing in the towel. This is pandemic related, folks. Like there's no question. This is about just the daily decision making and the pressure that, and all sort of the non-even health, not directly even about delivery. This is not just about like sort of, you know, getting vaccines into arms and things like that. It was about that for a while. And, you know, that's sort of how it started for me.
Right.
Again, this goes back to the whole, you can't have a really intelligent conversation about city government, local government, without understanding the systems, because it varies so widely across the country what mayors had responsibility for. So within Texas, majority of public health is handled by counties. Mayors have almost no public health responsibility, except for in counties where they retained their own health departments. There's very few of those, but there are some. Dallas is not one of them. We have a contract with Dallas County that handles public health. Now, that's the fact. Residents do not care about the facts when they are being faced with a deadly virus that no one even understands. Think about this. There was a time when we couldn't even figure out how it was transmitted. It's like, is it through droplets? Is it airborne? Is it can you touch if you sit in a seat with someone who had it?
Right.
Can you get, like, we didn't even understand how it was transmitted, and we had no vaccine.
Yeah.
And so good luck telling people, hey, this is the county health department's area. Like, I had to be out there reassuring people that we were going to get through this and asking them to give up varying degrees of their liberties and freedoms, and at some point asking became directing, and we had to sort of tell people, we got to do social distancing on our trails, we got to do social distancing in these buildings, we got to do these various things because we didn't know.
Yeah.
It was hard, and although we're not really in that phase anymore, the impact that it's had on the workplace, and I think it's caused people to question just how important the work they're doing is to them. Like, do I even want to be doing this? Is this who I am? Like, people are having existential crises about who they are. Families are splitting up. What it did to our domestic violence numbers, what it did to the various, obviously what it's done to the entire country in terms of violent crime. We don't really understand it yet. Folks, hopefully at schools like Pepperdine and Harvard and whatnot, will eventually figure out exactly what it was about this disease that made violent crime explode. But there's a reason why there was a national violent crime wave that coincided perfectly with this disease. But we all had to deal with the fallout of that, and how we continue to have trials in court and jail people while there's a deadly disease going on, and vaccines aren't mandated. So, how you deal with, like, where do your rights, end and mine begin when it comes to not wanting to be in a jail cell with you?
Right.
Like, it just got really hard. And I think a lot of people said, I'm good, man. I've given my 4 years or whatever, and now I'm ready to go and get one of these virtual tech jobs or whatever you guys have out here. So, I mean, it's been hard. It's been very hard. So, but
Well, talk a bit about, and just as a quick note, we will be going to questions here. So if you have, you should have the question cards there, and I know Melissa and others will go around and collect the cards. So if you have questions for Mayor Johnson, please write those and we'll get to them. Let's look at a couple of those issues then, because during that time, I remember following you very closely, as I always do on social media, that the crime issue, and as Mayor Faulconer mentioned before, having protesters outside his house pushing for the defund the police, whatever that meant in reality. Obviously, that was the catchphrase that was being used. Talk a little bit about what that was like to navigate that time, given some of the historical pieces to it, but also the reality that many of the policy requests, to the degree they were thought out, could be seen as actually making crime worse in Dallas.
Oh gosh, man, easily the most frustrated I'd ever been as mayor, the most challenged I'd ever been, and probably the most trying for my family for the similar reasons Mayor Faulconer had. We had protesters at our house too. So I'm African American. You can see that, right? Okay, I'm African American. I'm a former, almost decade-long Democrat state legislator who becomes mayor of Dallas, and then George Floyd gets killed in Minnesota. Now, mind you, in Dallas, we have not had in recent history a major problem with police violence that, on the par with anything that happened like, in Minnesota, but we've not been perfect.
Right.
So we've been working for a long time trying to address the issues we have had. So we had our own local history that we have been working on, and we were kind of in a good place. We had created a police oversight board, which is going well, but this happened, and basically it sort of became a moment for every activist who cared about this issue. And I understand the strategic thinking. Yeah. We're going to hook into this movement to try to advance the ball here locally. I'm actually fine with that as a strategic matter. I am. But here's where it got touchy. I was not going to support anything that I believed was going to make Dallas less safe in the face of numbers I was getting every day about what's happening with crime in Dallas and across the country. And I made it very, 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 very clear. We're going to continue on our path of reform. We're going to continue to have those conversations. We're going to continue to take those actions. We're going to continue to do all the things we've been doing here. But we're not going to let a situation that happens someplace else cause us to do things like, these were the proposals. These were people who came to city council, registered to speak, had legitimate organizations behind them, on record telling the Dallas City Council, if you don't cut the police department budget by 60%, you're out of a job. We're going to make sure all of you get fired. You're not going to be mayor anymore. You're not going to be a council person anymore. Serious proposal to whack the police budget by 60%. Now, 90% of those folks would also then say in their next sentence, and we want you to put that money into education. And you want to raise your hand and say, you don't have no idea about, I guess, the whole entity called the Dallas Independent School District over there that does education, because we don't have schools to put that money. Like, if we took the money away from the police department, where would we be putting it exactly to fund education? City government has some responsibilities. Public safety is one of them, sanitation and some other things. That's what we spend our money on. We don't tax you to run schools. The school district taxes you at a much higher rate, in fact, to run schools. So none of it made any sense. So they wanted us to defund the police. I made it very clear that we would never defund the police as long as I was mayor. Well, some of my council felt the pressure, and they weren't as confident, I guess, in that position. So they started to sort of find ways to defund the police that didn't sound like defunding the police, like cutting the police overtime budget by 25% in the middle of a violent crime wave. Now, the reason why we have a police overtime budget is because our police department has actually shrunk over the past 15 years, because we had a pension issue, several years ago that caused the police department to really lose a lot of officers to early retirement. They said they took their money and ran because we were having pension issues. And so the idea that we would cut the police overtime budget was the same thing essentially as saying, take an already understaffed department that's not covering the city right now and cut the funding for having them work longer shifts. It was a horrible situation. I rejected all of it, and the result was I got the protesters at my house who stated as their goal to intimidate my wife was pregnant with my now 1-year-old daughter at the time. My oldest son was 5. My other son was 2. And the protester said that our goal is to make his kids as uncomfortable as possible and make his family as frightened as possible. And I guess in an effort to change my position on the policy, because I was concerned for my kids' safety. And so that was a low point in the mayoralty. But I held the line. And what's amazing to me is just how we've kind of seen the activist community has gone real quiet. And now you see politicians on the other side of the aisle, from the folks who were sort of, saying this is nonsense, also saying this was nonsense. So thank God it took longer than it should have, but thank God everyone at least now is talking about, supporting public safety. And I believe that you do what you need to do in your community to achieve public safety, so it'll be a different solution everywhere. But in Dallas, it's meant actually paying our officers a competitive wage. So we were losing all of our officers to, surprise, the suburbs, where, guess what? You get paid more money to do what? Fight less crime. I mean, that sounds like a good deal, right, to a lot of people. So we've had to do those things, and we have. And Dallas was the only city in the top 10 last year whose violent crime fell. Violent crime in every other major city in the United States, top 10 went up last year, but it went down in Dallas. So that was good.
Yes.
Well, thank you. We'll see about this year, though. It's a rough year so far.
One of the issues that was discussed on the last mayor's panel that is, at least by public opinion surveys here in California, is a top 5 issue, is homelessness. We have a question here about that particular issue. And in Dallas, what does homelessness look like there? Have you seen an increase? What are you doing to respond to it?
We saw an increase. We're seeing a slight decrease right now, but we've been struggling with homelessness too. I'm not just saying this because I'm in a room full of Californians. I actually believe this. Homelessness is a very tough issue because of the cards you have to play when it comes to addressing the root causes of what has people on the streets. sadly, I think politics has made this a harder conversation than it needs to be.
Yeah.
But I don't think that and I think in Dallas, hopefully we're going to start going more in this direction. But, I feel bad in a lot of ways for my brothers and sisters in California, because I do believe you do have a couple things working against you. One is you are in paradise. You're in paradise. And I do know that a certain percent of your homeless in California are not native to California. People are coming to California.
Yeah.
In some ways, it's a magnet for some of these issues. So, you have warm weather, and you have a government probably that's more, in some ways, more warm-hearted, I guess, towards the issue than some places maybe. And so that combination makes it challenging for you guys out here. We have some of the same issues. We're in a pretty, climate-wise, it's pretty good.
Yep.
But I think that there's a mental health aspect to homelessness, a drug addiction aspect to homelessness, some stuff going on in people's homes that have given them no other option but to be on the streets because they've exhausted every other option they have in terms of where to stay, that don't get nearly enough discussion, and we talk about it exclusively as a housing issue. There's a housing aspect to homelessness for sure. By definition, if you're homeless, you're without a home. But to pretend, and I do think it's pretending, to pretend as though the biggest problem that every person has on the streets of Los Angeles or Dallas or any place else for that matter is that they don't have a home, is to not really understand why people are on the streets. There's mental illness and there's drug addiction that has to be dealt with. And so I'm trying to get our county, again, who has all of the money and the resources to do health issues and has a sheriff's department that can be out there to provide the sort of public safety support. We need mental health people, drug people who do this at the county level anyway, the drug treatment folks, being paired with someone from the sheriff's department to provide protection. And they need to be going into these encampments and basically doing everything that the law will allow you to do short of involuntary treatment, placement, and get these folks the help they really need, because they're not just one apartment away from having their problem solved. It's not something that a developer is going to build our way out of. I'm sorry. I know that's not good liberal orthodoxy, but
Hello, California.
It's the truth.
Yep.
We've got to take the mental health and the drug addiction stuff seriously, and these folks aren't going to just wake up one day in an encampment and say, today's the day I'm going to go walk into Los Angeles County Health Department and get that help I've been needing. Yep. The Los Angeles County Health Department is going to have to go to them. Dallas County Health Department is going to have to go to them. And I'm not saying go, unprotected.
Yep.
We have a program called Right Care at the city level. When we respond to a mental health call, instead of just sending an armed officer that's not really prepared to deal with a schizophrenic person on the other end, we send an officer to provide protection to an actual mental health counselor. And it has been tremendously successful in reducing the amount of people who end up in our jails or end up hurt, frankly, as opposed to end up getting the help they need, because we're sending the right folks. I'm saying we need to do the same thing with the homeless. The county needs to step up, send mental health and drug professionals along with the sheriff. I don't know what they're collecting all these taxes for in Dallas County to ride around in sheriff's cars and not do anything, because our police are the ones who are making all the arrests and doing all the work of fighting crime. Send these sheriffs along with these county folks who are up in a building somewhere to these underpasses and deal with this homelessness issue where it's happening. And that'll help solve it, I believe.
All right, so we're in our last 10 minutes, and now we're going to go, can we do a lightning round?
Rapid fire, lightning round.
We got a lot of great questions. So that
Sure, I'll go real fast.
Not yes, no, but just
Okay.
we're going to see how many of these we can get through, because there's some great questions.
You did a
here.
great job with lightning round. I'm going to see if I can channel my Professor Glazer.
Is Dallas creating or already has created an economic development corporation, an EDC? How do you see this model making a difference? You mentioned the
We've
chambers.
authorized one, but we haven't actually appointed the members to it, and that needs to happen within the next couple of months. But that's the answer.
Great. Hey, This is working. What is your favorite part of being the mayor, and what is the least favorite part?
Actually talking to young people about my story and growing up in the city and helping them understand that they don't actually have to be rich or powerful or anything like that. They can be a great success if they just take care of their every single day, just do what's put in front of them by their teachers, by their parents. Be a good kid, basically, which is every kid's capable of doing that. I've explained to them that you don't need this lifelong plan and know exactly where you're going to end up. Just take care of what's in front of you today. Be a good brother to or sister to your siblings. Be a good son or daughter to your parents, and be a delight to teach. And people will just throw opportunities at you. That's what happened to me growing up. I was not the greatest anything, but I just tried hard. And people, I don't know if they felt sorry for me or what, but they just kept giving me opportunities. And I said, that's the way it'll play out for you. And so I love telling that story to kids because they seem to get it. Because I think they get told so often that they have to have it all figured out and you need this plan and you're a third grader. You know where you're going to college already. It's like you just need to do your homework and do the best you can. That's it. So I like talking to kids.
And worst part?
City council meetings probably because and I say that because I actually in Dallas again systems all are different. I have to preside over every second of the meeting, including the entire zoning agenda and every zoning variance everybody wants. I'm the presiding officer of the council, so I have to be there for the whole deal, and it's tough sometimes because council members. It doesn't really matter if I have 14 of them. Doesn't matter if 13 of them have already said everything. They all need to say the same thing, their own special way for their own constituents to hear on TV. So it can be a little bit repetitive.
We have a question here on the sense of place, and it's important in leadership. We touched on it before, but is it important for there to be a sense of a Dallas way of doing things? How do you?
Yes.
Yeah.
The answer is yes. I think every city, just like you said, Professor Gilley, every city, the fun cities are going to win. The cities that have an identity and a vision for themselves and in a way, a mythology about themselves have a better story to tell, and people like stories. Dallas's mythology, its story, is we're the city that really has no reason to exist. All the other major cities in the country, or certainly in Texas, exist for some reason. They're on a navigable river, or there's a port, or something, or there's natural resources in the ground it was a mining town, it was something. Dallas had none of the above. Some guys from Tennessee came and put a trading post there and willed that city into being a business capital for Texas. And that's the only reason why it's important. It was literally made to be Texas's business capital. So we got zero oil reserves. Despite the fact that the TV show Dallas was about Dallas, there's no oil there. There's no oil there. And there's, like I said, the Trinity River, not navigable. It's a terrible river for that. It's just where we put our, effluent water to go down a stream. But we don't get water from it. We use reservoirs that the Corps of Engineers built for us. It's there because people wanted to create a banking, insurance, trading capital. And then someone had a vision to put an airport there that really honestly cracked things open for us. The DFW is just an incredible driver. So, it's been a great story.
A personal question.
Mm-hmm.
What is the role of faith in your experience as mayor of Dallas?
It's huge to me. I mean, I'm not ashamed to say I'm a Christian, and it's a big part of who I am. Yeah. And who I am is I bring it to work every day. Like I don't separate. I don't even try to separate the two. Like I'm a very sort of, even when my council has fought with me, even when we've not agreed on a policy, what to a person they will tell you is he's not going to double cross you. He's not going to tell you today it's this and then tomorrow it's that. Like in a lot of ways, I make it real easy for them to scheme and plan because they know if I told them this on Monday, it's going to be the same thing on Friday. Or if I change my mind, I'm going to tell them I'm changing my mind. But I don't do the deception thing. I don't do the you see me coming from a mile away. I told them what I was going to do on the defund the police stuff. I even told them down to the point of saying, I'm going to, remember, this was back when the real momentum was on the defund side, not on Democrats who were opposed to it. Like, I was the crazy one.
Yeah.
I told them, I don't care. I'm going to take this position, and I'm going to literally message your constituents, people in your district, every single day until you relent. I'm going to make them turn on you because you're wrong on this. I'm just telling you ahead of time, this is what's going to happen. I'm going to do it. And I followed through almost daily, just giving them the facts. I told their constituents, these are the murder numbers in your district this month. These are the aggravated assault numbers in your district this month. Your council person voted to cut the police overtime budget by 25%. They voted against squad cars. They voted against markup of the police salaries. They voted against all of these things. But these are your numbers. You do what you have to do with your council member now. So I tell it like it is, and that is a product of being raised by folks, and my mom in particular, grandparents too, who just said, you got to be willing sometimes to stand all by yourself if you believe you're right. If you believe something is true, you got to be willing sometimes to be all by yourself. You can't constantly need the company of others to take a position. Sometimes you have to be willing to stand alone, and that's what it's been for me as mayor sometimes, is being by myself, but not too often.
Well, obviously not. Really one of the great local leaders, big city leaders that we have in the country. Please join me in thanking Mayor Johnson.
Thank you for having me.
Hey, man.
I love you, Pete.
Love you too, man. Turn it over to Mike.
Mayor Johnson, that was incredible. Thank you so much for spending time with us and sharing your wisdom. We so benefited from that. You know, we've been spending so much time here talking about local leaders, their lessons, their experiences. I wanted to take a moment, though, to step out of what it's like to be in City Hall and to go out into the neighborhoods and realize what it means to lead also from the bottom up, the role that communities can and should be playing, what communities then mean for leadership. So I couldn't think of anyone better than the leader of Strong Towns, who believes in strong communities and making that actually have a concrete difference, make a concrete difference for how we govern and how we spend and how we budget. Chuck Marone is the founder and president of Strong Towns. He's technically Charles Marone, but he's known as Chuck to his friends, and I think we're all his friends now here today. He's a professional engineer and a land use planner with decades of experience, holds a bachelor degree in civil engineering, master of urban and regional planning, both University of Minnesota. He's also the author of Strong Towns and Confessions of a Recovering Engineer, hosts a podcast. He's a writer for Strong Towns. Subscribe. You have to follow him. And Planetizen, I don't know if you follow this, but they named him one of the 10 most influential urbanists of all time. Could not be more honored to have you here, Chuck.
Thank you. A little bit of recency bias on that Planetizen survey, but it was very nice anyway. Thank you. It's very nice to be back here at Pepperdine. Was it 3 years ago we were here? I just remember we had a very nice time then, and it's even nicer weather now coming from Minnesota, where we finally reached our 6 weeks of summer, I think began. We got our first 70-degree day last week, so very nice. Professor Glazer started today talking about Athens and gave us this picture that I've kept in my mind about Socrates and Plato debating on a corner in a great city. I'd like to similarly start with a philosopher. I'd like to just start with Jesus for a second. In the Gospels, there's a point in time when the followers of Jesus ask him, hey, what is this project that we're working on? This project to create on earth as it is in heaven. What does heaven mean? What does this look like? And Jesus, of course, answered in many ways, but one of the ways that he said is that heaven is like a mustard seed, right? We plant it, it grows into a bush, and then it will ultimately be the biggest of trees. The smallest of seeds becomes the largest of trees. And it's a story of growth, right? How small little things add up to something monumental. There's an interesting part of that particular verse, because at the end of the description of this growth and this transformation, Jesus says, and I wrote this down so I get it right, after this becomes a tree, the mustard seed, birds come and perch in its branches. And I've meditated on that particular phrase, because why did he throw that phrase in at the end? What do birds sitting in the branches have to do with any of this, right? What does this have to do with the project of building a heaven, right? And the only thing that I could conclude, the only thing I come with is that there will be benefits for others beyond the primary benefit we're trying to create. There will be benefits for other things that we can't even imagine beyond the act of building. I'm going to talk about local communities, and I want to talk specifically about local government. At Strong Towns, we have identified a way of speaking about local government that is different than kind of the current paradigm we operate in. When we look at local government today and we dialogue about what its role is, we often talk about it in terms of a hierarchy of governments. You've got federal government. Some people lust for a world government, but here in the US, we have a federal government, we have state governments, we have regional governments, and then we have the algae in the ecosystem of governments, local government. And we treat local government as this kind of bottom of the hierarchy. It is, in a sense, the algae in the ecosystem. At Strong Towns, we don't view the role of local government that way. For us, local government is the highest form of coordination of a community. It is the highest level of local bottom-up coordination, is what local government's role is. I want to give a little bit of background on how I think we got to this place. Because I think if we look back historically, someone was describing to me yesterday how, well, don't cities, aren't they byproducts of state government? Didn't state government allow cities? I had to talk to someone from New York, and he said, we're always told all the time that the cities don't exist without the state. And I think in our current paradigm, that's true. We have enabling legislation that enables cities and directs how they operate, yada, yada, yada. But if you go back in time, cities far predated states. I mean, vastly, we always had cities before we had states. It's a little bit like the way the money conversation has started to go lately. Why do we have money? Well, I think if you look historically at money, we had money because it made exchange of goods more efficient, right? It allowed us to operate and make promises to each other and keep them over time. And then it got so complex, we actually gave it to the state to be a steward of that, to make it run better, in a sense. If you listen to the MMT people, for example, today, they'll say, money is a byproduct of the state, and we allow you to use it to pay your taxes and do other things, but it's a state function. And that's a reversal. I think we've got a reversal in terms of local government as well. If we look at the transition of this reversal, I think we have to go back to the Great Depression. I remember talking to my grandfather. My grandfather was a Marine in World War II. He was the first group into Nagasaki after they dropped the bomb. So that gives you a little sense of his age. During the Great Depression, his mother had died when he was very young. His father had problems that kept him from becoming or being a good parent. My grandfather actually moved to a farm, and the farmer and his family allowed him to live in the barn. They would feed him and let him sleep in the barn, and then he would work the farm. He told me how lucky he was to do this. This is, by the way, in Minnesota. So farm, sleeping in the barn in February. My grandpa said he felt very, very lucky where he was. He told me once, and I'll never forget this because I thought, well, that's hyperbole, Gramp. He said, if it wasn't for FDR, I would have been dead. Again, that seemed hyperbole, that seemed exaggeration, but yet I tried to understand what he was saying to me, and what I took away from the conversation was, this was a really, really hard time. And I think if you go back to the Great Depression and try to understand the difficulties of it, one of the greatest difficulties was that no one really understood what caused it. We can read economists today, and economists have this debate. You can read one set of economists, and they will say, here's the cause of the Great Depression, and you'll read that as a non-economist, and you'll say, well, that's very smart. Like, those people are very intelligent. They know what they're talking about. And then you'll read another group of economists who will say the exact opposite thing caused the Great Depression. And you'll read that and you'll go, well, that's very, very smart. Nobody agrees on what caused it. Even more importantly, nobody at the time knew how to get out of the Great Depression. if you look at the New Deal project was this attempt to try many, many, many things and see what can get us out of this malaise that we're in, what can get us out of this depression. We are all taught in middle school that the thing that got us out of the Great Depression was, of course, World War II, right. Thank you, Howard. World War II is the thing that got us out of the Great Depression. As if, we have economic depression and all we need is a big global war, killing millions of people, rationing sugar and butter and gas and everything else, and then yay, economic growth. If you are a bean counter in Washington, D.C., this makes a lot of sense. If you are, a GDP obsessive economist, this may make some sense. But if you're a regular, normal human being, this is not a great thing. Yet, from a GDP standpoint, when we took millions of working age people, shipped them off overseas to kill and to die, we took millions of other working age people, put them into factories, creating all the implements of war, right? The ships and the planes and the tanks and the armor and everything that was needed. We created a growing economy. We got out of the Great Depression as it's defined statistically by economists. As the war started to wind down, and if you study World War I and World War II, the primary difference in the operation of the war was that in World War I, it wasn't really clear who was going to win until the very end. The last year was decisive, but up to that point, it could have gone either way. In World War II, it was pretty clear early on who was going to win. It was just going to be a matter of time and attrition. Unless something crazy, unpredictable happened, the Allies were going to win this war. It just was, how long was it going to take? The economists around FDR held conferences about the post-war economy. They started to do different things to look at what would happen. And one of the things that they freaked out about was that when the war ended, what was going to keep us from going right back into depression? Paul Samuelson wrote a famous paper, one of the president's primary economic advisors, and he said, were the war to end now, there would be this massive economic dislocation, the extent that the world has never seen and never experienced before. In other words, there was nothing different about the economy in 1945 as in 1935. And if we just wound down this war, brought all these troops home, shut down all these industries, we were going to go right back into the depths of the Depression. Of course, we didn't do that, right? We all recognize today what happened. In fact, we nostalgize those couple of decades after World War II as being this period of time with great, robust growth, where, and I go back to the 2016 election, and I see two 70-year-old candidates describing, how they were going to bring back and get us back to what they looked at as the high point of America, that couple of decades after World War II, where you could have a blue-collar family that could have a single-family home and a car and a high quality of life. You could have a government that seamlessly, painlessly was able to expand social safety nets and do all these things without having to have huge tax increases and other things that burden people. You could have a very generous social sector in a sense. This was the couple decades after World War II. And if we look at this period of time, we still nostalgize it today as kind of a high point of America in the 20th century. I want to focus on local government in this because what we did, and I wrote a whole book about this, so go read Strong Towns. I'm going to try to summarize this very quick. What we did is we took all of that capacity we had at the end of World War II and we put it into building a new version of America. We took all of that industrial might. Remember, we were the only major industrial power not decimated by war. We literally had the gold. Everybody had shipped their gold to us and traded it for us in World War I and World War II. We had the world's reserve currency. We had more oil coming out of the ground than Saudi Arabia. We had a culture unified against common enemies. And we took all of this might and capacity and said, we can fix these long-term problems of the city by growing a new version of America, one that everybody can ultimately share in, a little piece of the American dream as it evolved to be known as. And we set to work doing this. Things like the interstate highway system, things like the GI Bill, expansions of New Deal housing programs to not just keep us out of depression, but actually grow our economy very quickly. All of these things were designed to turn cities into what we at Strong Towns call kinetic growth machines, machines of growth. I'm a civil engineer. In civil engineering terms, you look at and study the history of engineering, and there was this massive change at the end of World War II, where all of a sudden, very quickly, we had to develop all the standards for running pipes all over and running roads all over, and how are we going to, how wide should they be, and what should the curves be, and what should the depth of the asphalt be. We had to figure all this stuff out very, very quickly because we rapidly deployed this all over the continent in a very short period of time. I'm a planner. I've got a planning degree. If you look at the planning profession, you see this massive shift. We started to dabble in zoning and dabble in land use regulation before the Great Depression, but then afterwards we had to create a template, a framework where we could grow very, very quickly, where we could take capital from the outside and put it to work, building homes and businesses and all the things that we've come to recognize today as the way we build cities. We had to do this in a very short period of time because we needed to grow very quickly, and we needed to grow so that we could stay out of the Great Depression. As a growth product, this was wildly successful, right? What this meant in City Hall is that cities became places that lost their inner complexity, their inner nuance, and they became very sensitive in the way that we talk about at Strong Towns. They became very sensitive vertically. What is the money that is going to come from Washington, D.C. to help me grow? What is the money that I can access from the state capitol to help me grow? What is the capital that I can get through the private sector from Wall Street or what have you to make investments in my community to help me grow? And growth became the primary objective of City Hall. And I'm gonna contrast this growth, which what I think is the historic reasons that cities existed, which was wealth creation. And we can think of wealth creation as a building of capacity over time, and growth as a velocity of transactions in a given period of time. We shift our mentality at City Hall from one of wealth creation to one of growth. That's a radical transformation. And what it did is it made our city halls all orient vertically. We adapted the military model of organization. If you go to city halls prior to the Great Depression, you may have a town architect. And the town architect may have this like cadre group of people they were working with to do different things. After World War II, we organized our cities like the military. We had an engineering department. We have a planning department. We have an economic development department. They work in silos, separated from each other. They work in hierarchies. And the reason why they started to use silos and hierarchies is because that is the most efficient way to do things. We often look at local government and say, oh, local government's very efficient. You don't understand local government. Local government is incredibly efficient. They can do the same thing over and over and over really, really well. What silos and hierarchies get you is a capacity to do things at scale very, very quickly. You can get an order. You can change your code on how we're going to build a certain street. You can change your zoning classification, and it will quickly go down the silo and be disseminated and put into action. What you can't do with a silo and hierarchy is what? Evolve, adapt, change. It's really, really difficult. That wasn't what we were doing at the end of World War II. At the end of World War II, we were all about growing as fast as we can. How do we get capital into cities? How do we turn them into kinetic growth machines? How do we grow, 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 grow to stay out of the Depression? Massively, massively successful undertaking. But this made cities oriented vertically. And I want to give you 3 examples of this because it is our belief at Strong Towns that our cities need to shift their orientation from vertical to horizontal, from being sensitive to capital flows to being sensitive to the urgent needs of people within the community, to being sensitive to where the next project is going to be funded, to being sensitive to what are the things that we can do right now with what we have in our places. This is what leading from the bottom up looks like. I was invited to Akron, Ohio. I really like Akron. I like the people of Akron most. There's a spirit there that is just kind of infectious. I very much admire them. But it's a city that has suffered deeply in the 20th century. It's not one of the winners in our growth policies. Akron has seen deindustrialization. They've experienced a tremendous loss in population. And of course, they've also simultaneously experienced all the things we did to try to induce growth, right? Highways run through the middle of the city, lots of money spent on infrastructure growing horizontally. None of these things have really brought Akron sustained prosperity. One of the issues that Akron was dealing with when I was there was they had just completed a lawsuit where they had been sued by the federal government over their, what was amounted to their stormwater discharge. As many old cities do, they had what's known as a combined sewer. The combined sewer means that on a normal day without rain, sewage will flow through the system. But on a rain, that sewage will be combined with rainwater. There's supposed to be some gates and things in there that keep the two from mixing, but it doesn't exactly work that way. It's messy. And Akron had done many, many things to deal with this. They had disconnected many of these systems. They had put in alternate systems. They had done a lot. But they weren't able to get their discharge down to where it needed to be. In fact, they had a dozen days a year that the river that went through Akron was impaired. That used to be, I was told, all year round. So they had, in a sense, reduced the problem significantly, but they're down to about a dozen days a year that they could no longer, that they couldn't get it. And they weren't going to be able to solve that unless they did some radical changes. They were ordered to do that. They didn't. They were sued. They had a judge order them to do it. When I was there, this was all done. And they brought me in and they showed me this picture of a boring machine that they had just purchased. And they were very proud of this. This was the staff and kind of some of the local leaders there. They were very proud of this. They were going to spend $1 billion fixing all this stuff. Now, $1 billion in their context is like 7 years of their city budget. I mean, this is like, we throw around billions and we throw around money now. This was for Akron an astronomical amount of money. Again, a very, very poor city. This money was going to go on people's sewer bills. People who were struggling to pay their sewer bills now were going to have significant increases to make, this dozen days a year that the river was impaired fixed. And kind of everyone in the room realized that were Akron to spend $1 billion to improve the lives of people in Akron, making a marginal change in the cleanliness of the river that went through. And I'm not discounting that as an important environmental objective, but it's one of these things where you can make a 95% change for X, or you can make a 99% change for 100X. 100X becomes hard to justify, but they were being ordered to do 100X, and they all kind of lamented it. But they were all very excited about the opportunity to undertake this grand project. And they asked me, Chuck, what would you do? And I said, I'd go to jail. What do you mean you'd go to jail? I said, I would not do it. I look around at Akron and I look at the neighborhoods that are struggling. I look at the bus stops that you can't get to. I look at the streets that are falling apart. I look at the sidewalks that are in disrepair. I look at the houses that just need a little bit of love. And none of that was happening. And when I go to City Hall, the energy and the emphasis and the thing people were talking about was this $1 billion they were going to invest in stormwater management, starting with a massive purchase of a big toy. A big boring machine. I said, that's my city. I'd go to jail. Put me in jail. I tell this story first because I think what we see is that the kinetic growth machine ran its course decades ago. And we're now into a place where, and we talk about nuance, there's a panel up here, you brought up nuance and humility and all that. We've gotten to the point where there's a huge disconnect between the goals and the emphasis of the kinetic growth machine and what we actually experience in our neighborhoods, what we actually see in our places. And I think it's going to take someone going to jail to say, I won't play this game anymore. I'm not going to do this anymore. And I actually thought Akron would be a great place. It wasn't me going to jail, so it was easy advice to give, right? But the idea that a judge is going to order me as the mayor of this city or as a city council member to sit in jail because I refuse to spend $1 billion on stuff that doesn't benefit my people when my people are suffering seemed like a really good argument to me, all right? Springfield, Massachusetts is another place that I have been very fortunate to spend some time. Springfield, I was there one evening and I gave a talk. Some people brought me out to look at a street. The street had the library on one side of the street, a grand, early 1900s, the big gorgeous libraries we used to build. It was there in downtown Springfield. Across the street used to be a church. The church got purchased, torn down, and is now a parking lot for the library. The city had gone through and widened the street using state money, basically federal gas tax dollars brought through the state to widen the street because in the heart of downtown Springfield, I mean, this was really in the core of Springfield, they had traffic congestion. Of course they have traffic congestion. What else would you expect in the middle of an urban area? But nonetheless, it was a priority of the state through this kinetic growth machine to have vehicles move quickly during morning commutes. And so what was put in was that we were going to widen the street and make this even more of a thoroughfare. People were very upset, and they said, this is very dangerous. Right now, if you come out of the library, you're supposed to walk hundreds of feet down this way, wait for a crossing, cross over, walk hundreds of feet back, and then go to your car. Nobody does this. They all just walk straight across here. It's 3 lanes of fast traffic in one direction. This is really, really dangerous. And I sat there and looked at it, and I said, yes, this is ridiculously dangerous. We watch people go across all the time. It was very dangerous. That night, after I given my talk, I was back at my hotel room. I got a text, turn on the TV. I did. A mother, her daughter, and her niece left the library at closing time, walked across the street to their car. It was raining out. They didn't go down to the light. They walked right across. Were hit. The niece was injured, taken to the hospital. The 7-year-old daughter, Destiny Gonzalez, was killed. I started to, this affected me on a personal level. If you read my second book, Confessions of a Recovering Engineer, it's all about this particular incident and what we can learn from it and how that translates to other cities. But we started as an organization to talk about this street because it was a very good example of, again, this disconnect between the needs and the desires of the kinetic growth machine, the top-down model, like let's move traffic quickly through the middle of town, and the wealth creation needs of the community, the bottom-up leadership. When we look at Springfield, Springfield was suffering under this approach. Their neighborhoods were being disinvested in. They were seeing significant amounts of crime. They were having properties fall apart, be boarded up, essentially a failure to thrive throughout their core downtown. And no amount of traffic running into it was ever going to fix that. In fact, the traffic running through it was a major part of the problem. And so when we look at it, what we recognize, and I've seen this here in California, where your state Caltrans comes through and pays cities to basically upgrade local streets parallel to the interstate so that you can get overflow traffic through easier. I've watched Caltrans do this in numerous cities, Santa Ana being one that I experienced in person on the ground. What essentially the trade-off is this. We have a macro growth objective. That macro growth objective ties directly to a certain traffic count. And so despite the damage that it will do to your neighborhood, despite the damage that it will do to your community, despite the devaluation in your property, the lack of safety and the damage that it's going to do, here's money to do this project. And we can't say no. And we can't say no because we're oriented vertically. We're set up to receive that money. We're not really set up to do things differently. Muskegon, Michigan is the third straw I want to give you. And Muskegon starts to turn the table. Let me go back and finish Springfield. Because Springfield, I forgot I was going to give you this transition too, because there is a happy note to Springfield. I said happy note. There's a sad note and then a happy note. So stick with me. Last November, there was another death on the street in the same exact spot that Destiny Gonzalez was killed. This time it was a library worker, someone who left work, clearly knows the dynamics of the neighborhood, walked across, was hit, struck, and killed. Finally, this prompted the city to take action. And after years and years of the Public Works Department, the city staff, the elected officials saying there's nothing that can be done, The state has mandated this. We have to do this. We have to follow their rules. We took the money. Unless we want to give the money back, we have to do this. They stepped up and said, no, we're done. They went out in very short order with cones and barrels and basically temporary construction kind of things and redesigned the roadway. They didn't study it for 2 years. They didn't hold public hearings. They said, we have to act now. And they went out, and in very short order, they redesigned the whole street geometrically, and then they let it sit there for 3 months and watched what happened. Nobody died. There were no terrible crashes. There were no traumatic injuries. And what they proved in real time was that we can, from the bottom up, local leadership, we can design this to be a safe place. We know it's not safe now. We can change it to be safe. Last week, they started a project to make that permanent. And guess what? The state is not fighting them on it. The state is not fighting them on it. And the big reason why? The state doesn't have the money to fight them, doesn't have the resources, doesn't have the desire. The state doesn't want to step in and do this. Let me shift to Muskegon then, because I think Muskegon is an even better success story, ultimately, a bottom up. Muskegon, Michigan, again, suffered deeply in deindustrialization. I want to say, and don't quote me on this, I know I'm being recorded, but I want to say their population for like 80,000 to 30,000 over a couple decades. Whatever the numbers were, it was a dramatic downsizing. They struggled mightily to fill the businesses in their downtown. And the programs that had been given to them, again, in this kinetic growth machine, all evolved around how do we get the new outside business to come in? How do we get the McDonald's to come in and open up? How do we get the Jimmy John's to come in and open up? How do we get the Walmart to move to town? If they wanted to run sewer and water infrastructure, it didn't matter that they had more pipe in the ground than they had tax base to maintain. If they wanted to double the amount of pipe they had to connect new businesses out on the edge or build new homes out on the edge, the state was there, the federal government was there, the private sector was there with all kinds of money to make that happen. Again, growth over wealth creation. They played that game, and it didn't work for them. It actually made their city poorer and made them worse off. They were trying to get the stores in the downtown filled, and they couldn't do it. They couldn't do it without doing things that were financially ridiculous, and these people were smart. And they said, we cannot give that subsidy, we cannot spend that money, we cannot do that because that makes no sense for us. Here's what they did. They had a great mayor, they had great staff, they had really smart people. They were our 2018 Strongest Town of the Year award winner for some of the stuff that they did. But one thing they did that was really inspiring, they had a gap in their streetscape. One of those projects where, bright lights, like it was all gonna be great. Someone came in and they gave them tax subsidy to tear down a building. We're gonna redevelop a whole block. Things got stuck, it never happened. The block sits there empty for decades. Right? Every community has something like this, right? They had this gap in their streetscape, and they recognized that just from an urban standpoint, this gap created a space that people wouldn't walk through. They also realized that one of the problems they were having in getting people to open up stores in their downtown wasn't that they lacked creative people or entrepreneurs, it was that the bar to entry was too high. If you wanted to get in one of those places downtown, you had to bring the building up to the new building code. You had to meet ADA requirements on your bathrooms. You had to do all this stuff to make it work. And even, I don't even want to debate the reasonableness of those things. It was not something that a new entrepreneur who was just figuring out, like, how do I make t-shirts and sell them, could get a loan to do. And so these places were stagnating. That didn't match their community. So what they did is they took this gap in the streetscape. They went and bought a bunch of storage sheds, just the little 8x10 storage sheds. They painted them up funky colors. They dropped them in the streetscape, and they rent them out for $75, $80 a month to local startup entrepreneurs. We won't rent them out to, people coming out, corporations or franchises or whatever. You got to be a little local entrepreneur. We'll rent it out to you. You come in here. You try out your business, figure out if it will work. You don't have to sign a long-term lease. If you fail after 2 weeks, go away. There's no problem. You don't have to sign a long-term commitment or anything like that. You just come in, get your business started. If you go to Muskegon today and go to their downtown, you're going to find a downtown full of businesses, full of local businesses doing amazing things, employing people, building wealth in the community, creating lots of jobs, creating lots of capacity. And a lot of those businesses got their start in the storage sheds, in a place that was designed to lower the bar of entry for them so they could come in, figure things out, fail, 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 and finally succeed and be successful. Last year, I was trying to get my dates exactly right, because it was a year ago this last March that the president released what was called the American Jobs Plan. The American Jobs Plan is kind of, what I'm hoping is like the last blow-off of the very top-down kinetic growth machine. I was at a conference once where I was a speaker, and it was in Washington, D.C., hosted by the Washington Post. And at the agenda, I got there, and I was 2 after a guy who was the vice president at the time, Vice President Biden. The room was packed. I thought, wow, there's a ton of people here. And then the vice president spoke, and then everybody left. So there was like 5 people left to listen to me. But when the vice president spoke, he talked about his commitment to infrastructure and his commitment to transportation infrastructure. And if you've ever listened to the Strong Guns podcast and you've heard some guy saying, build, 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 that was Joe Biden. He actually got up in kind of Khrushchev-like form and pounded on the podium. The story of America is very clear. We build, 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 build. And so when the president became president and proposed an infrastructure bill, it was no surprise to me, it was no surprise to my colleagues, that it would be, in a sense, an extension of this idea of the kinetic growth machine. We build infrastructure, infrastructure creates jobs and investment, and then GDP goes up, and everything is good, right? If you read the American Jobs Plan, and this still blows my mind, if you read the American Jobs Plan, it's all about this optimistic view for the future, right? We're going to invest in this. The economy is going to be great. We're going to have lots of jobs. We're going to green infrastructure, on and on and on. Right there on the first page, it says, we have identified 170,000 miles of roadway currently in poor condition. If you go down like 2 paragraphs, it says this bill, which, by the way, the largest infrastructure bill ever imagined by humans, right? If you make this investment, of the 170,000 miles in poor condition, we are going to fix 20,000 of them over the next decade. As an engineer, let me tell you what this means. With this massive investment in infrastructure, we will have more roads in poor condition in a decade than we do today. That's not a rate to keep up with decline. The American Jobs Plan said we have 45,000 bridges currently in a state of disrepair. This is not one of those technical things where like it needs to be widened because there's more capacity. This is like these are bridges that may fall down. These are in disrepair. Of the 45,000, we're going to fix 10,000 of them with this massive investment, and we're going to do that over the next decade. Again, there will be more bridges in a state of disrepair a decade from now than there are today, despite this massive investment. Of course, that was the proposal. The proposal was this big. What happened to the proposal when it went to Congress? It became this big, right? Joe Manchin. Yeah, but even beyond Joe Manchin, these numbers shrunk. The commitment that we have to maintain the infrastructure we have built is non-existent. And every mayor, every local leader in this room knows and understands this. And let me say this in strong town terms. This kinetic growth machine has induced us to build more and more and more stuff to the point where we have so much promises in the ground in our cities in terms of sidewalks, roadways, pipes, drainage that we have agreed to maintain, and we do not have the wealth, the capacity to maintain it all. There is no amount of taxation, there is no amount of fees, there is no amount of growth we can generate that will allow us to make good on those promises. And by the way, the pension promises may be hidden somewhere in your balance sheet. All your infrastructure promises are off book. They're not accounted for anywhere in your public accounting system. This is a huge, huge problem that the infrastructure bill will only make worse. And so the question that I get is, well, okay, Chuck, what would you do differently? What does a good public investment look like when done from the bottom up? And I'm going to end with this because I share this with groups. I sometimes have us up on the slide and people stand up and take pictures. It is very simple, it is very radical, and I want you to, even if you reflexively reject this, go home and think about it, because really, this is where we're at right now today. Change our alignment from vertical to horizontal. What does it look like? We've developed a 4-step process at Strong Towns to make the lowest risk, highest return public investments that it is possible to make. Step number 1, go out and humbly observe where people struggle. Get rid of this studies. Let's hire the engineer to come in and spend $200,000 studying this and studying that. Let's go to Washington and see if we can get $1 million for a big study. Go out. Your people are having a difficult time using the city as it has been built. Send your people out and say, document where that's happening. Humbly observe. Go out with humility and say, I don't know what's going on. I want to learn and grasp where people are having a hard time using the city as it has been built. Step number 2, ask yourself a question. What is the next smallest thing we can do right now to address that struggle? Not what is the thing that there's a state grant for, what is the thing I can get a federal project for, what's the project I've always wanted to do, what is the thing, what you want to ask is, what is the thing that we can do with cones and paint and duct tape and straw bales and shovels and the people we have right now, what is the thing that we can do? Understand that this thing is not going to solve the problem, right? It's just going to make it a little bit better, a little bit better. Step number 3 then, do that thing. Do it right now. Just go do it. It's a very simple, small thing. Don't send it to a committee. Don't study it for 6 months. Don't bring in a consultant. It's a small little thing. Just go out and do it. And then step 4, repeat the process over and over and over. I'm reminded sometimes of when Lee Iacocca, and I'm 49 now, so I'm not young anymore, but I'm old enough to, Lee Iacocca is someone I've read about, not experienced. But I've read the legends or myths or what have you about how when he took over at Chrysler, part of it was, we're not going to do grand big things, we're going to tighten up the ship, right? You're putting 4 rivets on that, can you get by with 3, and what's the stability of that? That whole like mythos around that. I think in our cities, we're much in the same place, right? What we find is that putting in street trees costs very little. It dramatically improves property values. Fixing sidewalks costs very little. It dramatically improves our tax base. Adding crosswalks, narrowing up streets, these things actually save us money over the long term. They also have a dramatic impact on our property values, on our wealth, on our community capacity. There's not a lot of federal programs for this stuff, and the ones that are really nasty, right? We'll let you build a big sidewalk for safe routes for school. We'll give you a big grant to do that, but here's the process, and here's where it's got to be, and what have you. I'm talking about very tactical, very bottom-up, very earthy stuff. These are the low-risk, high-return investments that every community has a capacity to make right now. And if we can shift our model, if we can change our way of thinking to identify this horizontal type of alignment, if we can realign City Hall to be more sensitive horizontally to the needs of people in our places, not only can we make great, great investments that when we invest $1, physically pay off for our community $2, $5, $10, but we can't help but make people's lives better. And at the end of the day, I go back to that idea of the birds resting in the branches. There's a lot of things that will happen when we focus on our neighborhoods, when we focus on the bottom up, that we're not anticipating, that we will find deeply beautiful and rewarding. Thank you very much.
No, so I thought you could just stand right there. I'll stand right
All
here,
right, that
similar
sounds good.
to Ed. And please write down questions, send them up to me here, and I'll moderate a quick Q&A with you. And while you write up your questions, I'll take moderator's prerogative and
Go
just
ahead,
say, and just say, well, first of all, I feel like a lot of the conversation today is about us not building enough, or it taking too long to build.
No,
we
I
have
know.
a high-speed
Yeah.
rail, right? It takes forever here in California before a
Right.
single shovel goes in the ground. That we don't have. The growth machine has ended for housing. What do you say to that response? That we don't build enough, we need to build
Oh
more,
yeah,
actually?
no, I totally hear it. And I think the question is who builds, right? Do we rely on one individual to build something big, or do we rely on 100 individuals to build something more modest, which results in more building? We often talk at Strong Towns of a city made by many hands. We have abrogated the city building authority to a handful of people. And if you look at whether it's Jane Jacobs, whether it's de Tocqueville, it doesn't matter. Any of these bottom-up thinkers recognize that if you want something that scales, it is not going to be centralized and top-down. It's going to be very bottom-up.
So one of the other questions that we have here is about, let me see here. Actually, I'm going to ask one question. That I
Yeah,
have
go
too.
for it.
All right. So I feel like in New York City, when the pandemic first hit, some of the first things that were cut, separate from COVID, but when the budget was seeming to be cut, were parks.
Yeah.
There were a bunch of other things that in New York City, the mayor and the governor cut that seemed very essential to basic governance. And when you ask them why, when you really dig into it, it was because there weren't federal matching dollars.
That's exactly
so
right.
they would cut everything else that didn't have federal matching dollars, because if they cut the stuff that had federal dollars or state dollars, they felt like they were just leaving money on the table. So do you worry that mayors and governors are losing the space to govern?
Yeah, well, this is often a right-wing trope, but I think that, like all tropes, there's some reality to it, about crowding out. Bad money crowds out good money. In governance, this happens in the same way. We have a program in Akron that gives you money to fix your sewer system. And so it doesn't matter. It matters superficially, but it doesn't matter to the operations of the government that provides no value to your community, that all these other things would have way more value, especially if you're talking about spending $1 billion. That becomes the obsession because there's money for it. If you're in Springfield and you've got the road that runs through the middle of the city, we can fix that road, quote unquote, fix that road and get 50%, 80% matching dollars from the state. That will make it to be a highway through the middle of our neighborhoods. Or we can go it alone, bear that cost all of ourselves, and build something that would more fit us. That becomes an easy question in cities that are overstretched. And what I see a lot is city councils, local leaders bullied into making bad decisions that they know are not good for their community because the internal bureaucracy is aligned vertically. This is what we're being delivered to leaders. You can decide dumb project A or dumb project B. And the federal money, the state money crowds out the good stuff.
So one of the other questions in the audience was, how do we get capital to local governments? How do local governments acquire the capital to reform and to do government from the bottom up? And similarly, where do they get the trees and the dirt and all that kind of stuff? Where does the capital, where should it come from?
Yeah, it's a good question. It's a difficult question. I think the trite answer, or the 30,000-foot answer, is our cities need to be not about transactions and growth. It needs to be about building wealth and capacity. And that is tough. That's a tough transition to make. We build wealth and capacity. We have a greater tax base. We have a greater ability to do things, and it becomes self-reinforcing. We focus on transactions, and then we function just like the state, in this up and down. I struggled with this for a long time, because if you go back in history and look, you'll see the federal government used to collect 2% of GDP. I mean, it was a tiny amount, and now it's 18, 20% of GDP, and then spends like 24 or 25% of GDP. And it's very easy to say, well, the federal government is too big, like it should be much smaller, and then attach that to this idea that like government should be smaller. And I get that. But I think the question we really have to look at is, if you go back to that 2% of federal government GDP, what you see is that local government was a lot bigger. Like local government, it's not that our taxes were all that much lower. They were lower, but they weren't all that much lower It's not like the federal government just grew and then our taxes grew along with it. What we did is we actually shifted from local government to state government, from local government to federal government. And I would like to see that shift back.
What is the role of beauty in public policy considerations?
Thank you. Yes. And I hope the birds in the trees helps solidify this, because let me use a story that I like from my city to explain this. Back in the Great Depression, my community built a courthouse. If you go today and look at this courthouse, we also built a bunch of neighborhood schools in the same genre of building. We built the courthouse on the end of one of our wealthiest, most productive streets, so this was a very valuable piece of property. We built it as very poor people in the middle of nowhere. I mean, my county today is 50,000 people. Back in like the 1930s, it was like 15,000. So, and they were farmers and they were people with no money. So imagine very poor, very rural people. They built this city, this county regional government center that has Roman pillars, very, very beautiful classical building, marble floors throughout, big chandeliers. You look at this and you're like, why would they do such a thing? Why would they do such a thing? Were they vain? Did they have an overinflated sense of themselves? No, what they recognized is what humans recognize all throughout history. If we're going to work on something jointly together, we're going to build a building. We want that thing to create wealth throughout the community. Otherwise, it's just a utilitarian investment. We built a utilitarian courthouse. It was up the street in a bad lot, and it was a junky little building. When we got ready to build our grand courthouse, we put it in the right spot, because what happened is everybody on that street now, and I live on this street today, about 6 blocks away, every place on that street became the wealthiest place to be in town, right? This is where everybody, all the nice houses were along there, all the great businesses were along there, because you walked out of your building and there at the end of the street, the terminating vista, the beautiful end, think I'm gonna go to Disneyland tomorrow, think the Magic Kingdom at the end of the street, right? Was this collective investment we made beautiful in ourselves. They invested in beauty and used that, leveraged that to build wealth in the community. We just built a new courthouse 10 years ago. We bought the cheapest land we could, tore down a whole bunch of tax base to build it, surrounded it with massive parking lots. And when I drove by it with my 5-year-old daughter, she asked the question, "Dad, what is that building?" And I said, "What do you think it is?" She looked at it and she said, "Is it a Target?" The stuff we use today has the aesthetic of a strip big box store. And it is, the opposite of building wealth.
And you've talked also about the kind of places that have more wealth, and didn't you find that there are surprising places? So
Yeah,
the brand spanking new shopping center
Right.
per acre generating XYZ amount of property tax revenue compared to the more downtrodden traditional downtown.
I feel like in California, it's fascinating because we see this all over, but you have Prop 13, and Prop 13 has this weird, like it warps gravity kind of thing, where like plants grow that wouldn't normally grow in another ecosystem. They grow here, and like disease spreads in different ways. Those are metaphors. Prop 13 has like created this weird distortion in your system. But even here, we see the same thing. If you go, and I'll say this in a rough sense, you can go look at our stuff at Strong Downs. We got tons of this. If you look at pre-Depression patterns of development, it was incremental, it was complex. Cities grew like a culture in a petri dish. They grew incrementally up, incrementally out, incrementally thickened up. If you look at the amount of return, the amount of private investment per foot of public investment, it was off the charts, off the charts. Now, take that and go 100 years in the future and pick your place that has not weathered that transition well, is in decline, doesn't look good, is full of pawn shops and tattoo parlors, and you look at the financial productivity of that place, the return per foot. Today, it still outperforms by huge margins all the stuff we built post-World War II. And it's not even close. Go to your auto dealership that, yay, it's generating so much taxes. Go to your new subdivision that has, not the Prop 13 restrictions, but is paying full taxes. Go to the places that you think are the gems of your community in terms of wealth creation. And what you will find is that from a community balance sheet, so we collectively come together and build this thing called the city, and we're trying to build this municipal corporation. When you look at the balance sheet of those places, the commitment we have in road, sidewalk, pipe, drainage, streetlights, police patrols, fire patrols, you look at that commitment versus the tax base that you get, you are underwater. You go to your crappy, rundown, worst downtown in the state, and what you will find is that it is generating cash flow positive for you. I used to be a decade ago, I was tentative about this because this was true in my city. But I'm like, is this only true in Minnesota? Is this only true here in my little town? And we started modeling city after city after city after city. And I mean, my friend Joe Minicozy with Urban 3, they've done cities in New Zealand, they've done cities in Australia, they've done cities in Canada, and they've done them hundreds all over the US. And we see the same thing every time. Pre-depression development patterns financially kill it, despite if it's occupied by poor people or in disrepair, what have you. If it's in great repair, it's even better, right? Post-World War II development patterns are increasingly negative returning as you go out in time. The stuff we build today has atrocious returns. Every city would be better off not building a single new thing on the edge, ever.
Are there places currently practicing the horizontal alignment that you're talking about? And I'll tack on another question.
Yeah.
What is the strongest town in America?
Oh, that's really good. We have an annual Strongest Town contest, and we are trying to identify places that have good practices. So it's a lot more about who has good diet and exercise than who's like the most ripped. So, if you go to the Strongest Town contest, you can see our past winners. I'm going to Jasper, Indiana in a couple weeks. They were our winner this year. You'll go there and you'll not see anything particularly spectacular, although much like Muskegon, you'll find a lot about what they're doing that is really impressive and has put them on a good trajectory. If I were to stand back and say, as a general rule, what are the places who are doing strong towns, bottom-up type of stuff the best? They are the places that have seen the abyss and have blinked, right? They are Detroit, they are Memphis, Shreveport, Santa Ana, California. They're places that are not so confident and full of their kind of illusion of wealth, which is the way we talk about it at Strong Towns, this growth machine generating for you this illusion of wealth, but they've actually seen the depths and they have been willing to try something more humble to get themselves out of it.
Does this make you more hopeful about the Rust Belt?
I'm really hopeful about the Rust Belt. I feel like the Rust Belt has the energy and the ingenuity. If you want to, I know we talk a lot about brains and entrepreneurs, and I love Ed Glazer, I really do. Someday we're going to have a long talk about this because, there's an obsession in some places with Silicon Valley and Austin, and I love Dallas too. It's a great city. But you're talking about smart people analyzing smart people in smart people attributes. When I think of entrepreneurs, I think of people who are making something out of nothing. You know who those people are? They're poor. And you know what? Poor people are the most entrepreneurial people because they have to be to get by every day. And when you can unleash that, you create this just explosion of amazingness. And I see it in places like Detroit. I see it in places like Shreveport and Memphis. If you go there, there's so much excitement around fixing a block. Excitement here that we in more affluent places we don't get. We pay our taxes. We have arguments over whether we can talk on Zoom in the meeting or not. And then, we go to the nice seafood restaurant up the street. Places with a lot more desperation are very exciting to me.
Is there any intersection between Zoom, remote work, and your work at Strong Towns?
Yeah. I mean, I think that the proper organizing unit for society is the neighborhood. I'm a Catholic. I love the idea of subsidiarity. Families obviously are very important, but no Catholic would ever say that a family can exist absent a parish. And a parish is a people and a place. And I think, whether you take a Catholic lens, whether you take a secular lens or what have you, I think the best organizing unit for society is a neighborhood. And in that sense, we all have the capacity in our places to do amazing things.
Final question.
Yeah.
Do you have advice for the next mayor of Los Angeles?
No, I don't. Just like I don't have advice for the next president. I mean, people often ask, I get senators, I get congressmen that call me. They want to know
That's nice, right?
what-
I mean,
no, it's not, because I don't have anything to help them with. What bill should we pass? What should we do? And I'm like, just stop. Like, let these places breathe. Let these places figure things out and support them. I think that I'll go back to the Catholicism. The idea of subsidiarity is often thought of as, and I think it even brought up today, we should make decisions at the lowest level competently we can make them. And that's what it is in the nutshell, but there's another important part of it. And the other important part of it is that any level above that, their role is to offer assistance. Not to solve it for you, not to figure it out, not to do it for you, right? Not to be the helicopter parent, right? I'm going to come in and fix your problems, but to offer assistance. I have a 17-year-old. She's taking the ACT for the second time. She did great. She's trying to do better. She's looking at colleges. She's making decisions about where to work, about what her career is going to be. I have friends who have kids in the same state, and I look at what they do and I just cringe. I'm like, you can't clear these problems for them forever. For me, it's about offering assistance. Chloe, how do I help you figure this out? How do I help you think this through? How do I help you be in a position to do this? But if I'm going to build a great kid, she's got to do it herself. I think the same thing, I would want the mayor of Los Angeles to look at the neighborhoods in the same way. Not what is my vision and how do I make the world in my grand image? How do I humble myself to recognize the visions, the hopes, and the dreams of people in neighborhoods? How do I help them coalesce into that? And how do I help them build the capacity to solve their problems?
With that, thank you very much. If I could ask our next panel to come on up. My hope in having Chuck join us was to be able to let us to step back, give us a philosophy and a grounding to the discussions that we're having. Now we're going to have people who are also on the ground, have fantastic experience to talk about new models for urban governance. And I could not imagine a better group of people here to discuss that. To my immediate left is the former 4-term mayor of Oklahoma City, Mick Cornett. You were the 35th mayor?
That's right.
35th mayor. And you were the first mayor in city history to be elected to a 4th term. Is that right?
First one to run for a 4th term. The others, y'all had the good sense to get out before that.
But when you left office, I think you were also the longest serving mayor. That's incredible. And before that, 2 decades local television. What did you do in local television?
I was a television newscaster, sports anchor, play-by-play broadcaster.
And then you went and reported
manager.
in City Hall, right?
Yeah, and then I was, after the bombing, I kind of went through a reflection on my life and decided I wanted to do something that I felt at the time was more meaningful. And started covering City Hall, and that's when I kind of fell in love with local government and realized you could make a difference there. And so I left television, ran for city council, and then ran for mayor.
Well, speaking of Mayor Tom Tate, you were mayor of Anaheim from 2010 to 2018. Did I get that right?
That's right.
And before becoming mayor, member of city council, you served as CEO of Tate and Associates, Tate Environmental Services Incorporated, board member representing the 4th District in the Orange County Transportation Authority. Just looking at your background, you've worn so many hats in local service.
A few, I guess. The most important being mayor, by far, actually. And when Mick is, you didn't mention also you're president of the U.S. Conference of Mayors, and we got to know each other through that. So amongst all the mayors in the country, we chose him to be our leader. So you're a very humble guy, but I want to make sure you didn't forget that.
Yeah, and I think that's when I met you too. You were coming to D.C. and was at a gathering that you were hosting. Last but certainly not least, Greg Brooks, longtime friend, co-founder and president of the Better Cities Project. Before that, you were principal of West Third Group, previously led public affairs for the LA-based Reason Foundation. You worked for the Goldwater Institute. You did national outreach for Compact for America, a host of other groups, but now Better Cities Project, that's what brings you here.
I feel like I finally got it right.
Well, we're going to talk about Better Cities. America, I want to talk with you. You wrote an entire book on smart ways to lead cities today. It's kind of the theme of what we're talking about now. That book, by the way, you should definitely get it. It's The Next American City. You looked at dynamic, mid-sized cities across America and asked, what is it about their governance, the policy chops, civic engagement, urban design that made them successful? What was the secret sauce? What did you find?
Well, we were looking at that millennial generation and the generation behind them and noticing that more so than previous generations, they were more likely to want to choose to take on their life in a medium-sized city in the middle of the country. It was no longer just about the East or the West Coast. It was no longer just about the largest cities. There was something appealing about a lower cost of living, perhaps less traffic congestion, perhaps fresher water and cleaner air, or some combination of all of those things. There was just a different set of priorities that was being embedded in these highly educated 20-somethings, and there was an opportunity there for mid-sized cities to seize opportunities to create cities that would attract that generation. And economic development is really about attracting highly educated 20-somethings. If you can do that, it's pretty easy to figure out
talent.
The rest of it.
Talent's a big part of it. Okay.
It's human capital.
Mayor Tate, did you find something similar? I mean, and I'm going to have a follow-up question for you as well, but what did you find was the secret sauce to success, given your experience?
Well, so I had served for, 10 years on the city council, all the way back to 1994 to 04. So I thought I was done. And so I had, then I was elected mayor in 2010. But back in 2004, I had run across this gentleman, his Dr. Jajewski. He's from Anaheim, and he's actually from Argentina. He's a holistic doctor. And he had told me a story about his daughter, a little 6-year-old daughter, Natasha, who was actually killed in an car accident that summer before. And they found she had written all these beautiful things about kindness. So then Dr. Jajewski says, he says, in medicine, you can either treat the symptoms or you could stimulate the body to heal from within holistically. He said, that's what I do as a holistic doctor. Then he said, I think the same principle applies to a city. You either treat the symptoms or you can stimulate the city to heal from within holistically. And he says, I think that has something to do with kindness. And so anyway, for me, that was a light bulb moment. And 6 years later, I felt compelled to run for mayor on a platform of kindness, actually. And it's about changing the culture, because we all know it's all about culture. Culture is more important than anything else. If you get culture to change, how people think. And so, at the end of the day, if you could get people in Anaheim thinking we're a city of kindness, I have kind of a civic duty to be a little kinder to my neighbor, to others, then the chance of that person doing something kind is a little bit greater. And if you could get to that point, literally everything you could think of in your city gets better. So it was under that principle about culture change, and I ran.
So the title of this panel, New Models for Urban Governance, we've talked a lot about nuts and bolts, strategies, taxation, all sorts of other things. One thing that I do want to get at, that I think you're touching on, is there a role for the mayor to use that position, the bully pulpit, to push for change, to push for things that may be outside of your wheelhouse? Or should you be careful about that? And I'm also thinking of you. You led a campaign in Oklahoma City, a weight loss campaign across the whole city. Is there a role for the mayor, beyond just the nuts and bolts, to lead a culture change in a city?
Yeah, I think, in fact, it's a fairly unique role. I think the mayor's the only one in American politics that seems to be able to get away with those types of endeavors. There's a political instinct when you get elected, and you have to fight this if you're ever elected to anything. You want to tell people what they want to hear. I mean, it's just instinctual. I want to be liked. I want this crowd to cheer when I walk off the stage. And you have to fight that. And what I found that I thought was interesting in looking back on my years in public life, it seems like the more time I told people what they didn't want to hear, the more popular I got. And I can't explain that.
But how does that work?
I don't know exactly why, but I think maybe my years in broadcasting had helped train me how to talk to people. And being able to talk to people and leveling with them was so refreshing, because there's so many other different levels of politics where they feel like people are talking at them. And if there's, one of the many instincts in Oklahoma politics is people really want government to just leave them alone. I mean, that's what a lot of people in Oklahoma would say. And so, if you're understanding and you're able to talk to people and level with them, if people are listening, they probably appreciate it more, and they're going to notice it, because it's not typical of what they hear or what they, hear from partisan politics.
Do you feel, and I'm going to actually turn to you on this, Greg, are you hearing across the country a sense that citizens are wanting their mayors to step into that kind of role? And part of the reason I'm asking this is as a quick caveat is there's this regular Menino Mayors Survey Boston University does, and the most recent one said, what's on the top of mayors' minds? It's mental health. And it's what they see in their constituents. They're concerned what they're seeing. Is that related? Are you seeing mayors use their role to address those kind of societal issues?
Yes, but I think it can come from a good and strategic place. It can come from a reactionary place, right? And not all of those instincts are equal or should be treated equally. One of the things that we hear most from mayors is that this was verified in that same survey you mentioned a few years ago. Most mayors, their number one source of policy ideas are other mayors. So it's a bit of a fishbowl environment. And our politics and citizens' desire for change drive a reactionary cycle, right? We're no longer in a world where, I'm old enough to remember when the right stood for small local government, period, full stop. And I am old enough to remember when the left stood for an expansive social safety net. Well, I can go into any mid-sized city in America and I can find very conservative single-family homeowners willing to embrace whatever big government is necessary for an apartment not to get built in their neighborhood. I can find progressives who are willing to donate all the money in the world to left-leaning causes and don't want a homeless shelter built in their neighborhood. So in a sense, government has become an ATM for people and their desires. And to get back to your point, the reason that matters is that I think those desires from the citizenry and to what Chuck was talking about, this vertical nature of how governments operate internally, makes it hard to do the big expansive things. Lots of mayors want to do it. My advice is always be at least a 2-term mayor, because you're going to spend your first term developing the community trust you need to do really transformative things. Government is not transformative. Government is, especially local government, a game of inches.
Does that sound right to you?
Yeah, and I think the big thing is culture change. And if you could get that, that is much more powerful than you mentioned, the nuts and bolts things or passing ordinances. If you could get people thinking differently, and in my case with Anaheim, if people thinking we're a city of kindness, the chance of doing something kind is a little bit greater. As far as economic development, I don't think it's about I certainly don't think it's about giving big subsidies to companies to bring them to my city or whatever. I think that's a waste of money, and there's studies that show, Kauffman Foundation said if you want economic growth, don't offer money to the Amazons and folks, or in Anaheim it was actually Disney and big hoteliers and things like that, big subsidies. They said don't do that. But the biggest predictor of economic growth in your city is having a large immigrant population. Kind of, Chuck, what you were talking about. And you have, which Anaheim is a giant immigrant population. And so that kind of ties into kindness. I mean, so our economic plan was basically based on kindness and working with the schools and the kids and giving them confidence that if you were a poor kid in Anaheim and your parents are working and changing beds at the resort district, 2 shifts, but give that kid confidence that he or she can one day start their own business. And I'm thinking that comes from kindness. And I was thinking, Mayor Johnson, you mentioned what you tell, your favorite day is talking to the kids. Mine was too. But I'm thinking about that conversation you had, or you have, is like work hard, and then kind people will come and help you along the way. And if you have more kind people doing that, the better everything gets. And that's so anyway. That's I think it's a bigger thing. It is about culture change and kind of a spiritual thing. And really, Chuck, I loved what you were talking about, the beauty of the city. I think that's where and a mayor, I know I'm going on too long, but a mayor, a city is a natural thing where people come together. It's not a congressional district or even a state, but a city, people for eons have been coming together to form cities. And so those cities have a natural leader, and it's called a mayor. And our city's like yours, Eric. And I know Will's is also, and Mayor Lincoln, I don't know if yours is too, but if we don't have a majority of the council with us, we don't have enough power to buy a cup of coffee. But we've got that bully pulpit, and I think the big power of a mayor is using that and affecting culture and creating a core value and just talking about it.
This is actually a great point, because you invoked Mayor Johnson's point on the weak mayor system versus strong mayor and different forms of weak mayor. How much is the fight for culture change a byproduct of not really having much authority and power as a chief executive in some cities? Should we be pushing for strong mayor systems, or is that not at all the point? I wonder if you have some thoughts, because you've, Mayor Cornett, like you've seen.
I do. We have the city manager form of government. I always felt like, I say always, through the years, I felt like the fact that I had so little constitutional authority actually worked to my advantage, because people wanted one person to speak for the city. The business community wanted one person to go to. The council really wanted someone to kind of take charge. And so one of my instincts is whenever I see a void in leadership is to attempt to fill it. And I always felt like because we were constitutionally so limited in power, that you were actually able to seize great authorities of power through working with other people. And I always defined leadership as getting other people to want what you want and building a consensus. So, I mean, I think that's one of the reasons that we had so much success in Oklahoma City, because, coming from the media and coming as a City Hall reporter, I also realized that, whenever an executive branch person is trying to exert great authority, it's almost as if it's the media's job to make sure they don't get any credit for that. It's like people are always trying to take away your authority when you try to exert it. But if they know you don't really have any, it's almost as if then you come across as a person who's really trying to accomplish something because they believe in it. Mm-hmm. And maybe that's to a certain point unique or almost unique to Oklahoma City and the kind of the history of the mayors that came before me. But I've always felt like even though it's considered a weak mayoral position, the mayor of Oklahoma City, as long as they don't abuse that power, actually has created a great amount of authority and power through just the attrition of the job and being able to lead people and lead other leaders.
And it's about communicating that to the constituents as well. I imagine social media now is a big part of that, various forms of communication.
More so, but yeah, I would say it's
but
also
getting into the
important
neighborhood.
If people don't suspect you have a hidden agenda, if people really believe that you genuinely are in it for other things, if the city always comes first ahead of your own personal wants and your own personal needs and your own political career, if people really believe you're putting the city first, they are much more likely to follow you when you need their help.
So I want to turn to you, Greg, because you talk with local leaders all across the country. Do you see consistent themes in successful mayors, but also successful governance forms that they've enacted or adopted that help generate more impact?
So one of the successful themes, building on what you said, is the mayor as visionary. Often in systems of government where the city council members are elected by district, the mayor is elected citywide. What happens is the city council member becomes lacking any policy vision of their own or the ability to implement a policy vision single-handedly. That office becomes, in a few cities, a nexus for graft and corruption, but in most cities, it's much more subtle. It becomes a nexus for gatekeeping. There is no more powerful gatekeeper of no than the council member who has the power to bring virtually any development project or zoning variance to a vote, right? That's a good way to stop your city from growing vigorously and organically. In terms of policy reforms, I'm a big fan of two things that I've seen in very different markets. I want to say Charlotte, you can correct me if it's Raleigh, but they eliminated their citizen advisory board for development, which is a politically costly thing to do, right? Who wants to eliminate citizen input? But you know what happens is the citizen input 90% of the time was no. Yeah. And so I'd like to, we've written about that, and I'd like to see more cities see that that's an option. One of the projects that we're really fond of and would like to see other cities pursue is what they did in New Rochelle, New York, a wealthy suburb of the New York metro area that had not seen new downtown development for the better part of 8 years, I believe. And what they did is two things that have not together been done anywhere else in the country, and we're excited to see other cities try it. They did a downtown-wide EIR to eliminate the cost of that, and they went out and talked to the
EIR is?
Environmental Impact Report. So every project previously that came in needed to do its own report. It was costly, and you can tell those of you who've dealt with developers know this. Developers might not like hearing no. No is far preferable to, yeah, I don't know, we'll see. Yeah. Because that costs money. No doesn't cost you money. So they did an EIR for the entire downtown, which meant developers didn't have to do their own. And then they worked with a master developer who put up $2 million to help the city streamline and reduce time to market for its zoning and planning processes. Fully privately funded, fully publicly supervised. The developer did not show up with a plan that nobody had any input on. But as a result, this relatively small suburb has now seen billions of dollars of investment just in the last couple of years, all based on eliminating uncertainty. So that is a specific example of a broader theme, which is identify the pain points that are keeping capital inflows from happening as smoothly as possible, address those, and then you start to get wealth in the community instead of more expenses and more useless
Greg,
projects.
so you bring up something that I'd like to ask either one of you to respond to. That's the role of the private sector, nonprofits, to help you get your agenda across the finish line. So you think of governance, a lot of the conversation now has been about what levers of City Hall or government or the council that you can pull to get something across the finish line. Did you find that, under Mayor Bloomberg in New York City, he had a nonprofit that he could turn to help smooth barriers in the way to getting to yes, or it was all about finding those nonprofit and private sector alliances and partnerships to get stuff done. What have you seen work along those lines, or do you completely disagree with that notion?
No, a couple things pop into mind. Again, things holding back entrepreneurs or city over years, regulations is a one-way valve. There's a problem, city passes an ordinance, there's regulation, and they don't go away. And you have a bunch of dumb ones out there that just make it different, the more no's along the way. Okay. So I put together a task force, called it a task force, and of a group of people, interested to cut back regulations, brought our staff in, planning director, people like that who normally you might not think would want to do that, but everyone was on board under we called it under a freedom agenda. And so we cut a bunch of regulations, put a concierge at our city hall, so a small business person comes in or someone, an entrepreneur, has no idea what goes on at City Hall, could go to this concierge, and that concierge can help him or her get their permit. Super simple, cut a bunch of regulations, and things took off, and one of the things was breweries. And we grew from like 1 to about 20, which to me was an awesome thing, you know, because it actually brings people together in the community also. And then with the kindness, when I got elected, how do we do this? I went to not all of them, but most of them, the churches and the mosques and synagogues and the faith-based community. I said, here's what we want to do. We want to be known as a city of kindness, and help me. And they were doing it anyway, but it helped organize that. And then I went to the schools, and our school district, elementary school district, they did 1 million acts of kindness to kids, which just took off. And it was very easy but you could do that as a mayor and say, this is important. And it was just one meeting with the superintendent, and away it went. And then it took off from there.
See, one of the major roles of city government is to create an environment where the private sector can create private sector jobs. I don't think there's anything more important that I took more satisfaction from than thinking I might have played a small role in creating a new job or a better job for someone out there who might be hurting or might be having a tough time making it. And so I was very job conscious, and I've been characterized as the Chamber of Commerce candidate, and that's probably fair. But
They meant that as a bad thing.
Well, in some communities that would be considered a bad thing.
In full confession, I used to work for the chamber.
It's not in my community.
Yeah.
Yeah. But you know, I say that, you know, putting my journalistic hat on. If I'm applying a label to myself and I'm called the Chamber of Commerce candidate in an election, I understand that's fair. I do seek the support of business leaders from a political standpoint.
And was that crucial to to executing your agenda for downtown Oklahoma City? Because I remember as a kid going through Oklahoma City, and what it became under your leadership, it was night and day. Mm-hmm. Business leaders, nonprofit, they had to play a role in that as well.
Well, absolutely, and it always helps if you want to be viewed as an effective mayor. The most important thing is to have really good predecessors, because in a city manager form of government, generally, if a city is doing well and you walk in and you think, man, this thing's really happening, you should ask, who's the city manager today? And who was the mayor and council 5 years ago or 10 years ago? Because as he pointed out, the mayor and council in that type of role really do need to be more visionary and be setting a conversation about what do we need to do next, while the city manager continues to run the city on a day-to-day basis. If you have an effective city manager, which we were fortunate enough to have, then the mayor and council can spend their time on grand initiatives that can do game-changing things, but may take 5 or 10 years to fully develop.
What if you don't have an effective city manager?
That's a problem. I remember 4 or 5 years ago, and I was reminded of that this morning while we were listening to the conversation. I got a call from a California mayor. I won't say what city. I don't even remember the gentleman's name. But he had been elected, and he looked at some of the things that we'd accomplished in Oklahoma City and had been attributed to me, and he just assumed that I had a strong mayor system and I was able to accomplish all these things. And when he found out that was not the case, he was puzzled, because he was also in a city manager form of government, and he called, wanted to know how I was able to help engineer these things to happen. And as I mentioned before, I tend to not do anything. It was always we. It was never about me. But what I asked him some questions. I said, well, is the city council, do they want you to be successful? And he says, oh no, the city council doesn't like me at all. And I said, well, your city manager, is he working with you? He says, no, I ran against the sitting mayor, and the city manager doesn't like me either. And I said, well, you're doomed. I mean, if you're in the mayor-council form of government and the city council's against you and the city manager is against you, you are not going to be successful. And so I, kind of gave him some obvious advice. You need to start building some friends. You need to start working with your city manager coalition. You're going to be miserable. And I, to a certain extent, I never followed up. I don't know how that turned out. But I think it shows that in local government and in politics in general, you've got to build coalitions, and you've got to be able to convince people to want what you want, or to see things your way, or to do some give and take. And I always reminded myself, I always tried to keep my political capital for what was really important to me. And I had a saying that I kept on my desk, and it was, the big thing to remember is that the big thing is the big thing. And whenever I was the mayor, I always had one thing in the back of my mind, that's the big thing. And whenever some city council conversation would come up and there'd be some uproar, and it was hard for me to fight putting my 2 cents in, I just be quiet and save your political capital for what's really important for you. Don't let others draw you into some sort of conversation that's going to splinter your political coalition. Save your capital for what you think is truly important. And so, mayors in Oklahoma City are generally defined by a handful of initiatives that they build up their political capital to help pass. It's not, the day-to-day zoning case that might create a big crowd at City Hall, but no one's going to remember 2 weeks later.
It seems like this is really difficult these days. Now, this is not a disagreement with you, but it's more of a reflection. So it feels really difficult.
I'm glad you brought that up, because when I was hearing Mayor Johnson talk, it reminded me just how difficult the last 2 years have been for mayors. Right. And he and other mayoral leaders have almost been in crisis mode. And so I think a lot of the things I said 20 minutes ago about when I was the mayor, I don't know that they necessarily applied to the last 2 years. This was really tough. And I think it's probably unfair of me to assume that the style and the manner of leadership that I used during my 14 years would necessarily have worked as well the last 2. It might have taken a certain set of tools that I never had to exhibit or find out if I possessed.
Either for you, Mayor Tater, or for Greg, former New York Mayor LaGuardia had said there's basically no Republican Democrat way to pick up the garbage. It feels like there is these days somehow, like that everything is politicized. Maybe it's part of the era that we're in, or it's COVID. It also feels like it's something we touched on earlier in the day, how everything's just becoming nationalized.
Right.
So everything has a national tinge to it. And so I wonder what you, maybe Mayor Tate, have found in leaders, local leaders that you admire, and in your own experience, in kind of trying to push past that to get to something that is like everybody can commonly agree is a good form of management at the local level, regardless of R or D after your name.
Yeah, I'd say R&D is not what I'm interested in on dealing with people on my city council, and it doesn't really apply at the local level. We're nonpartisan in California or our city, and so it officially, but it really. So my closest ally, I call myself a Republican, kind of libertarian / conservative Republican. My closest ally by far was a Bernie progressive Democrat, and some Republicans weren't, and we disagreed on a lot of things, on big issues, mostly on subsidies, to large corporations. So in Anaheim, it kind of broke that way. Do you think economic development or the path to our city is focusing on the big companies, or do you think it's focused on the neighborhoods? And our philosophy was that if you have great neighborhoods, the businesses will follow. You don't have to, and you shouldn't. And you don't want to treat one business different than you treat that business and things like that. So it's those issues which both parties, I think, either agree to or disagree with.
I would say that in the cities that we work with, overwhelmingly, the local offices you run for and win them on a nonpartisan basis. What we haven't solved for is a nonpartisan public, right? That's the X we haven't solved for. And people will bring their tribal things, and those are often, I used to say Republican and Democrat, and then I went to saying conservative and liberal, and now, it's a mess, right? To go back to my earlier example, people who I generally lean right, people who I might agree with on many, many, many issues seem perfectly willing to roll up on City Hall and ask the government to guarantee their homes ever appreciating property value by limiting development, things like that. So I think it's into that environment of the government, let me back up for a second. Local governments across the country all suffer this common problem of not having communicated or having tried to communicate, and the message was rejected, the notion of what it is exactly they do. Where are the walls in the room that define what local government does? Lacking that, people pour any damn thing they want into it, right? You see it from the public wanting City Hall to fix everything under the sun. You see it from local officials who will come up with often very strange ideas about what local government should be tackling.
But is there an argument that them turning to a mayor to fix those things is actually a testament to what they view the mayor as being? Somebody who listens, who's responsive. Is there a good side to that?
I think in the sense that a citywide elected mayor is in a fairly unique position to be an enabler and a convener of consensus, potentially. Doesn't always happen, but they are in a much better position to do that than a district level city council member. But they have to bring to the table a spirit of good bargaining and compromise, because that same power has enabled a lot of bad, big initiatives in cities across the country. No matter what you feel about climate change, the scientific reality is that an individual city in the U.S. can do almost nothing to meaningfully deal with that problem, and yet that is a highly ranked priority among a lot of mayors.
So we've talked about almost the mayor as this. This is my language, almost a heroic figure.
That's
very
a
admirable.
great phrase for it.
In
this room,
that's
a
right.
fantastic phrase.
You're on a roll.
but also constrained, right? Constrained in many ways.
That too.
So one thing that I'm curious about that we really haven't talked on is election reform and election issues. The reason I'm bringing this up is there's been a spate of literature recently on how the kind of elections we have and the role of interest groups in politics do shape the role of mayor and shape who gets in there and shape all sorts of things. And so, even something as simple as do you have an on-cycle or off-cycle election can dramatically change who shows up on voting day, what interests they're trying to push for, which interest groups get in there to shape the political process. And then you even talked about nonpartisan offices. These days it's the literature on how very busy voters have to know who this person is that's running for local office. Mayor, maybe they've been hearing what's been happening for who's running for that position, but go down from there, even to a city council member, they may not have any idea who this person is. And so they almost would look to, in theory, an RRD after the name to give them some indication of who this person is. But now there's even ideas of saying, well, we should not just have R and D after people's names. We should have the chamber on that ballot to say this is a chamber candidate. And any other local groups to just be able to have on-ballot endorsements, right? I'm not saying we should support that. What I'm saying is there's a lot of conversation now about elections mattering to what you can do as a mayor. Do you agree with that?
Let me just start out. I was listening to Mayor Johnson, Mayor Lincoln, and Will O'Neill talk about being sitting out there talking about their job, and I was actually missing. I don't know if you were, Mick, but missing being mayor. But when you talk about the election and the politics, I'm really grateful I'm former mayor. Let me put it that way, because it's terrible, I think. And I don't know. I mean, I wouldn't. It seems like a broken system, frankly. It certainly is in our city.
If I may.
Yeah.
I think that's the problem, but not the problem behind the problem, which is that a very common dynamic is that, particularly in mid-sized cities, people don't get elected on the basis of a strong policy platform or a policy background. They get elected because they have a great network in the community and or they ran a great campaign. So they get into office and suddenly it's a lot, right? And it's extraordinarily process driven, and worst case you get you get sort of dragged around by staff, led around by the nose by staff. Best case you carve out some narrow issues and figure out what to do. I think that in order to getting some sort of flags, if you will, some signaling devices that allow voters to make better decisions is half of that equation. But the other half is broadly speaking, we need more policy-aware candidates running for office, people who have a fulsome idea of what the capability of the office is and what change they would like to see. I don't plan to solve that problem. That's a big problem.
Well, and maybe Mayor Cornett, you have some thoughts on this. I was talking to somebody who has a ton of experience in New York City government, been around for decades, and they said, what always happens when a new mayor comes into office is, everything's kind of fine-ish, and then there's a crisis. And what they inevitably do is they appoint a strong deputy mayor under them to ride roughshod over all the other deputy mayors and commissioners and council members, ideally, while the mayor can kind of focus on the big picture, the agenda, very positive, all that kind of stuff. How do you view that, especially vis-a-vis city council, understanding the constraints of especially a kind of a weak mayor model? City council, city hall, the agencies, what do you view as kind of like within your toolbox to be able to execute when crisis happens, like in a very concrete way?
Yeah, I don't know that you can compare my experiences to being the mayor of New York City. That is, I went to NYU for business school, and having been around, that city enough to sort of understand its politics, that is just such a giant of a machine. Not just the politics, but just the daily operations of Manhattan and the way that city operates. What I find interesting about New York politics from a mayoral standpoint is they always seem to elect the opposite of what they just had. It just seems like, well, that didn't work, let's try something else. And I think, those of us from the outside, which I certainly am, we always cross our fingers and hope New York City can get it right. But it almost seems like as soon as a person is elected, the New York media and the other political machinery that are so involved inside that dynamic want to start tearing down, the very structure of the mayor's office, and it makes it really, really hard to lead. I had a habit when I was the mayor, is every day I would wake up and I would Google the word mayor, and I would read all the news stories that mayors were doing, and it was fascinating to me, but I think it was really good because you see what was coming and what other mayors were dealing with. But the New York City mayor is obviously in that stream of news stories every day, and so I always just found it astonishing that you could expect a mayor to deal with that many big issues over and over and over again, and have that person have any sort of sanity or any meaningful consequences in how the city operated. It seemed to me like it was just going to operate the way it was, regardless if you had a mayor or not. It was just on automatic pilot, and the city just somehow worked.
I'd say when we had a crisis, officer-involved shooting way back in 2012 crisis, lost control of the city for a couple days as far as rioting and whatnot. And I don't know if New York, I think, I agree with Mick. I think it's just a whole different thing. It's almost more like a country or something. Yeah. But city our size, and Kevin, I don't know if it's San Diego or not, but you're pretty much on, as mayor, the city is looking for leadership. And it's pretty much you're on your own, and you got to figure that one out, and what you're going to say, and how you're going to bring the city together, and comfort people, and also show that the city's unified and strong. So, but there's not a lot of playbooks on this or anything. It's really you're the person, and the city's looking for that leadership intently at that point.
So as a sense for guidance for reform, and this, I'll ask this question of all of you, and then please, I'll turn to you for questions, so please think of them, write them down on the note cards, and we'll bring them up here. But if you were to think, just purely hypothetically, about the perfect sort of model for urban governance vis-a-vis the mayor, what do you think of or where do you look for the model and say, this is the right mix of institutional capacity, the right rules and the kind of authority that a mayor has, the right relationship with the city council. City council has, district members or at large. Just how do you conceive of the kind of ideal city hall?
I think the city almost reflects the culture of City Hall. In other words, I studied the city of Chicago, and I got to know Mayor Daley really well. And I always kept bouncing back, is Chicago the way it is because Mayor Daley is the way he is, or is Mayor Daley the way he is because the city of Chicago is the way it is? And I just kept bouncing back and forth. And I've heard that said about, other places as well. We heard earlier about, Tom Menino in Boston, and how he really reflected, he resonated Bostonian. And he was always, whatever he was saying, whatever he was for, he was doing it for the people of Boston. He was so believable and genuine. And that style in both of those cities wouldn't work in Oklahoma City. But it works very well, in those two cities. Those are fairly popular mayors in mayoral history in this country, Menino and Daley. Sometimes I think that there's a direct connection between a successful mayor and that city's culture and their history, and it's unfair to suggest that their system should be adopted by other places, because probably not.
And yet mayors learn most of all from other mayors. So clearly there is something.
But you have to pick and choose about what would work and what wouldn't work. Right. And a lot of times we shake our heads and say, boy, that would never work here.
I think I like the city manager form of government, but I think the mayor, if I could change it, I'd give the mayor a veto power over the council, which I guess is a lot more power. But that way, because the mayor represents everybody, council members at districts, and it seems like the veto power would be a good balance. And then I would also figure out some sort of, and I'm very cautious on campaign limitations of campaign contributions. And I'm cautious on that because I know it's political speech, but at least in our city of Anaheim, it's gotten way out of control of special interests controlling the political process completely.
Greg, ideal forms of urban governance that you've seen?
Well, that I've seen that are ideal, none. That we're advocating and educating toward. I have a philosophical and an operational answer. The philosophical answer is that the role of an elected official in local government is to protect the rights of the citizens. And I think that we, and I mean the collective we in local government, sometimes lose track of that, because to Chuck's point, again, because it's such a good point, the way city governments have rearranged themselves like intelligent Legos is such that they are not automatically built to do that. Now, from an operational perspective, I think a lot of people come into local government thinking that they are in charge in a managerial sense. And really, as we heard earlier today, your role is much more akin to a board member. You are there for oversight far, far more than you are there for operations. That's a good, it's a good litmus test for any local elected official is, okay, how hip deep am I in operations right now? And do I need to back up and instead provide the oversight for the staff to make sure that they're executing the vision that the people who voted for me have?
And clearly there is a difference between states and how constrained they also, how much they constrain cities in their state, right? So some states really work, some legislatures work overtime to constrain how much authority you may have.
No, we all cities, I think, but I mean, I always thought it was just silly that we used to hire lobbyists to protect us from state government. I mean, that was their job. We were just playing defense. You know, people would say, what are you trying to get accomplished in your legislative session? We just want them to stop taking away the authorities they've given us. You know, I mean, I always thought that was so silly that we had to use taxpayer dollars to protect us from state government. But inevitably, I saw how entrenched that anti-municipal government thought process was at the state level. Every year they were trying to do something to harm the way that we had our revenue or the way that we used our land use. They were always trying to take authorities away. And at the same time running on local government authority.
Right. Now, I think we have some question cards here. I want to make sure to get to your questions. Oh, thank you very much. Yeah, this is a great question. The first one is, how does the influence of special interest groups limit or affect your ability to get things done?
I don't like them at all. So put it that way. I think it's, again, our city, Anaheim's a unique place because we have, it's 350,000 people, but we have 25 million visitors a year. You know, with Disneyland, it's like having a Super Bowl every day. Give that type of people, and a lot of money floating around. And in fact, if you've been watching the news, we've been in the news lately with a big FBI investigation and some indictments and about that issue, actually, about the role of special interest controlling completely controlling the city, actually. So I think it's, Mayor Lincoln, you were talking about this a lot, about your role as mayor, and it's to be an advocate for the people, to protect their rights, protect the people's individual civil rights, and I guess in the common good, and if special interest almost by definition is different from that. And so it's a problem, and I think it gets down to the elected officials and the mayor and remembering who we represent. And you have to, and it's tough because that's not the really sexy part of being mayor, is going to the big dinners and everyone treats you well when you're the special interest, and the people in the neighborhood are really more interested in making sure that they earn a living and get their kids off to school and things like that. So you have to constantly remind yourself that's who I represent, and they're looking to me to look out after their interest.
You didn't mention public safety labor unions.
They're huge, huge.
Police and fire.
The amount of money.
Which play a big role here in California.
Huge role.
Yeah.
Huge role. And it's, I put them in Anaheim, they've all seemed to have kind of coalesced into one big group, actually. And then but that's a whole other story.
There's actually a great book, by the way, that just came out on this month called Local Interests by Sarah Anzia. She's a professor. It's fantastic. We're going to have a book review coming out on that soon. There's a great question. It's a really nerdy question that I deeply, deeply love. So please bear with me on this one. Which is best? Is it an at-large council system, a district with aldermanic privilege, or a district without aldermanic privilege? So you see aldermanic privilege in the sense of housing is a great example. In New York and Chicago, in Nashville, a lot of other places, if that council member says, I don't want that in my district, and all those special permits got to get the sign off from that council member, then all the other members say, well, we're going to defer to them. And you see other forms of privilege like that. And we used to have a lot more at large, but then we went away during the civil rights era to district. But there's now a debate over whether that was actually needed. Do you have any opinions
I do
on
district without.
District without.
Yeah.
District without. Is that?
I agree with Mick. We actually started out when I was mayor as at-large, and it was, and again, if you're in Anaheim, it's 22 miles from end to end. I would tell people you could have, Mother Teresa living in West Anaheim, and no one's going to know about her in East Anaheim. And so if you, the special districts would get together and figure out who their candidates are, and they get elected. So with districts, you have a chance for somebody who's involved in the community, who knows the neighborhoods, to come up at least have a chance against that money. So I think districts make a lot of sense. And we had a big fight. The special interests fought it. So the special interests didn't want the districts, I'll put it that way. So that tells me that the districts were good.
So I'd say districts without, but all three systems fail without really strong protections for, and streamlining of basic processes within government. You can have Las Vegas's city government is districts without, and yet you probably can't put a slightly larger sign up on your property without it going to a council vote. And beyond it being wildly inefficient, it simply becomes a nexus for rent seeking by other names. Right?
That would never happen. I don't know what you're talking about. So, okay, so another question is similar to what Mayor Johnson was talking about, regional entities. Do you find that regional councils, regional entities, regional groups are on net good, or do you find them to be a hindrance, or are they neutral but worth considering?
Well, they're net necessary because whether you like them or not, because for large infrastructure projects, you don't get federal money unless your project is in a regional plan of some sort, and those are typically controlled by regional agencies. Here in Southern California, it would be the Southern California Association of Governments. Those agencies are, they're time and resource sinks, but they're not local money sinks as much, because most of them, MPOs, Metropolitan Planning Organizations, most of them lack the teeth to enforce their will. They can force you to be part of a plan. They can't necessarily force you to do a whole lot else. Now, the outlier is the Portland area's metro, which has the power of a regional government to force individuals and cities into line. Chuck, I hope I'm selling a lot of books for you, but again, back to this model of a vertical model of capital extraction from the federal and state levels. Regional governance entities like MPOs are very effective at that. It's just a giant grant writing and grant collecting organization. Call me not a fan.
So another question hits on something that Mayor Johnson was also talking about: annexation and consolidation. What is your take on this? So there have been fights over this for forever. Nashville is a combined city-county government. We've seen other kind of consolidations like that before. Fights in San Antonio over annexation. Do you find this kind of consolidation, annexation to be good, bad, indifferent? How do you view that dynamic too? Because you do know that there's, you're in competition with your suburbs.
Yeah, first of all, I find it fascinating. You said you were nerding out. Like that's, that city-county consolidation issue, I always find fascinating to read about it and how it took place. And usually, I think it's one of those things that sounds good, and then they finally get it done, and it was so watered down, it really didn't make all the difference they thought, and then there were unintended consequences. So, I mean, I don't, you can kind of phrase them as success stories, but I'm not necessarily sure that it's everything they thought it was going to be, and use up a lot of political capital to get that accomplished. When you start eliminating, positions and consolidating positions. I'm glad whatever consolidation was done in Oklahoma City was done in the 1950s and 60s. Before I had to deal with it. Those generations that did those types of things in Oklahoma City were very smart. And, you heard Mayor Johnson talk about the suburbs, et cetera, and their successes. In Oklahoma City, our city leaders had the foresight to annex all of the transportation corridors. And so we have 3 interstate highways that converge in Oklahoma City, which is really unique. And Oklahoma City's city limits go like this, so that all the sales tax is captured by Oklahoma City. And it's one of the big reasons for Oklahoma City's success decades later, but it has hurt a lot of the municipalities in the suburban areas.
How?
Well, because they don't have the taxation. Sales tax is a significant driver of revenue for Oklahoma municipalities, and they don't have the opportunity to benefit from the own retail that might be serving their citizens. So their citizens are spending retail, which happens to be in the city limits of Oklahoma City, and it's captured by our sales tax base.
There's now a similar, you may have some thoughts as well, and Greg, I'll get to you as well, because I think there's the opposite of this that we see in the Buckhead movement in Atlanta, the Bucksit movement. They're trying to get out, but I know you have some thoughts on it.
Well, it's interesting listening to Mayor Johnson's point of view from the main city to the other cities. And so in Southern California, I mean, it's so massive here. I think there's 23 million people in Southern California. But if you, from the outside, people just think it's Los Angeles. So Los Angeles sucks all the air out of the room. And it actually comes
But to be clear, Los Angeles is a tiny, tiny part.
Compared to, it's 23 million, I think Los Angeles is maybe 4 million or something. So Orange County, I've actually argued for some sort of consolidation for Orange County being a metro city or something, where you keep all the cities the same, but just some sort of, to give us clout so we're not Los Angeles. So it's bad when I guess it's kind of bad when another city names themselves Dallas after your city. It's worse when your city, where they play, named themselves after Los Angeles. So the Angels switch their names from Anaheim to Los Angeles, and then you're like, why even have a team if that's if you're just a place to play? But it's I think it's Orange County. Maybe it's unique, but it's if it was a city, it'd be the 3rd largest city in the United States, and so much of this. You mentioned about going back to Sacramento and or going to the state or going to the federal government, and that's the way the system is. And I know like per capita, the amount of money that Los Angeles has is massively more than any other cities in Southern California per capita.
For a little while you had the media on your side with that idea, because the Orange County Register, which is the leading paper down there, in the 80s and 90s in the Chris Anderson era, they very specifically branded things as Orange County. They didn't talk about city issues, talked about regional and regionalism issues, and it drove some of the politics back then.
Yeah, and so Orange County, I think, is ripe for it. In fact, you could almost just have the county, rather than the Board of Supervisor chairman, name that person, him or her, mayor, and it'd probably solve about 80% of the issue.
So final question, lessons on governance for mayors of mid-sized cities in particular. Greg, what comes to your mind when you're saying this is what you should do for good governance today?
So A broad answer is, and frankly a self-serving answer, but we talked about nonprofits and working with them earlier. Organizations like Manhattan Institute, Strong Towns, what we're doing with BCP, we are forming a mesh of local government public policy research and operational help, right? BCP is in the last mile business. We give model ordinances to cities that are facing problems and don't have the resources internally to figure out how to fix them. That's something somewhat new under the sun. If you look, 10 years ago, it was just Manhattan out there swinging for the fences most of the time. And if you go back further, it's just a League of Cities. And the League of Cities has one job, and that is to help cities get more money out of the state capital, more money out of Washington. So I would say that in your search for best governance practices, that's going to look different in every city. But you've now got resources that you didn't have, 10 years ago to help with that, and that's meaningful.
Resources as well coming from the School of Public Policy and the Davitt Institute here
Absolutely.
here in Pepperdine. Do you take governance lessons, mid-sized cities?
I would say remember who you represent, I guess, in a nutshell. And then as far as mayor, I think mayors generally don't understand or don't use the power of the bully pulpit that they could use for culture change and real deep, lasting change in their city.
Thanks.
I would say develop coalitions and determine 2 or 3 really big priorities that you hope to accomplish, and make sure that you use your political capital wisely, and don't get pulled into trying to fill other people's agendas. Make sure that you remember the big thing is the big thing, whatever the big thing is.
These are big things and big themes. Thank you so much for this conversation.
Thank you.
Thank you. And with that, we're going to take a quick 5-minute break. Go to the bathroom, get a quick rest. We're going to mic up our next speakers before we have our final panel with Pete Peterson on governing California better through local leaders. Thanks.
1, 2.
That's right. Get a little bit of
That's it. Yeah, exactly. And I totally disagree. I think that, the flyover treatment, maybe it's because I'm from the too, but I spent time on it. And it's sort of close to elites, like, it's all about us, about the promised land. So it's a great place. Well, okay, nobody's perfect. So everybody was there. There we go. Let's give it let's let them move here. It's funny when people say that there isn't any sense of decency.
All right. Yeah, about this lady who's been there for 7 years. Country.
All right.
All right.
All right, we're going to get started here for the last panel of the day. As is often said by our panelists, we get the best view in the room because we get to look out at the ocean here.
Wow, yeah.
So it's great to be back again. I'm Pete Peterson, the Dean of Pepperdine's Graduate School of Public Policy. And as Michael Hendricks has been good enough to organize a very logical stream of panels, we are going to conclude with a panel on local leadership in California, and specifically to look at what he has described as the new California model for local leadership. And to do that, we've assembled just a great group of local government leaders and policy analysts. I'll begin with introductions. First, Going to my far left, Will Swaim is the president of the California Policy Center. He's a journalist of over 3 decades and began covering international business in 1990. In 95, he was with the Village Voice, and LA Weekly hired him to launch OC Weekly, the first and still only alternative weekly in Orange County. He was more recently editor of watchdog.org and vice president of journalism at Watchdog's nonprofit parent, the Franklin Center for Government and Public Integrity. To his right, Mary Barkey was elected to the Orange County Board of Education in June of 2018 to represent the 2nd District. She currently serves as the board president. She spent a dozen years in the insurance industry in the private sector, then went to work for her family retail business and raising a family of her own. And finally, to my direct left, welcoming back to the stage Mayor Falconer, SVP's visiting professor for community leadership and government innovation, both last year and I'm excited to say this year. And again, he comes to this position after serving as mayor of San Diego for 2 terms. Please welcome back our panel. So in some ways, we're going to try to bring some threads together, but with a focus, obviously, on California leadership at the local level. And I thought maybe a place to start would be to draw off of what I thought was Greg Brooks' very interesting comment about politics at the local level, which is something that I have seen over and over again in some of the local government work around the state that I get a chance to do at Pepperdine, which is this weird kind of inverse relationship, or inversion, I should say, of what are understood to be political identities and policy identities, which is to say that in some of the most, I remember I gave a talk a couple of years ago, pre-COVID, to a group of Santa Monica homeowners, and generally an older group. And I began the talk by saying that it's great to be here in Santa Monica, one of the most conservative cities in America. And for those who may know that Santa Monica has this identity as the People's Republic, it caught some people by surprise. But if you try to stick a shovel in the ground, if you try to build something, if you try to do something that at all impacts the size of the community, the look of the community, the amenities of the community, you are going to get people acting up and out on those issues. At the same time, there are conservative parts of California that on a variety of issues, both in economic development, I would argue housing, criminal justice reform and so forth, act in ways that could be perceived as more progressive. So Will, I want to just start with you about that inversion of political identities that we see here in California, particularly at the local level.
Well, if I understand your question, that's a big if. What I guess I would start with is that the biggest problem confronting California is neither left nor right, it's government unions. That California, with 12% of the nation's population, has 25% of its government workers in unions. And that's from the state all the way down to school districts, water districts, you name it. And those unions generate about $1 billion per year in revenue, which they use in ways that are, I think, politically and in policy ways, completely at odds with what most Californians want. Mm-hmm. And I say that, I guess my evidence would be that Californians say they don't want to defund their police, they want to reform them, but we've got these police unions which are extraordinarily powerful in California. They are rank and file Republicans who end up, through their union dollars, funding extraordinarily progressive or left-wing kinds of candidates with whom they share nothing in common but one thing. That is, the candidate wants the endorsement of the cops, and the cops want an increase in their pay, their benefits, and greater union control over the workplace and discipline actions. So if Californians want to know, like, why can't we reform our police? What's going on here? One place to start with is the union problem.
Right.
And the public finance problems that are generated out of that, whether you're left or right, the liabilities, we've touched a little bit here on pension, underfunded, unfunded pension liabilities, unfunded healthcare retirement benefits in California, which are extraordinary. I mean, just in the hundreds of millions, close trillions of dollars. I mean, we're talking about $1.6 trillion in public debt in California, and a lot of that is driven by these unfunded liabilities. So whether, we run an organization, Mary's the executive director for local officials, and one of the things we have discovered is when Democrats come to the group, even in nonpartisan local offices, it's called California Local Elected Officials, but whether they're Democrats or Republicans, Libertarians, whatever, they're there because they say, I went in here to change things. There's no money to change anything. Like, the cupboard is bare. So whatever policy initiative I want to create, whether it's left or right, is almost dead on arrival.
Yeah.
And I'm not sure I'm answering your question.
No, you are. I think it is worth introducing that as a theme, especially as we come to you, Mary. As someone who was born in New York, grew up on the East Coast, one of the things that surprised me so much in coming out to California, especially as someone who was at least somewhat engaged and aware politically, is I'd always thought that the Northeast was the home of unions and union influence in elections and politics. And I always thought that California was this kind of live and let live and capital P progressive government, and they were doing all these things to make government kind of transparent and efficient and so forth. But to come out here and see the power of unions, and particularly public sector unions and policymaking, was really something that took some time to sink in and has in a variety of different ways. Will mentions on the public sector side around public safety. You obviously, in your role on school board, are seeing that on the teachers union side. Talk a little bit about that. First, what your experience was in the power of teachers unions prior to getting elected, and then the process of running for office and making policy.
Yeah, so prior to getting elected, I mean, I never really had anticipated getting elected or really thought that much about the unions. I knew they didn't like school choice and things like that. And when I was running for office, people made it very clear. They said, well, what are you going to do if you want to approve a charter school and the unions will come after you? I said, let them come after me. I'm going to do what's in my heart. I know school choice is important, and that's what I'm going to vote for. I'm going to go to sleep every night knowing I did what's right. And I just got reelected by a landslide. So obviously the people are who, you have to do what's best for the people. I think you have to listen to what your public servant, you have to listen. I listened to Orange County. They want school choice. They want the protection of their children. They want the protection of parental rights. And I think if you do what they want, they go and they vote for you. They come out for you, and they don't let the union take you out. Does that make sense?
No, that's helpful. And so, Mayor, obviously not only were you working as a political minority, at the same time you were working against forces that were aligned with the Democratic Party, specifically public sector unions, that you also had to find a way to work with. How did you manage that?
Yeah, one of the things that I did was we really tried to break the mold of, at least when it comes to budget time. I think every mayor has to deal with this with their public sector, with their unions. I tried to separate that, because what happens is every employee group wants the same raise that you gave to that one, right? That's how it's worked for years and years and years. And how do you manage a city if everybody gets the same raise? If everybody gets the same thing, because you have different needs in different areas. And so when we decoupled that, if you will, we had a particular issue with police, law enforcement, and recruitment and retention. I mentioned that in our earlier panel. And so one of the things is I said, I have to treat what we're seeing in the attrition differently. I don't have that same attrition in some of my other unions that are facing the city. So I'm going to do what I need to do as mayor to make sure that I'm attracting the best and brightest men and women to put on the badge to protect us and to keep them employed. That's going to take some different resources than I'm going to have to do with some of the other employee groups that I have. That wasn't easy, but I think from a management standpoint, that's the best thing to do. And what Will was just talking about, it gives you more flexibility with the limited dollars that you do have. How can I actually do that and program that to make a difference? Now you have to go out as a mayor, and I'm glad a lot of my colleagues have talked about using the bully pulpit, because you have to go out and use the bully pulpit to sell that, and to sell why you're not just doing the same thing over and over again. But I think people get that. Again, you have to explain the principles and the values of what you're doing behind that decision. And then I think if you do that, you're going to get public acceptance and ultimately support to do that.
As we think about the lens of California politics, I wanted to bring in some survey results from the Public Policy Institute of California, which runs a regular survey called Californians and Their Government. The most recent of those was just last month in May. And the top 5 issues as listed in importance by California voters in the PPIC survey were: number 1, jobs, economy, and the inflation. That was 27%. Housing costs and availability, 12%. Homelessness, 11%. Gas and oil prices, and I probably would put in there energy prices more broadly, 7%. And water availability at 6%. Now, if we look at those as a set of issues, local government only has some limited engagement on those. But I wanted to pull out the ones where local governments do. And specifically, I wanted to look at this issue of homelessness. And Mayor, come to you, to do that through a piece, a very important piece written by Nellie Bowles in The Atlantic called "How San Francisco Became a Failed City." Yeah. It came out yesterday. And there's one quote here, and I wanted to bring it to you, Mayor, because this issue of homelessness is one that's been raised several times on a national basis, but obviously it's a major issue, as Californians have said. Quick story, 2 paragraphs here. In February 2021, at a corner in the lovely Japantown neighborhood, just a few feet from a house that would soon sell for $4.8 million, a 37-year-old homeless man named Dustin Walker died by the side of the road. His body lay there for at least 11 hours. I can't stop thinking about how long he lay there, dead, on that corner, and how normal this was in our putatively gentle city. San Franciscans are careful to use language that centers people's humanity. You don't say a homeless person. You say, quote, someone experiencing homelessness. And yet we live in a city where many of those people die on the sidewalk. Yeah. And so I think we're in an era now in California politics where we are increasingly known by what's going on in our cities. And homelessness appears to be this major issue that obviously is being experienced at the city level, and certainly in San Francisco. And the argument on one side seems to be that we are being helpful or we're big-hearted about these issues. At the same time, the message that you brought to San Diego was, by treating the homelessness in the ways that were happening prior, that were exacerbating these issues, you were actually being cruel. And you introduced normative and moral language on the other side to say situations like the one I've just described here, that was the cruel thing to do.
I strongly believe it. I mean, heartbreaking what you read about that. And we as Californians, we care about people enough not to let you die on our sidewalks. That was the whole point of what I was saying. We had to change what we were doing in San Diego. If you allow tent encampments on our streets, on our public underpasses and overpasses, people are going to die there. You got to get them out to a clean, safe, sanitary environment, which is why we spent so much time in San Diego establishing that bridge shelter network, spending money from the city that we had never allocated before. But I realized if we didn't do it, nobody was going to come in and do it for us. There was no cavalry coming. And we needed to intervene. We needed to intervene. And we got to the spot where it was not I want to encourage you to go to the shelter. It's like, no, we love you enough not to let you stay and die here. You have to go. You can't leave your tent in front of your house, in front of your place of business. And I'm glad that so many of my other colleagues talked about the issue that is very real, is substance abuse and mental health. And again, why we spent so much time on, it's not just enforcement, but it's bringing out our mental health experts with our homeless outreach team. And one of the great quotes from one of our folks that was in our homeless outreach team said, he said, Mr. Mayor, he said, there's a role for the cops. We don't have to be the front line, but there needs to be a bottom line. There needs to be a bottom line in our cities about what we're going to allow and what we're not going to allow. And if you do not have a bottom line, you're going to get what we see, and you're going to get that despair, you're going to get that heartbreak. I strongly believe in why we changed that whole ecosystem was I believe that every human being has a right to shelter. I believe that. I also believe, though, that as a city, that when we provide that shelter, you have an obligation to use it. And I enforce that obligation. And when we first started, Pete, I will tell you, there was a lot of folks that, oh, you can't do that. That's not, I can't, after 6 months, so many of the folks and some of my colleagues on the city council that were, opposed to taking action, we're so grateful. And we said, Mr. Mayor, can you please send the homeless outreach team to my district this week? We got a real problem. But I will end with a story, and you started one. And I've talked about this. I was out cutting a ribbon at a Motel 6 that we transformed in San Diego from a motel to a single apartments for formerly homeless veterans. A gentleman walks up to me, he says, you're the mayor, aren't you? And I said, yes, I am. He's coming out, he says, I just want to thank you for cleaning up the tents underneath the freeway. And I said, I appreciate that. He started I messed up my own story. He came up and he said to me, thank you. And I said, I appreciate that because what we're doing here with this new facility is going to be beneficial. And he said, no. He said, I want to thank you for helping to clean up the tents underneath the freeway, because he looked at me and he said, I was one of the people living there. And because we intervened, because he was a veteran, he went to the veteran shelter, because we said it's not okay, and because we care about you enough, and we're going to provide that, but we're also going to insist that you use it, that young man, our Navy veteran, got his life back. He was addicted to methamphetamine. Long story short, he's clean and sober, he's getting his benefits, and he's now a peer counselor at the place that we were opening up. That's the point. And I spent, as I said, more time on this issue than I did any other issue in the last 3 years when I was mayor. And we were the only big city in California where it went down. We weren't perfect. We still had a lot of issues, but we acted. We intervened. And I think to your point, is if you see so many places, it's not acceptable, it's not okay to see what's happening on our streets and so. And if we allow ourselves to say that that's okay, it's not going to change.
But I guess I don't want to, this is a public policy conversation, but I think it has to be a political conversation. I mean, I guess one of the points I'm trying to make here is that on a few different issues, and the one we're going to explore here in a second is education, there is an inherent and tried progressive experiment going on in these policies that for really one of the first times is being found to be of a result in abject failure.
Yes, 100%.
And so what you see on homelessness, and this is the point of this Bowles piece, which keeps coming through, it's not just a set of policies that were created and it just so happens to be on the progressive side. It comes out of a progressive ethos, but which is again couched in terms of empathy and support. But as you said, if that is going to be the metric, then we're handling it in all the wrong ways. Now, I would also argue that in education, and in some ways exacerbated by COVID, that we're also beginning to see that what was framed as support for the kids, that it's all about the kids, and driven by largely a progressive political and policy infrastructure, is just flat out being shown to be false. And so I wanted to bring up for you another piece in LA Magazine just to tee up this question for you, Mary. This was an incredible interview from August of last year in LA Magazine. If you haven't read it, you have to read this.
Yeah.
Cecily Meyer-Cruz's hostile takeover of LA's public schools. Now, Cecily Meyer-Cruz is the head of the LA Teachers Union, and we could just spend the rest of this panel just me reading this to make my point. But I wanted to pull out this one quote. Again, this was August of last year, and this was in response to the closure of public schools, and in particular, LA's closure of schools. Quote, "There's no such thing as learning loss," she responds when asked how her insistence on keeping LA schools mostly locked down over the last year and a half may have impacted the city's 600,000 kindergarten through 12th grade students. Quote, "Our kids didn't lose anything. It's okay that our babies may not have learned all their times tables. They learned resilience. They learned survival. They learned critical thinking skills. They know the difference between a riot and a protest. They know the words insurrection and coup." She even went so far as to suggest darkly that learning loss is a fake crisis marketed by shadowy purveyors of clinical and classroom assessments. Now, Mary, I think education is also one of those issues, right? That's being experienced at the local level, that has been dominated in policymaking by a progressive mindset, and also very much of a progressive political power structure through the unions. And in many ways, stories like this, interviews like this, and again, exacerbated by COVID, have, I think, opened up in the mind of many Californians the possibility that what's been going on is not really focused on the kids. And so I wonder if you could talk a little bit about your work in Orange County, generally seen for those outside of the state as a more conservative county, but still one that has these political battles going on, about since COVID, how has the policy issue of K-12 education been seen differently by either your constituents or people you're working with?
Well, I'd say with the constituents, for the first time, their eyes were really opened about the unions. They realized it was truly the unions that kept the classrooms closed, that kept kids out of school. You know, it went back and forth. It's the district's fault, it's the county's fault, it's the state's fault. But they realized it was the unions. It was, they negotiated, you know, schools being closed. They negotiated whether kids wore masks. They negotiated whether kids would get vaccinated. I mean, it was the power of the unions that really hurt the children. And the children were hurt. For, you know, a lot of kids, school is their safest place. That's the best place for them to be every day. It's not at home. For a lot of kids, they eat at school. We at the county, we called it Reopen the Schools Forum. Actually, Will moderated that event back in June of 2020. And after listening to many experts, from psychiatrists to emergency room doctors to physicians to, we had a supervisor there, we had actually the county health director there, we determined at the end of that forum, we put out a white paper that said that we felt that kids were safer in school than not in school, but that it was up to the parents. But we thought that schools should be open, that children should all have the opportunity, that the parents should have the opportunity to send their children to school. Now, if they didn't feel comfortable, they could continue with Zoom school, but we felt it was important for children to have that option. And the union, I have to tell you, the night that, you know, the union always looks at our agenda because we are an anti-union board. We've got a 4-1 majority, really anti-union. And so the union always looks at our agenda. It's posted 72 hours out, and I got a rumor that day that BLM would be at our meeting, and they did. They stormed the meeting. 3 people got in, and when towards the end, after the public comment, because we have an orderly way, you line up, you get a number, and you do your public comment. We allow unlimited. We've had over 100 speakers. I think we've had as many as 200 speakers in a given night, and that was partially because during COVID, we never had a virtual meeting. We were there every single month. We never missed a month, and we always invited the public to come speak. People would say, why do you get so many people? Well, we invite them when most of the local meetings were closed, and it got to the point where all the speakers had spoken, and one of the gentlemen who had stormed the room and was sitting in there said, well, why don't I have a comment card? And another outspoken person that often comes to the meeting says, well, buddy, you didn't wait in line. If you waited in line, you would have had a comment card. So we made a deal, if they filled out comment cards, they could speak.
Yep.
And the first one got up and he spoke, and he said, I think you guys should keep schools closed, because when schools are closed, there's no school shootings. That was the union's message to us, was to keep schools closed so there's no school shootings. But we passed the white paper. Unfortunately, at the county, we don't have the authority to reopen schools or do anything, but we wanted to send a message. We wanted to give local district board members a tool to use. We wanted parents to have a tool. We really wanted to fight for our constituents, the people that put us in office, even though it was outside of our so-called, duties. Our duties are really as an appeals board. It's to approve charter schools. It's to approve inter-district appeals and things of that nature. But we made a strong statement, and, the more I went on the board to approve school choice. I went on so no child was trapped by their zip code. I watched a movie called Waiting for Superman and thought, wow, 150,000 kids in California are waiting to get into school, and then their education is determined by a lottery system. And so that was my mission. Once I got on the school board, a lot of things happened. I opened my eyes, and then we had the pandemic. And the silver lining, I think, was that everybody's eyes were open to the influence of the union.
So, Will, and speaking of comment cards, just want to put the word out there. If you have questions for this panel, please write them down. We're going to get to them. Will, the important work you're doing at the California Policy Center and around education, I think what's so important about it, to this question around the politics of California policy, is that it inherently has to be multi-partisan.
Yes.
You're working with people, parents and otherwise, that may vote at the top of the ticket very differently than they might on a school board election. And at the same time, I'm getting this sense, and I might be wrong, but I want you to bear this out, whether you sense some tectonic plates shifting on a couple of these issues, again, exacerbated by COVID, which has seemed to reveal a lot about the state of governance here in the state. But talk a little bit about what it's like to work on a policy issue like education, but to do it in a way that really does pull together these multi-partisan coalitions.
Well, one way is just for our local officials, and we work with local officials, we work with parents in a separate organization called the Parent Union, and in both situations we really encourage people to just keep their eye on the moral imperative here, which is a child's education, and not sort of get swung. The teachers' unions in California love to say, so we're on strike to support the kids. This has been happening recently. You might have seen some of these up in Sacramento and elsewhere. And the signs always say, support our kids.
Yeah.
But the fact is that these very same teacher unions have, over the course of, 40, 50, almost 50 years now, 45 years. In the late, just to back up, Jerry Brown in his first iteration in the late 70s makes teacher unions, makes all unions, government unions in California, mandatory bargaining agents for all local government agencies. And from that moment, you can chart the trajectory of student achievement in California. We are among the very worst school systems in the United States. And given the California contempt for southern states, it's remarkable that most southern states are better than California when it comes to giving their kids an education that actually improves their performance. So I think it's really keeping, like when you hear the rhetoric that, it's important, somebody else, like the right is trying to destroy public education. We hear this all the time with charter schools. This is billionaires trying to privatize our public school system. Of course, that's complete nonsense from beginning to end. But the school choice message resonates precisely because parents really want, Mary's a classic example. Parents come to Mary specifically. I know these stories because I've helped guide some of these parents to her. Their kids are trapped in a school that is failing. And they don't understand why they're required to go there. And the answer is because this is how the unions have set it up through the law going back to the late 1970s. You go to the school that's in your neighborhood, and if you want a great humor bit on this, go look at Louis C.K. I know we're not supposed to like him, but Louis C.K.'s bit on why you go to the school just because it's near your house or your apartment is absurd. You know, we give out Pell Grants that allow you to go to a private university. What's the problem with having a young kid choose a charter school if that's what the parents want? So I think, you know, the messaging is really critical, showing what I think, if you want to look at systemic racism, look at the results for black kids, poor kids in general in California schools. They are trapped in the worst schools in our state. And they're trapped there because that's the zip code, because that's what the union wants. Our reparations committee just came out with its first study. I don't know if you got to see this, Pete, or you guys, but the study is out. It's 500 pages. I cannot claim to have read all of it. It's pretty dense. But one of the things it points out is the evidence of systemic racism in California is the segregation of our public schools. Well, who wanted that? Who demanded that black kids who live in a black community only be allowed to go to a school that has failed for generations now? I taught as a student teacher in the early 80s when I was at USC at a school that was profoundly terrible, and now it's worse. It's not gotten better. Those kids who were trapped in that school are likely sending their kids and grandkids to that very same school. So really, the problem of segregation in California schools isn't something driven by the right or by systemic racism on the right or something like that. It's driven by a Prussian model of education, driven by the teachers' unions, because that's how they get the cash to keep the schools open there and keep their teachers gainfully employed, no matter how much they fail. So I don't know if I'm making this clear, but my sense is keeping seize the moral high ground here. Our schools have failed our kids. And the poorer you are, the more failed your school is, and the less likely you are to get out of that cycle of poverty.
Well, I guess that's kind of one of the themes I get of this conversation I'm trying to move forward is the inversion of stated goals and reality.
Yes.
Right? So stated goals by the dominant political and policy force in the state, which happens to be the Democratic Party and the left, is that we care about the homeless, and these are the policies that are going to help the homeless. We, I think, have come to the conclusion here, not only in this panel, but others, that that is actually not what's happening. Kids and education. The stated goal is it's about the kids and what's in their best interest. I think we've come to the conclusion here, based on the dynamics of California's policy and politics, that it's not in the best interest. The next topic I want to take on, because I really do see this as a three-legged stool, is crime. Now, in my friend Michael Hendricks' great wisdom, he has timed this panel for the day after primary election day here in California, and at least one of the big stories, or maybe two of the big stories, has been the support to recall the DA of San Francisco, Chesa Boudin. And not exactly the same, but I think can be put at least in the same hemisphere of political decisions, has been Rick Caruso's election moving through the top two. He was the top vote getter, but moving on to the fall as part of the top two primary result from yesterday. And the belief that LA's district attorney, who used to be San Francisco's district attorney, George Gascon, that there is a recall effort underway to recall him. Now, Mayor, you talked about some of the challenges, and again, as being in the minority political party, but also navigating a time in which, as we heard from Mayor Johnson, the support for police and maintaining a certain degree of law and order was not the majority position. At least it wasn't the loudest one. And so talk a bit about where you see not only how you were able to respond, but what would your advice be to, say, a Rick Caruso or leaders in San Francisco around the issue of public safety?
I always believed as mayor, if you don't have a safe city, you don't have anything. You don't have economic development. You don't have parks that people are going to want to go to. You know, people are going to go out at night. You're not going to have any of that if you don't have a safe city. So one of, I think, your fundamental jobs is to make sure your city's safe. You know, one of the, and why, again, I spent so much time on particularly early as we made some changes and reforms and constantly made reforms. But who were some of the, you know, it tends to be in our African-American communities and Latino communities, some of the highest victims of crime. And so that's why you need a police department that is responsive, that is diverse, community policing, yes, it works, reform-minded, but know that there are consequences to actions. And you enforce those consequences. And so that's why I think, you know, as we saw the arc of this whole defund the police movement that is now fortunately crashing, and rightfully so, it made no sense. It just made, you know, zero common sense. And as I stood with, you know, a coalition of pastors and others that said, yes, we need the police in our neighborhood. You have to give voice to that as much as folks who, I always, you know, looked at some of, you talk about that partisan lens. I think that those folks that were representing that, that aspect, defund the police, they were about maybe 5% or less of everybody in California. I don't care if you're Democrat, Republican, no. 95% of the people are like, come on, we need police, we need cops, we need to hold them accountable, but we need cops. But then I also think it's, as a mayor, you see the results of bad legislation. And as we look at what's happening in Sacramento, I feel so strongly that we need a competition of ideas, because you've seen, you know, the Democrats being in charge now for so very, very long. And you know, when they put forward policies that just aren't working at the ground level, you got to be able to say, no, it's not working. You know, drug courts have basically dried up in California. There's no, you know, consequences to, you know, doing heroin and methamphetamine on the street. You see all this results of, you know, Prop 47 and 57. I can go on, probably too insider baseball. But I think the point is, to your point, these issues are issues that families care deeply about, parents care deeply about. And I think those that are successful realize you can cut through some of that, because if you're going to be a captive to some of that rhetoric, it's not going to work.
Other thoughts on the crime issue? Obviously, Mary, not directly related, but either for you or Will, thoughts?
I mean, just briefly, I would say that, you know, at a minimum, I think, you know, we've experienced, you know, school shootings, and I think at a minimum, schools should be completely fenced and gated with one point of entry. Other places to exit for safety, but I think every school should have one point of entry, and I love the idea of parking a black and white right in front. I think if some guy is thinking about shooting up a school, they see the black and white, they might just go someplace else. So I just think those as minimum requirements for school safety and to make parents feel comfortable that somebody's not coming in a back door.
One of the things I'm seeing about some of the reporting on the Boudin recall, which obviously just happened last night, but some of the reports, I think, from some of the more, from the reporters who are more friendly to Boudin, keep using this phrase criminal justice reform as if the recall, as if criminal justice reform can't happen without people like Boudin and Gascon leading this. Will, your thoughts just on this issue and politically, what you think it means for a window appearing to open where a multi-partisan coalition of voters and organizations are saying this pendulum has just swung too far?
Well, San Francisco is interesting. Most of the people in this room likely know that this is not the first recall in recent times in San Francisco. They just recalled 3 members of their San Francisco school board, precisely because at a time when they shut down the schools, they took up an entire agenda, a menu of a cornucopia, what are some other words, myriad new policies that were designed to make life better for the disenfranchised.
Taking the name of Abraham Lincoln off the high school.
Yeah.
Yes,
yeah.
that was
the
one.
number one goal.
Painting over murals that had George Washington in them because that was offensive to somebody. Shutting down the merit-based high school in San Francisco, Lowell, which is not shutting it down, but eliminating merit-based applications. And it was particularly that issue in San Francisco, and I'll get back to your point here. It was particularly that issue of shutting down merit-based, you know, keeping your schools closed and then shutting down the merit-based applications to Lowell that energized the Asian American community in San Francisco. And you suddenly saw activism from people who had not really had a strong presence in San Francisco politics, that gross caricature, but nothing like what we saw here. I think it was like in the polling out of the San Francisco school board recalls showed that something like 90% of Asian Americans in San Francisco who voted for the recall. more than 90%. Numbers are very high for every other ethnic group, including black people who were just outraged by what was going on in their school system. So I think, I sometimes hear people say, well, I'd love to support your work, Will, at California Policy Center, perhaps yours, Pete, or your candidacy or yours. Would love to do it, but until California just absolutely burns to the ground, and there's, nothing's going to happen. I hate to say it, but there's a kind of a point to be made with San Francisco. That city, for those of you who've had the fortune and misfortune of walking through it lately, it's a mess. It's appalling. Recently declared, I think, by no less than I think it was the World Health Organization, one of the 5 filthiest cities in the world. That's saying a lot. I've been to some pretty filthy cities around the world, not just because I was there were they filthy. But my point is that I think, these issues, somebody else said it on one of your earlier panels, that safe neighborhoods and good schools are not a partisan issue. I think, and it's incumbent on those of us who consider ourselves constitutional conservatives, libertarians, people who are interested in the free market, to make the case that our real concern is with minority populations or the disenfranchised. I used to be on the left. That's something Pete, and Mary's heard too often. And the reason I moved to the right was because everything I had endorsed as a commie, and I'm not using that term hyperbolically, turned out not to be true. It did not work. Yeah. And so my own best ideas were hurting people. So my goal now is to go back and maybe make amends for some of the terrible stuff I did. But it is incumbent on us to work with all comers. The purity tests on the left are damaging the left, and they are clearly damaging the right as well. In our organization, we work with Democratic officials, as I said, parents who are, I had a mother who works in our parent union tell me, Will, I'm your worst nightmare. I'm a feminist, progressive lesbian. And I said, I don't have any idea why you would think that I would find that problematic. You and I are both standing out here holding up signs saying, reopen our schools. Like, what? Yeah. It's not about I am in the live and let live kind of California thing. I can't remember who just said that. Short-term memory loss. But, California used to have this vibe of, kind of let your freak flag fly, but you don't have to impose that on other people. I'm not required to endorse that, but I do want our schools to work for people whose politics I might find wrong in some other areas.
Yeah, I think one of the phrases I uttered sometimes as we were going through the shutdowns was that when we're making Florida look cool, we know
it's a problem.
The pendulum has swung too far.
Yes.
Last question. The California, what's the analyst's office for the state of California, in looking at population demographic patterns for the state of California between 2007 and 2017, that 10-year period, found that the #1 age demographic leaving the state were Californians under the age of 18.
Yeah.
Now, that didn't mean we were having a rash of runaways. It meant that these were multiple kids and families were leaving. I came across this data point in preparing for this. San Francisco has the fewest children per capita of any American city. Now, I wonder, California, and I say this as someone who did not grow up here, but always used to look longingly at the Rose Bowl and TV shows from the middle of New Jersey. It always seemed to be this middle-class paradise. And I think one of the things that we're running into now is a clash of visions, which is to say that the reality that we're still breathing the fumes of California being this place where the middle class can live and thrive and feel safe and go to good schools and those kinds of things. But the reality is something utterly different. And I wonder first, Mayor, from your standpoint, we'll just go straight down the line. Can California be a home for the middle class? And what would be the kinds of issues, maybe the ones that we've talked on today, that we really should be focused on?
Well, the answer is yes. And look, we all live here because we love this state and spending the time we are because we know it needs some pretty dramatic changes because it is going the wrong direction, period. You know, for the first time in California history, we lost population, right? We lost a congressional seat. Because why? People are voting with their feet. They're leaving.
They're going to Dallas.
They're leaving. Look at the Mr. Mayor over there. He's taking them all. I want him to be successful. I love him. But if we tie all this up in a bow of all the topics that we've been talking about today, they matter to people, right?
Yep.
And so it's going back to governance and solutions and not just the rhetoric, man, because that has consequences. So if you don't have a safe city, people are going to leave. If you don't have jobs and economic opportunity, we talked a lot about housing, and yet we hear people stomp their feet up in Sacramento, but they won't make the changes to actually allow us to construct housing on the local level so my kids can afford to stay here if they want to. I think about what the cost of a house is. How are you supposed to afford that coming out of college, right? I don't care what college you're coming out of. So to answer your point, yeah, it can be. We always were that. But boy, that time is now, Pete. And what happens when people continue to say, I can't make it here, right? They are going to leave.
Yep.
And we've seen what happens to cities when that happens, right? Yep. That happens with a state. If we don't have a tax base, we don't have a manufacturing base, we don't have that. And so that's why you can't just sit back, and I see some of our friends in Sacramento, oh, that's okay, we're California. I mean, I see that all the time. But no, man, you cannot take our success in our state for granted. You have to constantly be out there and work. So the answer is yes, we can be, but we ought to make sure that we're addressing those things. And again, back to results. If homelessness is skyrocketing, people aren't going to live in San Francisco or San Diego or Los Angeles because they're not going to feel safe. Crime, all of this matters. And so, and these are not, I repeat, are not partisan issues.
Right.
They are common sense issues. Democrats don't like stepping over needles and feces just as much as Republicans don't, right? And so when we talk about our kids and education, that's why I think that pendulum is swinging back. It has to swing back. And I'm an eternal optimist. I wouldn't have done the job that I was doing and things if I didn't believe that. And I think more and more Californians are, for the first time, going out saying, hey, I care about, I never was active before, because they know it's not working.
Mary, especially on education, is there hope?
Yeah, I think that to keep young families here, they're going to need access to a great education, a free education. I think we need school choice. We need more charter schools. The Epoch Times interviewed me, and why are so many families leaving LA? Why are students leaving? I said, oh my gosh, the list is huge. I mean, I know some families left LA and left the state. Some just left LA and came to Orange County because our schools were more open than LA. So I think unless children have great access to a good education, I think young families will not stay, and whether they leave Orange County or our city or they actually leave the state. So that's why I think it's really important for whether it's a school choice initiative or just more charter schools. We need more charter-friendly school boards to do that, to keep young families here.
Well,
yeah, I think really simply, I think a lot of people have talked about what we can do locally better as, and when I say we, I mean local constituents of local officials. I think one of the things that local officials can do much, much better is work together with like-minded other officials across the state. We've got a state assembly, state senate, and all statewide offices occupied by Democrats at present, with a supermajority in the legislature passing ridiculous regulation. Will O'Neill did a great job earlier describing the myriad agencies, the gauntlet he has to run through to get an approval for a housing that the government says he has to build.
right.
So one way around that is for local officials to, and I think, we had people say, you got to stay in your lane. Got it. But your lane is also making sure that Sacramento is reined in. If we can't do it through some kind of election reform or whatever else to change Sacramento, use your local authority to work with other officials. We do this through CLEO. I'm sure there are other ways of doing this, but in CLEO we encourage people to think, the old lefty sentiment, think globally, act locally. You can improve lives locally by working with other local officials to end the madness. And some of the madness, I mean, you guys, we've talked about some of these issues, but we have some of the greatest capacity for oil and natural gas in the world. And we just saw the ridiculousness of Joe Biden, and no offense to people who love him, but the ridiculousness of that policy when he's trying to tell the Europeans to stop taking Russian oil and then running to Venezuela to say, please pump more. And California, meanwhile, is doing everything it can to shut down existing oil, existing nuclear, to make energy more costly here with the immediate impact on the poor, the long-term impact on America's stability, and the stability of the democracy. We ought to be in California the arsenal of democracy for America. Instead, we are the state that is driving the rest of the country toward really insane ideas. And if we had 5 more hours, we could talk about that.
Well, I don't know if we have 5 more hours, but I know we have a few more hours at the reception, which I look forward to continuing the conversation. Please join me in thanking our panel.
Thank you. Thank you.
And before turning it over to Michael, I just want to say how much I appreciate the opportunity to partner with you and the Manhattan Institute. Again, just such a terrific organization that I respect highly. This is a local government moment that we're in the country and in the state of California. And so just greatly appreciate the opportunity to work
Well,
with you.
thank you. Thank you, Pete. Thank you, Pete. Thank you, Howard, for your support. Thank you, in person and live stream, for tuning in. We can't do this without you. You know, I heard a couple of things today. One that I didn't expect. I think I was telling you this, Mayor Cornett. I didn't expect to hear about humility as being a big part of what it means to be a local leader, but I think that could not be more important. You mentioned this as well. Mayor Lincoln mentioned this as well. The humility to serve, to listen, to admit what you know and you don't know, what you can and you cannot do. But then also we heard from Mayor Johnson, Mayor Faulconer, we heard about the boldness to act, to lead, to actually take action when action needs to be taken. And that boldness and humility together is a toxic mix. It can be a toxic mix in the wrong hands, but a powerful one. And sort of heroic leaders we've heard from today, it really inspires me. And why does all this matter? Well, as Ed kicked us off this morning with, and in his book, he said, we need to compete. We need to compete more than ever. We need to compete like our future depends upon it, because it does. And as Mayor Faulconer also mentioned, we need to no longer take success for granted. That could not be more important. And we heard from leaders doing that, Mayor Lincoln, Mayor Tate, former Mayor O'Neill, Johnson, Faulconer, just Cornett. We could not do this without you, so thank you very much. And I think we need a competition of ideas. You know, this is this Metro Majority project that we're putting this on under is a recognition that we need to be paying attention to the pragmatic, multi-ethnic majority that exists in our metros and in our cities, and to show them that we're listening, because they are standing up and making a difference. This recent election in California, I think, proves that this metro majority does exist, that they are paying attention, and we need to start paying attention to them, because they are worried about high cost, crime issues, classroom issues, COVID, homelessness. They are worried about this, and they're looking to local leaders to listen to them in humility and with boldness take action. And I think we need programs like this to connect, empower, and celebrate local leaders who are doing exactly that. You know, local government, I said at the beginning, absolutely crucial to the American project. You know, people may be upset today, but they're looking to local leaders for a reason. Even when they're complaining at you, to you, they're looking to you for a reason, because they see in you somebody who can act. Could not do this again without you, Pete, and Howard, and you. Thank you so much. Stay in touch, stay tuned, a lot more to come. This is not the end, this is just the beginning. Thank you.